Welcome back to Smite in the Sewer. Bien, tal vez una emboscada por parte de los Lear. Mira detrás, eso es una trampa. Abriendo el gate y también cerrado el libro de vida de 3 miembros de Malibu.
Hovering Death comes out, bada bing, bada boom. Sunprod gonna grab another kill for Garth's Goblins.
¿Va a caer o no va a caer? Evidentemente sí, de forma defensiva. Buen tauteo doble por parte de la pelea. ¡Chusa!
Ellos tienen capacidad de robarlo, Juan.
Lo roba.
Puede pasar otra vez.
Dale,
El Rivers of
dale.
Duke tal vez puede apagar los fuegos.
Sí.
Va a tomarlo.
Sí.
Por el lado de Kamikaze, pero Extreme ya está muerto. ¿Pueden sobrevivir? No sé. Ziz casi muerto por parte de Gigas de Fuego. Me encanta del objetivo. Doble kill por Elona.
Immediately, they heard me say it. They were like, I'm the weak link. No, man, no. Hold on, check this out. Yamoja! Crease their Nikes! And just take them out.
Giving Zapman space to let his ults rip, put out a bunch of damage, gathering around this Anubis, popping 5 shells. Deelo, 5 shells.
Show them the sheet.
It's time.
No,
Do the
Tess,
sheet.
bring it back. Tess, bring it back. We gotta show
Production, put me back in the sheet. I don't
Tess,
care
bring it
about
back. Bring it back. Bring it
That's
back.
not
Bring it back.
relevant. Look at this. Look at this.
Look at that. Look at that.
Buy right
Look at
now.
that. Profit.
Right now.
Look within. Yeah, I mean, there it is.
They did
What
it.
do you do? They did it, yeah.
They definitely killed them. They definitely killed them. Look at those Minotaurs. They're kissing. Bro, love minion love. That's sick.
I mean, there's no way getting out of that one. That is a rough one for sure. You got a very angry Zeus, Athena on the chase. Wait a minute. Did I just hurt myself? I did. There was no way. Anubis was dead to rights. That had to be a throw. There was no way.
The emotion trying to step up. You have to pursue the weak, forcing these back, forcing the bead, forcing them into the grave. Haddix is here, and that aggression's well played. Panic Cat goes down. Cats and dogs, me oh my, so much damage. Fine, okay. Gets taken out there for being held in place by wrong used jaws. FG finally put up for the claim. It's oh so scrumptious. Hello everyone and welcome to Brazil Founders Series presented by the Sewer Squad with help of the Oceania Smite League under the one banner of the United Nations Smite Coalition. I'm Deelo. He's Cash Money Morty. We have Tess as our eye in the sky and a mission to leave no region uncasted. Mort, how we feeling?
Let me tell you, it has been an honor. It has been a blast to go over some of the teams that we've seen so far in the Brazilian region. We have some absolute bangers over here. We have Bruto, X, Fire, Bob's Brazilian, Felinozillas, and you cannot forget about PiPiPi. I mean, there are some absolute all-stars over here, and I cannot wait to get into the action here tonight.
It's going to be a good one here. Everyone's got to expect tons of action, and like you said, we've really had a great cover so many different regions here. I mean, we have OCE, we have all of our team down there that have made sure to really make sure that everyone gets that representation, that quality casting that everyone deserves here. And we're lucky that we've had the ability to do the same thing for Latin America. And we're really lucky that we have the ability to do here. So for Brazil, and more, walk me through. I mean, Brazil kind of like the Amazon rainforest itself, uncharted territory. What should we be seeing here today?
They do a lot of things on their own terms. They like to do things their own way. And it's kind of unique. It's different how we see these different metas and different things happen within different regions. And Brazil like to do things a little bit differently. And it's exciting to see, whether it be the lane swapping that we've seen in previous games, the Warriors Axe carries, different things of that sort. And it's interesting to watch to see, like, wow, I would have never thought of that as a player. I mean, I'm not just a caster, I'm a player too. So when I see these things, I'm like, I want to try these in my ranked games because look at it, it's working great. So I'm really excited to see whatever they bust out here tonight. And
what are they playing for? What's at stake when they're trying to bust out all these moves? Quite a bit on the line. $2,500 here go to the first prize. So this isn't just for bragging rights, though those certainly are a main factor. It's also for the love of the game. It's also for all those sweet diamonds that we're hoping to get down the line. But like you said,
it's still a bit of uncharted water. It's going to be interesting to find out as far as the tech. I mean, Brazil, they had Twitter cut off for like, you know, a whole 2 weeks. So they were on their own little island there. They didn't know what was going on in the Smite scene. They had to maybe draft up some stuff, home cooked, grandma's chicken noodle soup. So I'm looking forward to seeing if that affects these P's and B's. Maybe there's some crazy item play that just no one else has quite touched on. When you're left alone in isolation, sometimes that's when the genius really surges forth.
That's a really interesting note that you brought up with the Twitter part, because when you're not just ripping builds from the big names like Weekend and whoever else, when you're able to come up with stuff on your own because you have no other resources to, and let's think about it this way too, that Smite 2 is a familiarly new game, right? So you're still coming up with all of these different strats and with all of these different roles for all of these gods. I mean, some people might say that the roster is smaller, but there are so many different areas that you can take these gods. I mean, I've seen Hercules support, I've seen Hercules solo, I've seen Hercules jungle, I've seen it all. So, I mean, I cannot wait to see what they're coming up with and how they treat the playoffs here.
Absolutely. And I mean, these teams, I have got to speak to a few of their players, and from what I've heard, there's kind of like the base ingredients they have. They still use those bases they understood from at least before that communications rift was implemented, but they definitely have some spice, much like the cuisine they provide themselves. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they end up implementing that. And I'm also looking forward to just seeing the cast we got cooking. A fantastic team, some fantastic graphics provided by our good friend Malum. You've seen him on the cast, and now you're seeing the artistry behind the man himself as well. But Mort, I want to get into this bracket here. Let's take a look at the matches we've got ahead of us here. It's going to start off here with Felinozillas up against PiPiPi, and both of these very capable teams. You see Bob Brazilian up ahead. They've got the bye, so they don't have to worry for a bit more time. But I don't know, Mort, sometimes when you're just kind of twiddling your thumbs, it can be a bit more for the worse than for the better.
I'm a little worried about oh, maybe not worried is the right word to use. I'm expecting an underdog. I love a good underdog story, and we see Felinozillas and PiPiPi. They're starting off at the bottom. They're a game behind Bob Brazilian, Bruto Fire, and PiPiPi. And I wonder if that extra game or 2 games or 3 games will set them back as far as endurance. You got to keep in mind that they're playing a little more than everybody else here this evening. So I wonder if that that in a longer amount of time might hurt the, I don't know about the mental, but the endurance, the stamina. So, all right, let's go ahead and get into these games here. I am ready to dive on in. How about you, Deelo?
Certainly am. Will these players show their fire? Will they burn out early? Venu para o Brasil. Let's toss it over to our desk.
What's up, gamers?
Thank
How
you
we
very
feeling
much.
tonight?
What an exciting introduction that was to the Brazilian region, Musi. My name is Dysart. I'm from the Oceanic region, but tonight I'm joined by all of these very fantastic Americans to bring us some Brazilian broadcasting. And I've heard that we've got some excellent bracket and some excellent teams to bring everybody today, Musi.
Yes, I mean, we heard Mort and Deelo list them all off, but I'm more interested in talking about, like, you know, what's on the line for these players, and what kind of stuff are we going to be cooking up down there in Brazil, you know. And this is CA5, right? It's not the patch that we're playing right here and now, so we have a little bit of info going in terms of, like, you know, hindsight is 2020. We know what's good, but do they know what's good? And what is Brazil doing that's even better than the rest, you know?
Very curious to see some of the differences. It'll be interesting, having just come from broadcasting the Oceanic playoffs, the same sort of thing with a very similar bracket system, prize pool, everything like that. It'll be interesting to see the big difference between how far apart these locations are, how different their metas are. We heard Deelo sort of bringing up the fact that this is a very sort of independent location that's building off of its own playstyle and its own meta, so it is going to be interesting to see how that sort of breaks down. And our first game, I think, is going to be between 2 very interesting teams with 2 very interesting names, Musi. I think they put us on the hardest game to start with some of these names for us, but it's still exciting.
Say, fear not, Dice. I did my homework. So we got Felinozillas and PiPiPi starting off this first bracket, while the other teams get to kind of sit and watch the action, getting some information off this first one. But First games, you got to start with picks and bans before you can get into the gameplay itself. So let's go on and mosey on there.
Here we are, and it's Bruto versus PiPiPi here. We Bruto with that first pick slot at the moment, and from what we've seen in CA5, we saw a few interesting picks and bans coming out. Standard at the time, Fenrir was still a very, very highly contested god pick. Hercules was just getting into that time period as well, having some relevance over in that solo lane. But Musi, I think that the talk of the town, and even coming into the current meta now in CA6, is and always will be the Zeus. So very curious to see where the priority lies here in Brazil, and these two teams, they're kind of setting the standard right now. We're going to see what Brazil looks like, how it feels from this first picks and bans here, and kind of, I think, build off of the playoffs and the day from there.
Yeah, and I really think that when it comes to like bans initially, we're still taking really big characters off the board. Baron Samdi at this point in time and forever is a monster to deal with because they can just go anywhere they want, be it support, be it solo, be it mid, the heal, the speed immunity. It's ridiculous to deal with, so I would really expect to take a character like that off the board. We're opting instead, first ban going to be a Hercules, and you talked about it, Dice, how much damage and control this character has.
Oh yeah. We saw especially in Oceania, from my experience on it, the Hercules' ability to stand in the front line and tank up all the damage in the world. Oh, called it. Hercules Fenrir. To tank all of the damage in the world, completely zone people out. You know, we've seen the Hercules has the capacity to fight 5 people while the rest of their team is at Fire Giant, give them an easy opportunity to complete that objective. But there it is, Musi, you said it yourself. Baron Samdi locked in first position here for Bruto, and probably a wise choice here by this first Brazilian team to get that flex pick, as you were talking about.
And it does open you up to picks like this Odin that they almost immediately respond with. You know they wanted that. But also various mid laners at the time that are super popular. I mean, Kukulkan, Hecate are great picks, especially against something like a Baron. The Hecate open the gates, lets you control a fight just by having this giant circle that says, hey, you come here. So being able to use those tools to kind of shape the fight around, that's what you want to see. When it comes to what Bruto gets to pick up next, Loki, they took it right out of my mouth.
There it is.
Character, it's like New Age Giannis. You get to throw out the 2 and just get all the tick damage and item procs that you want. It's really tough to deal with.
I like this Jingwei lock-in as well. Obviously, Jingwei having those crits and scaling quite well into the late game makes her a character that's going to sit nicely with this Baron, who tends to get online no matter what role he's in after that sort of 15 to 20,000 gold mark once he's hit that point. So alongside the Jingwei, going to be seeing some good scaling. But do you think, Musi, that this Loki is enough to carry Bruto through the early game into the late game against what is now a very, very strong 4-character roster locked in here for PiPiPi? And a Bellona hovered as well is interesting.
The Bellona and a Thanatos hovered here. And to answer your previous question, the Loki Baron combination is a game-winning combination, and if you lock a Morgan to go with that, you get to have an extra one of either of those. The only aspect of the team comp that I'm even a little bit worried about is Bellona, but I don't hate it against a character like Cernunnos that relies so much on their auto attacks, the autumn stance, to be able to shred prots. If you can block and disarm those, that's a huge way to shut that character down, and that's a lot of the damage that PiPiPi has available to them right now.
Musi, I know that in CA5, the Phantom Shell was probably one of the better relics at the time, especially for supports and solo laners, so we are likely to see that coming out against the Odin, but do you think that that's enough, given the lack of escape potential that this team has to get out of the Odin cage, and the sort of reliance that they also have on healing and lifesteal with this comp?
So I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of shells picked up, but I would almost imagine to see more than a couple Sunders to kind of help finish off the health bars of characters like Hecate and Cernunnos. Hecate especially, not a lot of movement options available, so to be able to pop a Sunder and kit dump as either Bellona or Loki, that's going to be a really important tool in fights.
Well, I don't know about you, Musi, but I am excited to see how this first game goes between Bruto and PiPiPi. We're going to send it on over to the casters to bring us this first game of the Brazilian playoffs in Founder Series.
Thank you very much there, Dice and Musi, everyone, for our lovely desk duo. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the first game here we've got of Brazil Founders Playoffs. I'm Deelo, joined here by Ztan. We've got Tess, Almighty Eye in the Sky, and Mort on the spectating chair. Z, how we feeling?
Oh my God, I'm excited, Deelo. I waited 11 years to see some Smite 2 competitive, get to cast some. It's finally here. We've got the Founders Series going on, the Vegas event. It's all coming together. Wow. Okay, so
They're gonna kill someone.
First thing first. I want to look at these
Turn
carry.
run. Okay, we're good. I was gonna say look at the carry because they're just kind of stacked up in these bushes. Seems like they're gonna retreat back. Talk to me through these carry builds. What are we seeing?
So first things first, Jingwei has this Warrior's Axe start. Cernunos has opted for the Hunter's Cowl. Cernunos, I'm expecting to head into more of that, like a little bit of hybrid, some intelligence to get that scaling on the Autumn stance. But Jingwei maybe playing for more of that late game. Now, just looking at these team comps overall, what I'm seeing here, Boruto have went for a very pick-heavy team. They're looking to single somebody out. They're looking to catch somebody at unawares. But looking at PiPiPi, there aren't a lot of options to catch someone out. I mean, you've got Chalk, you've got Bacchus, you've got Odin. None of these are gods that are particularly easy to snuff in the middle of the jungle. They're very survivable, a lot of getaway, a lot of tank. It's going to be interesting to see.
And speaking of a lot of tank, that Jingwei building that Warrior's Axe will grant them a bit of leeway. Should we see some early ganks come here over to the carry? So it's kind of what the desk talked about, the fact that Loki is going to be certainly a huge aspect that carries Bruto through this early, but at the same time, aimbot trying to, not just rely on the aimbot, also get some defenses packing, some mitigations, is very nice to ensure you stay alive. And what better for that same purpose than a Baron Samity right next to you? I know this god's been taken into various roles, but support can be so frustrating. Dude deals so much damage, gets so much healing, all for free.
He absolutely can, and with this Loki running around, Jingwei doesn't need the help in Smite 2 that she needed in the early phase of Smite 1. Her laning phase isn't as terrible. You can get the 2 procs a little more often. You can stack them up. You've got better wave clear. Jingwei is a lot better in this early game than she had been. Now, Baron brings so much to a team composition.
Too much.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, you've got CC. You've got 2 forms of CC. You've got the root. You've got the pull on the ult. You've got the heal. You've got the slow cleanse. You've got relatively decent damage behind it and a first blood.
Nice work there by the Loki. Already just trying to go out swinging. Varina finds it onto Heed. Must say, Heed, knowing this player actually, PiPiPi, they've been on Smite Prime. They are no strangers to international competition. This is a LATAM team, all playing on ping. So maybe Heed, unfortunately, the VGS for incoming gank right lane just didn't get through him quickly enough. Just got to blame the servers for that one. But really good start there by Bruto, getting that aggression off early.
Very, very solid choice to pick for your first blood. If you can get a kill onto this Chalk and stop him from getting to that mid-game area, a couple of items on, stop him from getting there as quickly. I mean, Chalk can be such a menace to deal with, so I like this idea of putting him behind. Getting some pressure on this totem, getting some minion waves. I like where they're headed with this. And maybe again.
Ooh. We're heading right back to the fountain one more time as Mina takes him down. Farina is going to be the cost, but a nice bird bomb pilot manages to fly the plane nicely into a clean double kill. So quickly racks back up the board. At the very least, though, Bruto still with that first blood bounty bonus do have a bit of a leg up.
Yeah, I mean, you just got 2 kills into the pocket of your jungle Odin. You did lose Chalk again, but Odin took out Bologna and the Loki. He's got that golden pocket now. He's got a little bit of a level lead going on. And, you know, Odin kind of known for that early damage scaling on the Bird Bomb. I mean, it's atrocious in the early to like mid game. It does a significant portion of a health bar. So that going into him now is a pretty big deal. He's got this ult online. A lot of options here for him to go after.
Curious to see now if that option of electing to gank the solo is going to bear fruit. Nice job there by Bruto securing that Warhorn totem. And that's pretty nice. Gives you some easy wave pressure here, and Bruto's going to certainly be thankful for it in these stages where they're going to have a rougher time. I'm curious, Z. I'm curious about this Morrigan. When you are the changeling, you have 9 options of who you want to be when you grow up. Who do you think that's got to be?
Well, I think that depends a lot on what you're doing at the time. I mean, Morrigan on her own has the capability to kind of play that second jungle. Heat is straight up under the...
That's got to be that ping we were talking about. Unfortunate, but Bruto, it seems like maybe their servers aren't quite in the right state. As Smita experiences delusions, is too thirsty, looks for water in the desert, and unfortunately finds himself under a tower instead. That's just regrettable. There's no other way to spin that one.
Sometimes you just got to go under the tower, and Aimbot with a kill onto Golden in the left.
Ooh, Odin in trouble in the mid, but look at that Morrigan sending out their clone with one sliver of health. Maybe they just try to give a bit of moral support or try to finish the job themselves. Maybe if the clone collided, it could have taken out Pilot, but able to guide themselves back to safety. And I gotta say, that's just really unfortunate considering that Bologna's lead, but hold on. This could also be an unfortunate case. A good Bacchus peel thanks to that flop. Rare to see that dive be used for actually backing up your team and getting them out, but hey, managing to use that tool very, very multitaskedly, that's some good support play.
Yeah, great support play there, and if Bray had the Baron ult up, that could have forced an ult or something from Hecate, maybe even resulted in a kill on her. He didn't quite have it up, so Hecate lives. Good peel from Bacchus, and we're in the solo again.
I mean, you got to make up for that lag spike, unfortunately. As Mina says, thank you. Please, cut up his servers instead. That might be the better use of Loki's blades, because they're in trouble. Gonna have to force that blink, thanks to a great counter rotation from Anxious. No longer feeling anxious is this shock. He's not in too shabby position. 2 levels up on their opposition.
They are, and we're seeing some pretty heavy pressure applied to solo. Baron's getting run at now. There's 3 on him. There's the cage.
That's troublesome. Anxious is trying, or sorry, Smita is trying to whip around that cage to free their friend. Of course, Baron Samity, there's one thing you can rely on. They're not going to die, but one thing you can rely on is PiPiPi. 4-man invading this blue buff. It's the FG. The FG at 7 minutes, it seems, because they're going to kill on top. Anxious sacrifices their life in trade for Bologna, but damage falling down on the Farina. They've got to get their way out, using that ultimate for safety instead of offense, but Baronary going to receive that offense from Bifeton. Great work by Morrigan. They're still in it, and they found out who they want to be when they grow up. It's Farina, and just like them, they're going to have to use that blink to escape. Heed using that torrent to escape as well. That's going to result in the end of that fight. Blue buff, I don't even know who got it, but that was bloodshed in the pit.
I have no idea who got it. What I do know is that there were 8 people on it fighting over it. We're at 7 minutes. That was an 8-man team fight on the blue buff.
There's a gold fury up.
Okay, look, you wanted that blue buff, fair enough. Someone got it. I don't think either of us saw who actually got it, but what we did see is the beginning of a team fight there, and both teams kind of got wounded there. Morrigan chose the Loki transformation, which we talked about earlier. You know, who does Morrigan turn into? And you've got some good options here. You've got the Cernunos, you've got the Baron if you need to pull somebody back in, you've got the Loki if you want to pick somebody. I mean, you could even go into Odin, throw down a cage, you could turn into Jing Wei, get out. There's so many options, and I think it just depends on the situation you're in. At that point, she wanted Loki. She wanted to get that pick. So moving forward here, we do have Gold Fury up, and you know, Pyro should be coming up sometime after. We've got some objectives here on the map that can be looked at, but currently the only one that's been looked at is a blue buff, although they're gathering around this Naga a little bit.
They're gathering in the solo lane once again. Asmita taken out. Just solo no longer is a word that means anything. It's a 4-letter word for I gank your lane consistently. We are going camping here in the short side of the map. A good kill there by our friends on PiPiPi to even up the scoreboard. Now 9 minutes. It's 5-5, and gold lead for their credit is just about the same, only about 900 in favor of Bruto, and that opened the gates. Only going to find the clone, too. Give a little chuckle there, Morgan. You deserve it.
Yeah, Bologna now has went down 4 times. One to the unfortunate incident with the tower and the connection. It happens, but you know you've gotten ganked now multiple times. That's your 4th death. Blue buff's coming up, and
that's
you know,
the real objective.
Yeah, you know, let's see how many people decide to come to this.
Oh my God!
3, 6. Nope, it's a team fight. Just
guys,
get ready. It's spawning.
It's just a blue buff, and there's that. Life of the party to start it off. Bring your own beer. Bring your own blue buff maybe instead. Asmita didn't bring it, so they're going to bring their death instead. Anxious goes down right after. It's another trade. Deja vu. They've got the same mojo going on. They're looking for the damage onto Heat right after. Those dancing blades 2-tap on their corpse. Nice Aegis there, used by that Hakata. Try to escape, unfortunately. Farina can't say the same thing. Trapped inside the cage. Bayro comes back just for desserts. The 2 for 2 so far, and the blue buff is going to be Bruto's reward. It was on their side of the map in the first place, guys. Why do we care so much?
Sometimes you just do. Who needs a gold fury if you can, you know, schwack a significant portion of the enemy team on a blue buff? Once again, 7 to 8 man team fight going on over at the blue. They are putting serious pressure on this. Oh my lord!
Pressure on by Phaeton as well. Why not? At least they're like allocating some of their attentions to different lanes. But you know what I'm noticing, Ztan? The consequence of this? Dual lane has been a farming simulator. They're just playing survival mode out there. What is going to happen when you have Jingwei and Cernudos just left by their lonesome?
I mean, the thing that usually happens when carries are allowed to farm the entire game. They both walk out of it like raid bosses. There's so much farm over on that side of the map between the neutral camps, the solo waves. You get so much farm over in that side. I mean, you see Jingwei's level 12, Cern's 11, just a little bit behind. They're getting items online, and by that 3rd or 4th item, they're going to start hitting hard. So I'm kind of looking the next 3 or 4 minutes maybe to see some of these carries start to throw this pressure around with the leads they're getting. I'm not too shocked to see the Jingwei a little bit ahead with the passive and flying back to lane. It's almost impossible to miss farm with the God. So the little bit of a lead she's got over this Cern, not too shocking. We've got Gold Fury on the map. Loki's in the area. No one's over towards solo for once.
I think that Baron finally remembered that there's other parts of the map except for that blue buff, which will be coming up in 180 seconds or so be prepared for that. But instead, Bruto say, all right, no blue buff, we'll get this Gold Fury instead. Whereas PiPiPi say, we'll get the life of the Morgan right after. Takes them down within the cage. And now they got to rotate quick because Bruto have already pulled it. You've got to imagine the alarm's been called. They're all in mid, guys. Grab that objective. They will oblige. Trying to grab some bacon off the back, though, Golden. Land some basics in the back there. Farina has opened the gates, trying to juke it out, but you can't agilely dash out of this one, aimbot. Let's see what good those skills are going to get you. A nice shell grants him a bit more health, gets him some good basics onto Baronary, forces their Aegis, but the life of the party might finish him off as they get taken down by the Baron rotation. Unfortunately, though, 1v3, a good heal. Might actually keep them in for a bit longer than you might expect, but not for long enough. Pilot finishes the job. It's a Gold Fury. It's also a 3-for-1 trade. Who wins off the back of so much bloodshed?
Well, let's remember that they did get the Morrigan as well while that Gold Fury was going on. So that was a 4 for gold trade.
True.
Oof. As long as it had just been the Morrigan that you traded for that, I'd say absolutely. Bruto win that trade 100% of the time. trading 80% of your team for it on the back end, not so much. I've got to give advantage to PiPiPi there. It just isn't worth it to trade 4 of your players for a single objective. You know, if this were later on in the game, once some builds were closer to full, that could have been Game or a Phoenix. You don't ever want to give up that many of your players for one thing.
Yeah, at 14 minutes, it's reflecting too in the fact that we are quite literally at the exact same spot. It's 8-12 in favor of PiPiPi. Gold lead, peanuts. 800 or so. And at this point in the game, that means even less than before. Now Bruto trying to lure them into another fight here. There's no Gold Fury pit, so it's just for bloodshed's sake. That might be enough, though. Bruto trying to get some secure here, trying to use that Baron as the initiation, whereas Bacchus has clearly been the one with that lead foot forward. Now wrapping around here, looking for Bayro. Open the gate's gonna be expended. A good Eagles rally over the top to evade the portal. Life of the party gonna catch them as soon as they enter in, but a fantastic talisman keeps them safe. Bacchus doing their job now, trying to get aggressive thanks to Pilot's rotation. Not gonna be enough. Baron spills a bit of their brew, but not gonna take a spill to the fountain.
Very nice use of relics and ults there. Baron, very nice use of that ult to do that 180, keep it around, stop from using it on Bacchus until the Hecate comes through the portal. Great beats from Hecate, or Aegis.
Oh, might be nice if Smite had that, unfortunately. Not going to be granted. No matter where Smite is, this right side of the jungle is just not safe. Your blue buff, your back camps, it does not matter. It is ours, and your life is for ours to claim, too. He's now 3-3, and Pilot's 4-0. This is a scary PiPiPi.
They absolutely are, and this does scale towards the late game. I mean, you've got a Cernunos in the carry department. You have this Hecate in the mid lane who Hecate doesn't feel absurdly powerful until quite a few items have been put on her. So like the later this goes, the more I like to favor PiPiPi in these team fights. You do have the Baron, you've got the Jingwei who's level 16 and Fatalis Executioner online now. But there is a lot of tank to go around on the side of PiPiPi, and it's going to be difficult to deal with.
Look how difficult this is already. Smite 3 levels down, 3.5, I believe, and that rotation from Odin does not make it any easier. Desk mentioned the fact that Bologna can be really useful in shutting down these carries, but the fact that they just haven't interacted at all makes that value she brings just a bit wanting at the moment. And even when that rotation happens, you better hope you have those block stacks online, not to shut down the CERN, but to keep yourself alive at this point.
Well, yeah, I mean, between CERN's Autumn stance, Executioner, and 3 or 4 level lead on this Bologna, she can't fight him. Block stacks be damned. You're not fighting that. He will just shred you. She's got to get some farm. She's got to secure something and get herself caught up a little bit. And PiPiPi are not making that easy. She is getting nothing for free over in the solo lane.
Might be trying to grab herself some nice little Bacchus on deep discount. Black Friday is not just here just yet, so instead might look for this Fury once again. Hey, better than a blue buff. Or is it? Gonna look for that Bacchus damage. That's nice little wrap it up. Life of the party gonna bring them in nice and close like, and Morgan finishes off the kill. Agility there gonna be forced out to try to get some space from Pilot. That man's a crazy psycho killer. Don't want to deal with him. Asmita's made the rotation. Let's see what they can provide as this Gold Fury is picked up by Phaeton. Trying to face off against Keed, who's also made that similar rotation. Blinks in there with that cage, finds 2. Shell gonna get them out, but they suffered some poke on the back end of it. PiPiPi, now right on that back side. Morgan having to find their quick escape thanks to a nice little blink. They're going back in though. Bruno wants blood. There's a storm call, but unfortunately Baron Ares calling back for the fountain. Golden as well, double by aimbot. That certainly is working out for them. One more kill provided there by Phaeton. Pilot crash lands by the Gold Fury pit. Means his objective is all Bruto all day.
You get the kills, you get the objective. It does not get any better than that. Maybe if you get a fire giant there, but
blue buff.
It just doesn't, or a blue buff. Absolutely, you're correct. You could have gotten a blue buff there. Bruto, I'm disappointed in you.
Washed.
Absolutely. No, it's a really good trade, and it's a really good fight from Bruto. They started off with the pick on 2 Bacchus, and they got the pick. They motioned towards the Gold Fury. PiPiPi responded, and they waited it out. They didn't rush anything. They waited till they got set up. Morrigan got the double stun, got the 2 off. They got the damage. They got the picks, and they get the objective for free afterwards. Just a great fight here. Bellona still level 13, down 4 levels on this chalk. And
Yeah.
he's just running at her.
But at the bright side, Asmita did what we asked. They did get something. It's just not something that gets you much EXP, unfortunately. Blue buff's not for 60 seconds, guys, so I don't really know why we're all gathered around here anyway. Or sorry, 20 seconds. Ah, my mistake, of
Nope,
course.
time for a team fight.
Makes sense. All right, go in then. By all means, aimbot. Get some basics in their back. It's that rotations you asked for, right? About a few minutes after that 1 11-minute mark we called, we're starting to see the carries bring that damage and share that love with the rest of the world. Cernunos, though, feeling a bit selfish there, still sticking around. That left side could cost him in the coming fight as Asmita looks to try to dive in. A good storm call, though, finds both. Intoxicate, too. Those circles do damage. Best do your geometry homework next time.
Everybody's making this rotation now. We've got 8 in the right lane. Morrigan's in mid. Cernunos is in left. I think Cernunos might be looking to get this tower in return, but there is a serious grouping going on this right side. Did we really do this all for the blue buff? Of course we did.
And now the blue buff's down. PiPiPi call the horn to retreat. Our job here is done. We didn't get the mission. We'll get him next time. Now Pyromancer. At least we could beef over that. Look at Bacchus. Might decide to wrap around the backside. Instead decides to leap over the wall. No, not going to be quite secure instead. Pyromancer taken there by PiPiPi, actually. No, it is going to be a nice little steal on their part. Brutal, unfortunately, robbed of their winnings. That's what you get for taking that blue buff, I guess. And PiPiPi can feel pretty happy about that. Staying in that objective game.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. Now, these team comps, we're at the 20-minute mark. We're starting to see 4 items online. And I've mentioned that there's a lot of tank going on the side of PiPiPi, but that also means that your only damage significantly is coming from 2 characters. Well, all right, never mind. We're fighting again. Here we go.
Nice little talisman there, but also great jukes there. Great usage of that life of the party. Let's see what you can do inside this little house as they build up that cage, open the gates as well, but Baron does not seem to want to respond to that Evite. They're trying to go back home early, make a little quick Irish getaway. Might not work. Shock has the axe in their back and might just get one more Storm Strike to take them down. Baron's off for the killing spree by Heed. Now it's Farina trying to go in on that Bacchus, but a well-timed leap gets them to safety. Unfortunately, Asmita caught in the midst of 5. It's just like solo lane, but brought here into the mid as Pilot takes them down. Anxious followed up for the double by Farina, by Phaeton taken out by Golden. It's a bloodbath here in the bushes. Golden goes down for the triple by Farina. Blocking them with that decoy could work, but no ult means Farina's got no hope to take the rest of the 2 off.
Great team fight yet again. 3 down for PiPiPi, 3 down for Bruto. You traded evenly. Now, Bruto have their carry left, so they're getting, or not.
Dear God, what are we doing here, folks? The cage dropped down once again. You can't see me, though. Loki's playing a stealth game, and it's going to be able to work out. Manages to juke out those searching spotlights. Now aimbot got to try their hand at it. They've got the arrows. Aim for your heart, aim for your skull. Bomb's going to be dropped, too, for the fireworks show. Storm Call falls on their head, but the Torrent does not get them enough space. Aimbot on the killing spree takes down Heed.
4-1 on this Jingwei. You've got the King's Blade, the Executioner, the Fatalis. She's doing significant damage to these tanks, and I like that she went with this King's build into this team comp for PiPiPi because you do have these 3 tanks. Even the Odin Jungle, I mean, you've got a Jotuns, but what's behind it? You've got Glad Shield, you've got Spirit Robe. It's a tank. You've got 3 of these huge tanks, and your best bet to shred them is going to be this Exian Kins. And it's showing. She's doing good numbers in these fights. Objective damage is up there. Now what I'm wondering, where are these guys going to go from here? I mean, you've got the Gold Fury up. you've got the option for that, and of course with Smite 2, that Fury giving the stacking buffs as opposed to a one-time thing. I almost think you look for Gold Fury here, yeah?
Seems to be
Oh,
the
they
case.
do too.
Bruto are gathering around, whereas Asmito wants revenge against Violet, trying to whip it real good. It's not going to quite work out for them. Chasing Odin back, though, ensuring that they can't be part of any rotation shenanigans. And a third Fury goes down to the pockets of Bruto, now 24 minutes in. Kill board might be even, but finally we're seeing dividends be paid here with that 8,000 gold lead. That's a great mark of some great macro here by the team of Order.
It is, and with the team comp that Bruto have drafted here, I keep mentioning this 3 tanks on the side of PiPiPi, but you've got Loki, you've got Morrigan, you've got the ability to go in and get Hecate or Cernunnos, and if you can do that, all of a sudden the team fight capability of PiPiPi goes down significantly. I mean, Chalk with almost 30,000 damage for the side of PiPiPi, but past that, no, not past that. It's all Chalk right now.
Well, we're past the blue buff camp, which means we're actually looking for something else. Maybe we're looking for PiPiPi's blue buff. Ah, now that could be the key to victory. It genuinely is, though, also. It's a show of force. It's a mental game to say, we have complete liberty to walk through your territory. What you gonna do about it, PiPiPi? Flee, flee, flee might have to be their answer, or no. Fight, 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 it seems, as Farina goes in from the side looking for Cern. A good Aegis might save him. The Storm Call falls on top of that cage, keeps on the circles, but here comes the life of the party, drags back 2, leaves Farina free space to use those clippers, and takes a bit off the top of our friend, the Cern. And that's gonna be barrowed down as well. Damage inside these bushes. Chalk trying to stay hidden. You can't for long. Heed goes down to buy Phaeton. Anxious knocked up. Anxious leaps up over that wall to get back to safety. Another 2. Stay alive there from PiPiPi to spread the tail. Bruto have to lick their wounds. Can they still grab this fire? It seems the answer might just be yes.
I think they can, although it does look like Morrigan is going to die for it. The other 4 should be able to get this pretty easily. And that's what you get for that team fight. You get a free fire, although you don't have it on your mid laner now. You've got it on Jingwei. That's the important part. We'll just go to the important part.
Sure.
You have it on Jingwei, who, as we saw in that last team fight, is doing absurd amounts of damage right now. She literally walked behind when that team fight started. All of the ults threw down. Everybody jumped in. Jingwei walked behind the team fight and just deleted Hecate from existence.
Yes.
And now that was something I was more looking for Loki or Morrigan to do, but the effect is the same. Once Hecate is taken out of that fight, your only real damage source left is Cernunnos and Chalk. And I mean, Chalk, just Chalk, man. Look at this damage board. He's 10k up over the Jingwei almost.
To be fair, Jingwei was racking up a lot of damage on those minions, and now trying to rack him up on these towers instead. Focused on the NPCs. Gotta respect it. That tower did take the life of Asmita, and the FG took out your Morrigan. So maybe you just gotta focus on the non-playable characters. That just could be Bruto's strategy, as they now look to try to take down this Phoenix. 4 members, all poised up, but a big open the gates could provide trouble. Forces out 2 ultimates as well as a beast. That's not what you want to see, but that is nice little kill there onto Anxious. Don't you worry, child, as Loki shushes them to eternal sleep. Now, left side Phoenix still on the claim as Mita on the way to make these odds a bit more favorable, but there's a good cage, a better shell to respond. A Wild Hunt gonna look for some bacon with that Storm Call, and the Sunder on top finishes down Aimbot. It's a huge shutdown, but in the meantime, Baronary gets clipped by Farina. Gold is down by Asmita. The Cern's getting shut down after all. Those block stacks working out. Now they're trying to block Heat's way back to the fountain. You can't go anywhere except the hard way. Double kill there by Farina. 4 bodies down. Pilot, the only one left to steer the ship, but I don't know if they can do it.
It's going to be a tough sell to try and defend this. No shot.
Pilot's already leaping back to safety. Mayday, mayday, we're going down, folks. This Titan's health bar short is. Bacchus back up to the claim, but those shells gonna grant them all the sustain they need to finish the job. Bruto are on fire. Well then, blue buffs, man. Secure them, and you win the game. Seems to be the case.
Apparently, those blue buffs. I have never seen multiple 8-man team fights. That's nuts.
Yeah, I wish we could get a stat on who actually secured the majority of them, but I don't know either, man. I'm genuinely quite baffled. But overall, let's walk through it here. We talked about the compositions, their philosophies, right? Pick comp versus a bit more team oriented there. Where did it fall apart? Because there was a long stretch of time where PiPiPi were holding it just at even.
Yeah, they were. A lot of that, I think, comes from the damage that Chalk was outputting, just the general difficulty of fighting into their team. But once you move into that later phase, you've got the Loki, the Morrigan, the Jingwei. You have so many tools there in a team fight to help you win it. And once they get Hecate or Sonunos out of that fight, there's just not much left to really fight with other than tanks, which Jing's having zero trouble with at 25 minutes.
Yeah, like every single time that resources were pulled to look for aimbot, we saw in that final fight around the Phoenix, Bacchus moves up, Chalk moves up, Chalk moves up, and the rest of the dominoes behind them tumble. Because those aren't PO gods, they're meant to dive and leave their backline alone, but Farina did always such a great job around an FG fight to wrap around and look for the weak points and just slide the knife right in their ribs. We can look at the results here right now to find out the stats, because I'm curious to see where it all ended up. Just walk your eye across these numbers, Z. What speaks to you?
You know, off the rip, big thing that speaks to me here is Farina. 10, 2, and 10 on this Loki.
Gross!
He was everywhere. He was involved in everything. 2, 2, and 14 on this Baron. We watched Baron do some pretty disgusting stuff. And yeah, that's just good player, yes, but like that's just Baron. Baron does disgusting things. He's been known for it. Any of you who lived through the 3 weeks of release Baron and Smite 1 are probably traumatized, but know what I'm talking about. The god just does a lot. And I mean, it was, look at the numbers. There's no egregious gap in player damage. Everybody kind of did close to the same amount. They just fought well together.
It's just beautiful gameplay. Fantastic work to Bruno. Keep on moving, PiPiPi. Better luck next time. But we're going to be right back with some more action here as far as the next game. Do PiPiPi come back in it? We'll find out for Game 2.
keep all your windows locked? Do you surrender? You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Wanting something good to come, waiting for things to run away from. Are you just hiding? Yeah, walking into the fire, talking like you never die, like you're immortal. You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Anywhere but here. I let you in, but in one condition. No one here will ever tell us so. I'll be your guide in this messy catacomb. Follow my lead long down this hole. The smoke down here will sting and burn, so cover up your eyes. Sooner than you know, we'll rise. Baby, I just wanna take you home. So lose the grip and naked on your own. Yeah, you got a claustrophobic mind, and I am not that vagrant kind. In this hellhole I've been stuck, but I feel something I never felt before. I can't stop this craving. If you tried it once, you want it even more. The smoke down here will sting and burn, so cover up your eyes. Sooner than you know, we'll rise. Baby,
Well, welcome back, esports fans. My name is Dice Hut and joined once again by Musi on the desk after seeing that absolute barn burner of a first game here for Brazil between Bruto and PiPiPi. It just didn't stop at any point, did it, Musi?
No, that was non-stop action from the 5 to the 18, all the way to that 27-minute mark. It just kept
yeah.
going and going and going. And especially all the nonsense around that blue buff. That was ridiculous. I've never seen a team put so much pressure on a camp like that before.
Constant blue buff pressure. The first really big team fight we saw as well was near that blue buff The Loki kept getting kills there, the Odin kept getting kills there. It was just constant. But Musi, we saw what it ended up with. There was a 4-level differential between the solo laners at 15 minutes. That's a huge disparity, and it had an impact on the rest of the game between these two teams.
It took a while for Bruto to kind of get the ball rolling for them. PiPiPi was able to find a great lead early on, but let's see how they draft into these picks and bans coming into game 2. See if they can repeat the magic.
Have a look at what these teams are going to prioritize here now. We did see that Odin, we talked about it on the last picks and bans. The Odin had some of the impact that I think it was looking to have, but a little bit difficult when you've got such a deficit in the solo lane to kind of follow up as that Odin jungle. So hopefully PiPiPi will be able to put some of that priority towards getting a tankier solo lane that can help out their jungler a little bit. But we'll have to see. I would be interested, Musi, to see what happens with this Fenrir, this Baron, this Hercules, whether or not there's going to be a difference of priority between those gods this time.
Well, and that Baron was putting in so much work, healing people when they were absolutely dead to rights, controlling fights with their ultimate life of the party was the life of the battle. I want to see that taken away from either PiPiPi or Bruto, but the Respect Loki ban, that makes so much sense. Farina was a monster on that god. They went like 10-2 with 10 assists. They had more kill participation than the Baron itself. So taking that away is such an important tool to PiPiPi's success right now.
I have to agree with you. We saw in the last game that this Loki was really what was holding Bruto into the game, keeping them alive and getting them past that sort of early game stage and all this brawling over the blue buff. But with the Hercules banned out by Bruto, that leaves the GOAT open, or in this case the dog, Fenrir, locked in for PiPiPi.
Dude, able to dog walk competitions, and Fenrir is so good because they're able to burn beads, but that does leave Baron Samedi open again for Bruto. More than likely going back to that support with their ADC. The Jingwei follow-up makes me a little concerned that Jingwei was like the silent hero for most of the game, able to farm up and then showing up at the very end once they had Shins online. That's a lot to deal with.
I like this Odin being locked in here again for PiPiPi. I think the Odin-Fenrir combination has a lot of potential behind it. Now you're kind of forcing Bruto to think about, do we want Shell? Do we need beads? You might be forcing them into itemizing towards that Talisman of Purification where maybe they weren't previously going to pick it up. And with Hecate as well, you need more and more beads to be able, or CC immunity to be able to keep yourselves out of the mouth and out of the jaws of PiPiPi CC.
And they've got some CC immunity ultimates with the first 3 picks. Bruto does between Baron, Jing, Thanatos, being able to press 4 and say, I'm out. But the Morrigan makes me a little concerned there. They don't have that kind of mobility available to them right away.
I would say we saw last game some priority being put towards this Morrigan by PiPiPi while Bruto were focusing on objectives. I wouldn't be surprised to see that again in this game, but Chaka and Bellona locked in here for PiPiPi. That is a tanky team comp, but only one magical damage dealer there in that Hecate. Probably does enough magical damage to make up for it, but a lot of tanks going on there for PiPiPi.
And the real pick that's making me scratch my head a bit is this Ares pick. Not a lot of players are playing Ares right now. He's considered on the weaker side, but I see a path of his usefulness here, being able to cripple out characters like Fenrir, Odin, Chalk, Bellona. Okay, I'm feeling the buy-in. No escape. Another CC immune ultimate to kind of play around the Fenrir and the Chalk. They've got a lot of tools, Bruto does, going into this game too.
I'm excited to see how it goes, and I believe that we are ready to get into game number 2 here with Deelo and Ztan, so take it away for the cast.
Thank you once again to our magnificent Desk.w, Dice, and Musi. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brazil Founders Series, set between PiPiPi, trying to look for that victory up against Bruto Fire, trying to put this one away. I'm Deelo, joined here by Ztan. We got Tess and Mort, our almighty eyes in the sky. Ztan, rearing up for this one. How we feeling?
Well, Deelo, we're feeling really good right about now if you are Bruto Fire. I like this team composition that they have drafted out Fenrir, yes, Fenrir is a problem. Fenrir is very good, arguably one of the better gods in the game. But we have a Morrigan on the side of Brutofire. We have a Baron. We have a Silence out of the Thanatos. And I overlooked Ares, a Fenrir hard counter.
That's scary. That is scary. They're literally going to try to put the dog on a leash. Caesar Milan is in the building. Going to try to whisper some sweet nothings and take the puppy down. Will that actually work out is the question. Solo lane's where my eye's on, Z. Do we expect to see the same amount of pressure? It's just going to be all in the mid instead. No clone, no invisibility, nowhere to go but except for that blink. And that's going to be an early relic baited there from Bruto.
An early relic baited, yeah, but I mean, better than First Blood, and it's super early right now. The camps haven't even spawned. They tried it. Wait, I think they're fighting on the yellow.
Oh no, he's got the leash. Now walk, he says. Gonna be a brutalized instead to try to get themselves out to safety. Now Golden's in a bit of trouble. It must be noted, Bologna, ADC. Now that's an interesting thing for me. Walk me through. What does that god offer you in that lane?
Well, I mean, you go back to like the early days of Smite 1. Bologna ADC was a thing. This is not unheard of, and now with Smite 2, all of these different items available to every single god, it's doable. Now, the question is, does it do well in this match? And between Morrigan, Baron Samdi, Jingwei, who is so hard to lock down in the first place, I have doubts.
It's understandable.
You don't have any range, and Brutofire have so much disengage ability between Jingwei, between this Baron, slow cleanses, everything else. I think you maybe run into some trouble trying to get this Bologna where you need her to be. You do have the Odin. You have this Chalk, which the Chalk performed admirably in the last match. Really good to see Heed back on it. But the Bologna definitely does leave me with some questions. Maybe she'll prove me wrong. Oh, here we go. Aegis.
Another relic going to be used there by Akate. Dodges that Death Scythe, and look at where Odin is. Lurking to try to once again. We don't need a DC to kill Esmita early. Looking to try to take down that Baron who's already dropped down to half, less than half in a flash of an eye. Gonna be able to survive thanks to that natural tankiness, that natural sustain. Take a sip of your brew and just go back home.
Yeah, you don't get the kill on the Baron, but you do get a free totem, which that early lane pressure, especially going to be helpful to your Bologna over there. Not a bad thing. What I'm waiting to see is this next blue buff spawn. Oh, I need to know. You know, are we doing it again?
Is it a pattern, or was it just a one-time thing? That Shell, gonna be used one time, just try to get themselves back out to safety. Won't have that for quite some time. In fact, just take a look here at the relics. One Shell being afforded here to Brutofire up against that same threat, Odin. Last time they had two. Is one gonna be enough?
I don't know, but Than's here.
That could be some decent damage. That might be enough damage. Not quite. He's gonna be able to heed that warning and get themselves back out to safety. Blue buff is spawning in 16 seconds, so I should have only expected that they would be here to answer the call. Now Bruto just trying to take secure over all of this right side farm. It's really the exact same thing we're seeing before. Dual lane is not even a blip on these jungles' radar.
Nope. Odin's on the way, red buff's up. Than got some minis, but I don't think he gets the whole thing there, but they might be after him.
Yeah, he might be the whole enchilada instead, looking to farm you. There's the life of the party. The Sunder drops on top of Thani. They're going to stay alive, but might not have enough health to use those abilities. Here comes that big swinging scythe, and Heed. Will they drop to the ticks? No! Deal that rain dance out. A nice little jig to celebrate, still being alive. PiPiPi with 2 full health members in Bayro and Pilot. Still looking to stand up against them. There's the lunge. There's the Gungir's Might. Does it find its mark? Will it aim true? Esmita goes down to Heed on the offensive for first blood.
That's a great first blood. And I mean, the supports hadn't quite rotated yet, but what we did see was 6-man, maybe 7-man grouping over towards this blue buff.
Of course.
As one does. Yeah. I mean, it worked. What can you say about it? It worked the last time. You did put the enemy solo down by a good chunk by doing this. Thanatos, great in the early game. You've got this Morrigan. That's what really puts me kind of on top for this Bruto team comp here. This Morrigan, this Thanatos, you've got Ares, and I don't see any beads on the side of PiPiPi, which means that you are burning ults to avoid that no escape.
Yes.
It's gonna be significant. I mean, you're going to get value out of that Ares ult every single time you pop it.
Whether it be in ultimates or whether it be in any other resources they decide to expend or just some kills on top. And so far, 5 minutes, game pace has slowed down significantly with only 1 kill on the side of PiPiPi. Might just be adding a bit more to the total. I'm sorry, Anxious. I can only be human. And unfortunately, that dog is going to go down now. Going to be able to evade that Death Scythe. Not enough to evade. As Death calls for you, it sucks you back in and wraps an Icy Claw around Golden's throat. They're going to go down, and Pilot unfortunately rotating just a bit too late to this party. Finally, the duo lane gets some love.
That was a successful gank over in the duo lane. 4-man gank over in the duo lane, and now Bruto look like they are hovering over towards this Gold Fury. Fenrir Hecate inbound, but
I mean, this could work out well for them. They just pull him back anyway. They'll take the gold for you. Might take kills on top. Already leashing up that puppy dog. Ragnarok used now on the side here of Bruto, trying to get a bit more damage off. It's not going to be enough as Baronary gets taken out there by the jungle. Farina just doing Farina things. And PiPiPi, they look downright disheveled. Anxious goes down for the double kill. Why is sticking around? They're all chained up and they're all brought down. 4 bodies on top of that objective. Bruto are making it big.
They are. I remember we talked about in the first game how close this gold lead was, how close the kills were, and now you're staring down the barrel of 6-1 and about 1,500, 2K-ish. We'll say 2K-ish gold on the side of Bruto. You've got 5 kills up. The team fights are looking clean. Really, really clean. These were not some of the messy fights where both sides lost 3 members in the first game. This last team fight, the objective pull, the fight after, that was just Bruto dominating.
And the big difference, if you just look at the items, what does Ares have that Fenrir doesn't? Talisman. And what does Thanatos not have? That blue buff, because PiPiPi are here to try to stop the party. Fortunately, Baron's the life of the party. You can't stop him. He's going to take some decent damage from that Sunder on top. But Thanatos swoops back in. No healing, no problem. We're here to take your life away, not add to ours. Going to have to leave them in that cage because Pilot wants no further part of it. Hino's going to go down. Farina reaps their soul on the killing spree. Anxious with the rotation. Takes down Asmita. Both solos have been wiped away, and PiPiPi with that might just need to go back home. At this point, the rotation is looking to be a bit lost. In fact, they're just going to try to bring them back a little chew toy. No escape. Brings back in 2 for the absolute demolish from the double dog dare, as now Fenrir could be in trouble from Morgan. Not going to be able to quite master that God's form. Maybe take some lessons there from Anxious as Aimbot takes down Golden with the solo.
We have a lot of things that we talked about just come to fruition here. This Bologna carry versus the Jingwei. We talked about it. I had questions. I don't know if it's capable of performing into a ranged carry. Oh, yikes! Odin down fast.
Jeez.
PiPiPi are running into some problems here, Deelo. Some serious problems. And even the Ares ult we just saw. What did we say? No beads on the opposing team. PiPiPi have 0 beads. If there are ults down, Ares is getting huge value out of that ult every time he uses it. and that's not going to stop the longer the game goes on. You don't get 2 relics anymore.
They do have a talisman. At the very least now, finally, Fenrir's got some bling to match that bluster, and that might just be what gives him a way back into these team fights, or maybe just try not to look for these grand groupings. It's not working out for you now. 2 to 10, 9 minutes in. Not pretty. Neither is this slow bleed of 3,000 gold behind. At the very least, though, for looking at the players and how they're doing, Heat on this shock might just be their hope. Still running this lane, still ahead in XP.
Heat has had a fantastic performance the whole time. Last game, even going up into this game, he's playing very well. But we saw it last time. If your team isn't performing in the fights behind you, it starts to not matter, especially moving into that later game phase. Your early to mid game, a solo can really come in and throw their weight around. They can make a lot more impact. But once you hit that 25-minute mark, the fights, here we go again. Good lord.
That's a good pick there from PiPiPi to put themselves back on the board by Phaeton, going down there in that mid thanks to a well-placed Ragnarok. And, you know, must be said, the same thing that Bruto Fire have got to deal, or that Bruto Fire have dealing out, PiPiPi are now dishing it back. You don't have beads on that Morgan means you're in trouble if there's no Ares talisman you up. Now Gold Fury next for the mark, a 3-man. No escape does bait out that talisman, and now there's 3 men here to try to take your lives away. Open the gates, going to find 2 targets, bringing him out of that fight, leaving one alone in the cage. Bayro takes down Farina, and it's gonna be Lore up next. Heed has now made that rotation, throwing their weight around, and now that hammer's gonna be crashing down on top here of that Jingwei, but aimbot in the skies with that airstrike, trying to find their way to safety, but it might not be enough. There's a persistent gust, could find a kill before they go down. Onto Pilot, beautiful work. If I'm going down, you're coming with me.
This Jingwei is doing a lot here. Baron ulting Heed, Morgan in on the side. I think he gets out. No.
The cripple. And man, it is exactly what you said. Musi had good reason to be a bit skeptical on the desk about what this Ares does. It does have trouble, but operated to this level of technical finesse with those cripples, you just can't escape.
Yeah. Pardon the pun, folks, but like it is what it is. Ares can make it so hard to move, and he does this very well into Fenrir. He does it very well into Odin, and it'll even stop Chalk from teleporting. That's a problem. Fenrir with the ult. He getting hurt.
A good talisman there to respond. Open the gates is the attempt, and it would have worked if not for those meddling blinks. Now a big no escape. Pulls in 3 into the insta-stun, but that might be right where they want to be. There's the leash once again. Now walk, sit down. Anxious, going to follow their command as they fall to the grayscale. Barrow after from the rotation by Farina in the back, and now they're diving. They're looking to escort you to the underworld as well. The chain's off the mark. That's okay. The flames will do the same thing. Double kill there for the Ares.
Look, Baron's ult's coming through now. There goes Morgan?
That might just be their own death ticket, though. At the very least, again, I'm going down. You're coming with me. Still, though, 3 members dropped here by PiPiPi. They can feel good about the consolation prize, but there's no doubt that Bruto take that fight.
There really isn't, and Bruto have a pretty significant gold lead going on by now. You're up into the like 5K territory, starting to get some items online, and it's really going to start making a difference in these team fights. One of the big spots I'm looking at here is the deficit in jungle and support. Fenrir going to have some trouble on the back end of this. Odin down a little bit. Granted, he's not your burst hard carry that you're necessarily sometimes seeing out of jungle, but nonetheless, that level deficit's going to make it difficult for him. Yep. This gold lead, Bruto are kind of moving around the map now. They're looking to throw some of that weight around, and really, that's what they need.
Oh,
what are we doing here?
I don't know why Hecate is in this lane, but they're going to pay for it in just a second. Aegis already done. Why don't we just wrap it on up? Asmita will oblige, taking the life of Bayro as a little gift for their friend, the Ares. Ibre has just been everywhere, pulling the exact same shenanigans Farina did in the prior game, but on an Ares support. It's beautiful to see. They're trying to make them pay for it, though. Look at PiPiPi, trying to look to see if they can finally put a stutter in their step. Looking for the mid, unfortunately, also a bit out of position. Good talisman, but a better hovering death. Anxious goes down once again. Can Morgan escape? By Phaeton's Eye, they will try. Not going to succeed, though. Hey, takes them down, and now Pyle's got to retreat. The Pyromancer's on the offensive, too. They're hysteric this shock. They can't seem to get away. No escape will be provided. They're pulled back in, silenced for a bit, and then silenced permanently. Heed goes down.
What a CC chain. Jingwei ulting out of this. Even with the lead onto Bologna, it's not one you want to fight at 2 feet away. Almost at any point in the game. He could have definitely gotten the kill there. But, I mean, just the CC chain that went on to Chalk. Pilot going to go down as well. That CC chain. The Baron route. The life of the party. The Ares no escape. The chains. The cripple.
Down the
There
computer.
was a solid 8 seconds where he couldn't play the game.
That's what Asmita felt that time they got DC'd. Revenge! Revenge, I say! I guess they're just trying to make a, man-made DCs. That's what you call it. As Bruto just are so good at implementing that CC and efficient chain now. 15 minutes, 8-20. 8,000 gold lead and only 1 Fury down before it needed to come down to 3 before they're able to ascend to such amazing coffers. Now Anxious, underneath a bit of pressure. Once again, Ares just actually dog-walking him. Just come on, someone. Save the puppy. The Humane Society is going to take us off stream. Gold Fury goes down to Bruto.
Did you ever read Where the Red Fern Grows when you were in school? Because, I've got bad news for how this ends.
Oh, dear God.
Fenrir is just not having a good time right now. And that's what happens. He was super, super strong moving into when he first dropped in Smite 2. But now, as we're getting more gods in, as we're getting more items tweaked, there has become counterplay to him. He no longer gets to do everything for free, and we're kind of seeing the result of that right now. He's having a really tough time.
There's ways back in as Bruto takes another objective in form of that Pyromancer off the map. 2 Pharaoh's Curses I'm seeing. That's a lot of great shutdown in terms of just getting someone to slow down the tempo and then hopefully slow their heart rate to 0. Who has PiPiPi got to have a target out for?
I mean, at this point, it's kind of dealer's choice. Take your pick. Baron 16, Thanatos is 16, Jingwei is 16. All 3 of them are capable of doing a massive amount right now. I think you've got to shut down Jing or Thanatos if you want to win one of these team fights. Maybe even Ares. Just considering how much Ares is capable of doing in the team fights and stopping you from doing, maybe you even go to the point of, say, all right, we have to kill Ares.
Yeah, Ibre's been really kind of just running the entire show, which is so impressive to see from a support. Look at their damage numbers. They are second up next to their Jing. Dual lane of Bruto represent.
Ares does damage. He always has, and unless they just make a complete shift to his kit, he's going to. That's what he's there for, and he's going under the tower now on Bayro.
Come back here, my friend. Get over here. It's a double trouble. Thank God for Talisman, or that would have been so rude. They're dragging it halfway across the map. This Akate's got skid marks, some road rash, but Golden could be in trouble there from some pressure by this Bologna. A good shell keeps him alive, but now Golden might go down to that tower. We've seen these NPCs can hurt an awful lot. Aimbot now trying to finish the job as they try to pursue the invaders and send them back to their side of the map. Those shots from those splash arrows doing big. Bayro, though, will trade their life for Farina in the meantime. Aimbot still winning this one out thanks to the rotation from Asmita. Golden goes down. Anxious in the mid lane will fall as well. At the very least there, you get Farina, but that's a sacrifice Bruto is willing to make.
I mean, that's 3 for 1, no matter how you look at it. A lot of towers have already gone down for PiPiPi. Bruto are working on a T2 right now. That is going to be a lot of gold in pocket for Bruto. And they've got a pretty significant lead at this point. I mean, 10K is getting kind of gross. And at this point, I really just want to see Bruto just 5-man group at this point. You've got the lead. You've got the items. Go in and get them.
And sadly, it seems they're following that advice on the wrong team. There's a no escape. They're looking here for the Morrigan. Not going to be able to pull him back, and that could be troublesome here for Fate, but they're going back in. No escape ×2. They pull the reverse card, and he's going to suffer for it. Might be piled up next. A good Raven shout, but unfortunately, he can't scream. If you're dead, Farina takes them away as well. An extra 2 kills on top. Bruto now looking for FG.
Yeah, that turnaround, it was really good, it was really gross, and it is really what happens when you have an item lead in a game like this. When you have this kind of gold lead, just because you start out winning a fight doesn't mean you're going to stay that way. Now Bruto have the fire. They've got a 12K lead, maybe approaching 13. Fire on all 5 members. This is where we start sieging, and you've got all the tools in the world to do it, not to mention, you know, 3 blinks and 2 Ares ults just to add insult to injury.
This is, though, a nice response from PiPiPi. You know, they have time before they can approach those Phoenixes. Let's grab a Fury. Get that Pip on our side. Get that speed out of the fountain. I like that. That's showing that they have not adopted a defeatist mentality. The dog does not have their tail shaking and trembling between their legs. They're still willing to foray out, explore a bit, and get some objectives their way to start to try to mend the gap on this gold.
I mean, you have to try to do something. You absolutely do. That kind of defeatist mentality of, well, we're screwed. Better hang it up. That doesn't help anyone. Now you are down a significant amount here, and Ares is just in the middle of 2 people running down somebody.
They might just 100-0 them. Dear God, the blink and you might miss the life of our poor friend Hecate. There's that Aegis to save their life, but Thanatos smells death in the water, and they're gonna bring it on top of Bayro's head. 50 seconds without Hecate, and now the party's being brought to you. Anxious does not want to celebrate. They're feeling a bit of that social anxiety. They'll go back home. And now with 2 members less, PiPiPi can no longer defend these birds. They have to cower in their throne room, waiting for Bruto to take their lives again.
That's really the only option you've got here, is when you're down this much, you're down 2 members, this much gold, about to lose right side Phoenix too. Really, about the only option you have is that hero play. Or you've got to hope that Bruto just grossly overextend into the Titan room, which they're not doing. They're smarter than that.
Maybe hope that Esmita DCs again. That genuinely might be the play here. Just send some DDoSes their way. But the issue is, like you said, it's dealer's pick. And when you are playing from behind, those comms might be a bit frayed, might be disrupted. So it's kind of hard to find out who the heck do we target, man. Farina's still a threat. Ibray's a massive threat. We just saw it 100-0ing Hecate. Aimbot's still doing damage. There's no easy solution around it. So if you're PiPiPi, you're playing this defensively, they're going to be coming to you. How do you start the fight?
Well, I think the first thing you do if you're PiPiPi here is you make sure that your squishies do not get caught out and stay the hell away from Ares.
Yeah.
That would be point number 1, because we're at a point where we just watched Ares solo Hecate, with Fenrir standing 3 feet beside her, unable to do anything about it. You cannot let this Ares into the back line. They're coming down this left side. Left bird's probably going to follow behind it.
No, Storm Call gonna be immediate response, but Ragnarok's just gonna hold them in place. There's the juke though! He got out! Managed to bait out 2 abilities. He can cheat death? No, he can't. Heed will go down. Anxious as well, as the defense on the left side is slowly but surely coming apart. Ibray has brought your ruin. The God of War versus the God of War. Ares proves better. Bayro goes down as well. It's only Pilot once again. Will the captain go down with their ship? Yes, they will. It's the deicide. It's Bruto taking this in 2.
great play from Bruto here. They're getting the Titan down. It's gone. It's done. It's over. Bruto move on, and we called that first game to be pretty close for the most part, but that second game was all Bruto fire.
Yeah, there was no contesting it. There was no word you could say. The moment we started to see Ares cook, I mean, we had questions. From desk to cast, we had questions. What's this Ares going to provide? They answered resoundingly. I mean, that was just beautiful play from the CC. All those chains just seemed to fly true and find their mark, shutting down so many offensive and defensive options with those leaps and escapes.
Well, I mean, and we all played Smite 1 for years, right? And there's few things more prevalent in memory than playing something like Circuit or Fenrir into an Ares, and you get hit with a chain, and you're just like, okay, cool. You know, my entire kit's completely useless for the next 8 seconds.
Yep.
This is fun. And well, he's back in Smite 2, and it still works.
It does. You know, sometimes old dogs don't need to learn new tricks. And we can check the results here just to see the damage they were reaving, because I'm curious to see what numbers we got. I mean, just look at this, man. It's disgusting. 6-1 and 17 on Ibre. Bologna carry just was unfortunately just not doing the job here.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they hit on it on the desk. We talked about it in the early phases of that match. Like Odin, Fenrir, even Chalk at points are extraordinarily difficult to play into Ares. And I mean, look at the damage. If they had given him another 5 minutes, I bet he would have passed Jingwei.
Dear God, that's actually insane. Aimbot might want to hand the carry roll over to my buddy Ibre over there. And I think it's just sometimes what happens when you go all in on this full frontal, full melee comp. PiPiPi just didn't have the tools at range to stand up. But hey, that's okay. Bruto move on, and we'll be moving on to the next set. So don't you dare go anywhere. More Brazil's Founders Series fun for you after the break.
So you did. How am I holding on when your hands are gone? You don't know until you lost somebody, truly lost someone. Oh yeah. You don't know until you're part of something you believe is true. Oh yeah. We all break one by one, mayflies in the fading sun. Another time, another space, intertwined yesterdays. You don't know until you lost somebody, truly lost someone. Oh yeah. You don't know until you're part of something you believe is true. Oh yeah. You don't know, you don't know. You don't know, you don't know. Till you lost somebody. I'm done, I'm aware, it's wrong, everything, fake news, but what to do, I'm so lost, ain't got no clue, new trends, everywhere, I'm burned out, cause I care, I bitch about it all the time, how can I turn this fucking shit around, bow, bow, bow your head, yeah, bow, bow, bow your head, yeah, bow, bow, bow your head, bow, bow, bow your head. We're in a loop, a carousel, it's pretty fun, moving the bells, but it's a track, cast a spell, it's the screen and then we got it. Oh, can't you see? We were never free. Bow, bow, bow your head, yeah. Bow, bow, bow your head, yeah. Bow, bow, bow your head. Bow, bow, bow your head. Bow, bow, bow your head. What did we have? What did we lose? Nobody knows, nobody rules. It never starts, it never ends. Here we go again. Here we go again. Oh, can't you see? We were never free. Oh, can't you see? We were never
And welcome back, Smite fans. We are coming up next with Bob Brazilians, the first seed coming out of Brazil, against Felinozillas, who were the fourth seed coming into the finals. But Felinozillas are coming in on kind of a streak. They won their last game 2-0, so maybe they can rival the top seed coming into this. It's me, Simply, with CatG. We're from APAC. CatG, what do you think of this game coming up?
I think this is pretty exciting. We're getting into the finals here, aren't we? We're really seeing what these teams have made of themselves and made of their teamwork and their compositions, and really how, they're really going to fight for that top position and who's going to be the one to take it out. Might be one of
Yeah,
these teams coming up. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm very keen to see the matchup going on here. We're new to the Brazil scene, so we haven't seen much about the meta, but going off last game, Bruto against PiPiPi, sorry. There was a lot of solo side pressure, a lot of Morrigan picked, and yeah, that might be coming out in this game as we head into pick some bans coming off of Bob Brazilian and Felinozillas. Now, we saw the Loki target ban. Maybe that's a normal ban for Brazil last game. The Hercules as well. So maybe that comes out in this game right now. Kat, what are you thinking?
Yeah, we could see the target bans. We could see the usual bans, like, taking the Fenrir away, taking the Baron away, but we'll have to see what, kind of priors these teams place and what they think is important, what they're trying to leave open. But they take away the Zeus. So, that's a good flex pick. That can go, carry or mid. So that must be something that they know that Felinozillas, they use that god quite well, so they must be taking it away from them.
Yeah, I've heard good things about the Zeus in Brazil. I've heard there's a big thing about the Cersei's Hexstone on him, and that's a big meta move, so maybe that brings in more adaptability into the side lanes as well, and we see the Fenrir taken away by Felinozillas, and they know what's up. You ban the Fenrir from second pick. You don't let the other team get that first.
Yeah, it was let through last game, and that seemed like a rare instance. But this game, yep, it's taken away as you would expect. On the first pick,
Yeah.
Who do you think they're going to prio here? Are they going to look to just take the good picks, or are they just going to be picking for their roles?
I think from what I've seen, Baron is quite high up in the priority list for the region, but the Hercules is also let through, and there's the Baron Samedi for the Bob Brazilian team. So maybe that gets answered back with the Hercules and maybe a Morrigan as well early on in the draft, perhaps. But there's the Odin.
The Odin, the top pick as well.
Yeah,
And
Odin and Hecate, very, very strong picks right now in the meta, and they're quite prioritized picks in the region, it looks like. So we might be looking at maybe a Loki coming up next with Bob Brazilian, and there it is. There it is. These teams sticking to their guns, and I wouldn't be surprised if a Jingwei comes out as well here, perhaps.
Hey, look, we're looking pretty familiar here in these Brazilian picks to what the OCE kind of prioritizes as well. Maybe we don't see a Zeus ban all too often, but we definitely see, those top first 3 picks and that Fenrir ban.
Yeah, I love to see that these like outside of NA and EU regions, they're all kind of like following the same path. They're all going down the same road with their picks, and we see this Kern picked up for Felinozillas, and it's kind of a good strong matchup into Jingwei. He gives that pressure you want into him, and the Bacchus pairs really well with the Kern.
Yeah, I mean the bucket. There's not too many supports to pick from, but the Bacchus here. Would you think Bacchus would fit well into this team comp? Yeah.
I think
out of all
Bacchus, Ymir, they're both really strong options. Obviously, the Bacchus gives the Jingwei even more value, so maybe then you look at the Ymir instead. But hey, maybe they're really good. Maybe Oldser is a really good Bacchus.
We got the Morrigan here as well, so obviously that you're gonna have to watch out for that Odin cage as well, because now they have an Odin, they have 2 Barons, and they have 2 Lokis. Should they choose?
I really like the pick on the Morrigan here. It's giving yourself the Odin, which is also strong into the enemy draft, which they probably weren't expecting coming into this game. And Chark, I'm not too sure where this goes. I'm guessing it goes in the jungle. Maybe the Odin goes in the jungle.
I think we've seen a few Odin jungles though in the Brazil, haven't we? That seems to be a popular go-to. I think in some of the previous games we've seen this jungler pick. There's Odin jungle before.
Yeah, we did
So
see
just a
Pilot
comfort pick.
the Odin. The last 2 games that we just watched, and maybe Horizon Heart will pull it out as well. I guess we'll look forward to seeing that in the game. All right, and without further ado, let's throw it over to your casters, Morty and Musi.
Welcome, everybody. We are here for game 1 of the set between Bob Brazilian and Felinozillas. This is the quarterfinals and we're about to see some good action. This is Cash Money Morty on the mic, and I'm joined here by Musi. And Musi, based on the team comps that you see here, who do you think is going to be taking the early game?
So early game pressure, I'm really looking at Felinozillas because they have characters like Loki, and even Jingwei is able to put some pressure in that duo lane just because she's so safe to clear. It makes it hard to gank. So with that, you just have a free lane over there, and your Loki is able to put pressure on other sides of the map. Felinozillas, to me, has a very easy time these first 5 minutes.
And we're going to see a lot of pressure from the Loki. We're going to see a lot of focus on that because Loki had just finished going absolutely crazy in the set that we had just watched. And I'm expecting this Loki to pop off yet again because Loki's pretty strong, a very hectic jungler who's very slippery, able to move in and out of battle and cause a lot of havoc while he's in the battle, providing CC with the ultimate, providing huge damage if caught off guard. I mean, there's a lot to love about having a Loki on your team, especially if you're a member of Felinozillas. But we're going to be moving on into the laning phase. Going to be a bit of farming for now. No crazy invades as of yet, but I'm expecting to see some pressure from the Loki when he starts moving around. And Baron and Bellona, that's an interesting matchup. How do you see yourself moving if you're Bellona here against that Baron?
I don't like it, honestly. Like, if I'm Bellona in this situation, I'm shaking my head a bit. Fighting a Baron in any lane, regardless, is a bit of a headache because he has so many tools to save himself and put out damage. It's just a lot to deal with. And Baron's Brew, in case you want it. And this box is in a bit of a situation here. More dual lane pressure.
Huge damage coming in for the first blood. Bramble Blast almost takes away the health bar on Bacchus, who's going to be backing up to that gold camp in the middle, retreating around the backside, but he's going to be just fine, retreating back to that tier 1 tower, very low on health. Surprised he's still even staying in the area, using a bit of health regen, trying to stay in this phase here. Take a look at Odin moving in from the side, maybe looking for a big yank, and that could be a potential first blood if caught off guard. Seen a bit of poke over here in the solo as well. And Odin's coming in. Maybe they're going to set up a spear with Gunger's Might. Still a very low health bar on the Odin, but Loki coming in from out of nowhere and caught off guard, just like we were talking about. Going to be going for first blood. Might as well grab second while you're in the area. Retreating back. Not going to make it back to the tier 1 tower. That's going to be 3 kills in the span of 30 seconds. Loki popping off 3 kills already at the 2-minute mark.
What a way to start your game. I mean, giving your Loki a triple kill right off the bat. Amaterasu looking to level the playing field. Hecate forced under that tier 1 tower. But with that triple kill that Arisen Heart has now, they have a full level lead over this opposing jungler, over that Odin. And with the relic like Blink and being able to hit level 5 here, they're going to get mobile. They're going to get active really soon. I wouldn't be surprised to see a double dip into dual lane, but we also know that these Brazilian teams like to put a lot of pressure onto solo lane as well, which is going to put Bellona in an even tougher position against Baron Samedi. So luckily, you have the Odin to kind of help lock down Loki a little bit. Cage is needed, but you know, Felinozillas does have 3 shells to follow up with that Odin cage. They very much respect the ultimate there, and Asunder for Bellona is going to help get the last hits for anybody who might be able to eke away. Look at this, Mort. You can see Loki starting to cut through that Gold Fury pit and make that rotation towards dual lane.
I don't know if he's going to be willing to do. Oh, we're missing a kill over in solo lane is Odin. He's going to collapse on that Bellona thanks to the help from Baron Samedi. It's going to be an easy kill. A bit of revenge from Bob Brazil. A bit more action happening in the duo lane as Loki shows up, and Jingwei is going to grab the kill on Athena. Now on the retreat, Bob Brazil do not want a piece of Felinozillas as they surround this purple buff. They're going to grab it. They're going to head on out saying, we've got what we wanted. We'll see you back in a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Say, take it and run. It's a drive-by, drive-through, blue buff McDonald's pickup type nonsense. And what's really interesting too is this mid lane, these mid laners that we're seeing here picked out. Mort, how many times have you seen an Amaterasu mid? Just off the top of your head.
I could count on my fingers. Actually, I don't think I could because there's none, but look at Bacchus grabbing another kill over here. Felinozillas in the duo lane, they're popping off. They're looking to get this snowball started early, and they're looking to ramp it downhill. This isn't a slight slope. This is a steep slope going down with the snowball here. They're looking to get started. We're not even 5 minutes into the game. We have 5 kills on the board for Felinozillas. Bob Brazilian with 1, and they've already got a 2K gold lead. I mean, things are looking great for Felinozillas, but how do they keep that snowball rolling? How do they keep this? And exactly like this, take a look as Amaterasu falls in the middle lane, looking for another kill. Gungears might be looking to put down that Hekate. A bit of revenge there. Ooh, Odin's gonna grab one for his own before he leaves. Barely makes it back to the tier 1 tower. Gonna be going back to base, and that's an eye for an eye situation there. Oh, Loki almost top of the bag. He's not gonna go for it.
So, and you mentioned like what can Felinozillas do to extend their lead, and I would expect some early rotations to Gold Fury, control the dual lane even more than you already are, and try to get some early objectives. Because keep in mind, Bob Brazil's team comp scales so incredibly well into that late game when you have characters like Baron Samedi, Amaterasu, you have the Cernunos with the Autumn stance that shreds anybody that he touches. So Felinozillas needs to try to keep that down for as long as they can, but the inevitable level 20 late game team comp of Bob Brazil can and will find victory here.
Grouping up here in the middle lane, looking to grab a kill on this low health Hekate. Gonna fall to the Young Gears. Might. That's gonna be another kill potentially on Amaterasu. Falls to Arisen. Heart gonna make it back to that tier 1 tower, and this is gonna be an eye for an eye. Odin does not want to give up yet, but there's not much you can do against that tanky behemoth of Bacchus going back to that tier 1 tower. And another eye for an eye. It is what it is. I mean, it's just a lovely dance we do here in the middle lane. They're kind of getting into the groove, feeling each other out. I mean, the first time they're playing up against each other in the set, wondering how these players play. How do we learn? Is this a passive mid laner? Is this aggressive? We're still learning. Meanwhile, Loki still wants to continue that snowball. So Loki's trying to be all over the map as much as he can. Arisen Heart looking to put pressure as much as possible because 4-0-2 is an incredible stat line at 6.5 minutes, but they need to continue. They need to keep on the aggression, pedal to the metal, foot all the way down before they give up here.
And Evil Cole 2 has a pretty splendid slash line as well. Looking at that 3-1. They're matching the Loki. They actually just got ahead in terms of farm. So you need to be able to keep an eye on these junglers. Bacchus in a bit of trouble in that left lane. You can see heads are starting to knock around that purple buff. So much attention given to that left side. While Arisen Heart potentially wants to take a bite out of Baron. They're waiting around that blue buff. So you can see the game plan here of deny farm, control your own side of the map to stop the enemy from taking anything from you until you can control the space well enough to snag up a big objective like a Gold Fury. I would expect a Risen Heart more than likely to try to swoop in on the Baron or the Odin. But with a character like Amaterasu in the mid lane, if you're able to catch her dash, Loki's able to swoop that up really quickly with the ultimate as well. So they have a lot of options available to them.
There's a lot to love about having the Amaterasu in the middle lane as well. You've got CC immunity, a good escape with the dazzling offense. Might be caught a little off guard though. 3 heads on each team here by the Naga. Good taunt comes out. Eagles Rally comes out as well. Good Stong going to get out the Talisman of Purification. Ultimate comes out left way, right way. One body down for each team. Arisen Heart's going to grab another kill. Arisen Heart grabbing another kill. Amaterasu has fallen, and the fight continues. Going towards that Pyromancer, which is not up yet. They're going to collapse on that Naga instead. That's going to be good rewards for Felinozillas, grabbing 2 kills and a Naga. Phenomenal gameplay there.
And with that Naga, I mean, that Naga's a whole player when it comes to taking objectives like Gold Fury. I mean, we're not quite to Fire Giant territory more. We got some time before Big F comes out of the ground, all hot and tall and what have you, what with the fire. But with that Naga buff, we can start looking at things like Gold Fury and use other gods to push the players of Bob Brazil out. And when you have someone like Jing Wei, who has started with this serrated edge, in addition to this Warrior's Axe, which I want to touch on this. Warrior's Axe has been a massive pickup for these Brazil games. The ADCs love it, and it gives you so much in terms of protections. You get a little bit of sustain off of it as well. and there's just a lot to love there. But Odin starting to make me a little nervous with when he's clacking heads near that Gold Fury pit. Felinozillas starting to group up around there.
What's Rasu might be getting surrounded here in the middle lane. Hikate putting some good pressure off, but Odin's just around the corner. Don't think we're going to see anything unfold here yet, but I do like the comment you're making on the Warrior, Zach. Ztan said it best last game that there is a lot of early pressure from the Jing Wei now. Wait a minute, is that Odin collapsing over there near the Bach? As Loki's going to get out of there regardless. There's a lot to love about having the Warriors Axe as a carry. It adds to your trading potential, gives you a little bit of prot so you can handle the trading in the early parts of the game. Well, all parts of the game, really. I mean, any prots that you get on a carry are going to be appreciated as long as you get the power, the strength that you need to be a good carry. I mean, a little bit of extra prots won't hurt anybody. It's going to make you a little bit tankier should that pesky Arisen Heart arrive out of nowhere. But how do you think that Bob Brazil handled the situation that they're in? How do you think that they collapse and keep going forward?
We got to start using some of these Athena ults to go pressure onto our dual lane, help out your Cernunos. Look at that scuffle over on the left side. Odin is there too. I wouldn't be surprised to see some kill cams on the feed here. Jingwei looking pretty low, Mort.
Jingwei very low. In fact, super low so far that she's going to head to Grayscale. That's going to be one body down, two body down. Going to be a double kill for Cernunos. Bob Brazil coming back in a big way. Good double kill. Way to get back on the map. And things are starting to look a little bit better.
So, and that's what I want to see from Bob Brazil. When you have a character like Athena, you have global presence. Their comp is gnarly. You just got to be able to pilot it right. And you just got to get to that late game because you scale so well once you get up there. I have personal grievances when it comes to Athena's support, however, because I feel like it's not her best role, but don't get it twisted. This god is still very strong and can still be the playmaker that you need, but you can see Arisen Heart making to look some plays in the dual lane as well.
Bramble Blast comes out, gonna root Loki in place, and looks like he's gonna make it back to that tier 1 tower with no pressure. Shout out to that Bramble Blast. I mean, that root in place is really gonna put things in a, it's gonna be a thorn in the side as far as Loki goes. Barely gonna make it back to that tier 1 tower in the middle lane as well. Hikate busting out the ultimate, open the gates. She's gonna open the gates to get herself to a safe position, but oh, here we go. The blink in, gonna put Hikate in an awful situation as Amaterasu grabs the kill. Gonna be another one for Bob Brazil, but a fight is unfolded here. A massive burp followed by the knockup. Things are looking great here for Felinozillas showing up in a big way. Reinforcements have arrived and the cavalry is going crazy on Bob Brazil. Good ultimate from the Jingwei. Gonna grab another kill for Felinozillas. Another one is Arisen Heart's gonna take out Sheet. And they're going to be moving right over to the Gold Fury unless Baron Samity has something to say about it. I'm the life of the party, and I think I want to bring a little bit more fun to this situation here. Good stun comes off. It looks like he might be a bit outnumbered, very outnumbered. It's 4-2-1. Speckzilla and the rest of Felinozillas are going to take down the Bob Brazilian. Baron's going to fall, and that's going to be a free Gold Fury for Felinozillas.
Evil Cole 2 forced to back away there, getting pushed out by the member of Felinozillas. So confirming that Gold Fury is going to do a lot for them. A team that's already in an advantageous position of being in the lead. Now they get to get out of base 50% faster, you know, a little extra movement speed. And Jingwei, when she uses her ability, she flies out of that base. She keeps that buff, so she gets to get even farther. She gets to farm even more efficiently. Could quite literally back after every wave and still outfarm the Cernunos. It is a lot of pressure to deal with, and because she's already got that Executioner online as well, paired with that Serrated Edge, we talked about it a little bit before, but basically the long and the short of it is when she dashes at you, she gets more power from that Serrated Edge than you would from a fully stacked Devo's Gauntlet. The only thing you're missing is that 10 pen, and Cernunos is here with their Athena in this duo.
Ooh, massive gang from the Confound here. Wild Hunt trying to lock down that Jingwei, but fighting everything she can, but the outnumbering is... Oh my goodness, the ultimate going back, but Athena's gonna go under the tower, gonna grab a kill for Bob Brazilian. Great outplay right there, just when you think you've gotten away, crawling away back to that tier 1 tower. Confound from the Athena, locking you in place. And that Cernunos is going to go crazy. Let's take a look at where we're at here. 14 minutes in. Felinozillas have 13 kills on the board, and Bob Brazil have 8. looking like a 5K gold lead. I'm no mathematician, but it looks correct to me. Surrounding this cheat. Uh-oh. Eagles Rally getting a good lockdown here. Life of the party trying to get a little more party in before he falls to Grayscale. Arisen Heart's going to get a kill on Baron Samity. And there's a big grouping over here by this solo lane. Looks like things are going crazy here over there. Arisen Heart going to grab a kill on the Athena. And looks like the outnumbering has definitely made its weight. I mean, that is a crazy grouping that we're seeing from Felinozillas. They're putting a lot of pressure, just like you talked about earlier, on that solo lane. You do not want that Baron to be as pesky as he can be if left unchecked. So that's a great solution to the problem here. But a bit of duking happening in the duo lane. We can see the Bramble Blast comes out, charging right through, waiting on some reinforcements in the form of Mads. Looking like they're going to collapse on this Jing Wei, who's a bit low on health, very low on health, does not have ultimate online just yet. You could be chasing him under that tier 1 tower, tier 2 tower. They're going to make it back just fine. Now we see the Hekate lurking, trying to get the pressure up on this Amaterasu, but they're going to make it back as well. Not looking to be too aggressive as of yet, and I can't blame him. That's an Amaterasu in the middle lane, and there's a lot of healing, a lot of damage to be done there. It's kind of a surprise pick for sure. It's hard to know your damage potential against a pick that you haven't seen before, because just like you said earlier, Musi, how many times have you seen an Amaterasu mid? And if you haven't seen it before, maybe once or twice, how do you know to handle that pick? How do you know, oh, I can take this guy, I can't take this guy? You don't. You haven't done your homework on this. You haven't studied for this, and now it's on the test, and you're thinking, what in the world is going on?
So, in with this Ama mid, they're not even building too differently from what you would expect from an Ama solo. I mean, you've got Death's Toll, Broggy's Harp, and then into a Berserker Shield. So they're going to be a little tankier than what you would expect from your mid laner. And when it comes to team fights, in that late game team fight stage, she's going to be really hard to put down. A Confound to start off this fight near the Pyromancer. Athena in a bit of trouble.
Athena's going to have to use Defender of Olympus to get out, and she's barely going to make it out. Very low on health, but going to make it. Oh, Loki sneaking up from the backside. You're not going anywhere, friendo. You've got 3 minutes of playtime. Eagles Rally comes out, Odin as well. That's going to be a very rough fight as Mad falls, and Zarigi is going to grab a kill. Another one for Felinozillas. Life of the party, trying to secure at least one kill for them. Here we go, gonna get a good heal off, good damage as well. Now they're sustaining over here by this tier 1 tower, but 5 members of Felinozillas are looking to push, looking to put a lot of pressure, and you better get out while you can because they're looking to collapse. They're looking to kill. Look at Loki from the backside, gonna grab one on Sheet. Speczilla's gonna grab a kill. That's gonna be 3 bodies down for Pop Brazil. They're gonna be walking away, not licking their wounds. They're gonna be feeling proud, feeling the pride from the immense, incredible push that they had just pulled off. That's a tier 1 tower, 3 kills, and looking to make a Pyromancer out of this as well. Felinozillas, way to take advantage of the utility in your kit, way to take advantage of the situation, and while you're in the neighborhood, stop and smell the roses. 2 objectives, 3 kills, and that was phenomenal for Felinozillas.
And the train just doesn't stop here. This Loki is 10-0. Big numbers coming out from Arisen Heart. It really just goes to highlight the domination that Loki has in the jungle. They are considered one of the best junglers in the game for this exact reason. The ability to just poke gods out almost for free, being able to throw out that decoy, get the proc hit from your Heartseeker and your Brawlers to help deny some of the healing from Baron, even some of the lifesteal from that Cernunos. It's no wonder that Arisen Heart is seeing so much success from this pick. Bob Brazil needs to try to find a moment to counter engage, but they're not going to find it. In goes Eagles Rally.
Eagles Rally and open the gates is going to take them back. Defender of Olympus trying to help out that Odin. Going to make it in time. They're not going to put too much pressure in because that's a scary Athena. I don't blame him. I mean, I don't want to go up against Athena either. That's a tanky body. The taunt could really cause some problems in your collected offense. So it's smart of them to back off. But instead of putting pressure on that Amaterasu, they're going to put some pressure on that Gold Fury in the meantime. They're going to back up off of it because we're seeing some pressure from the Amaterasu. Now looking to group up together, both teams collapsing near this Gold Fury. A couple bodies still taking it. Meanwhile, we're seeing some pressure on this Amaterasu. Dazzling Offense comes out, Sunders as well. Lots of damage from all types of directions. Wild Hunt comes out. That's going to be a low health Spexzilla who's going to fall into the hands of Sheet. That is 1 body down for Felinozillas, but they're not looking to end there. The Gold Fury has fallen. Felinozillas got what they came for. They might as well get out while they can. A kill for a Gold Fury, I'll take it. I think it's worth. But looks like they're not going to be given out there. Bramble Blast comes out, but does not matter. Oh my God, barely making it back. Just a sliver of health, the hair of their tongue, a risen heart, grabbing one before they leave, and holy cannoli, that is one hell of a kill.
That was only a little BM. I mean, a Risen Heart had every opportunity to walk away from that fight, but the presence of mind to just be like, wait a minute. Are you? Just turn around and blow up the Athena. I mean, they're 1-7, fallen behind of this Bacchus. But even though their slash line is so, it doesn't look great on paper, they find themselves with a small lead over Bacchus in reality. That global presence means that they can just be where the farm is or farm and then be where the fight is when the time comes. And we talked a little bit about before, what do we need to see from Bob Brazil in order to put themselves back in a winning position? And a lot of it comes down to the fact that we just got to hold out. If we don't lose too much to Felinozillas, then you'll be able to stabilize towards that late game, start putting up some real fights. You have Odin Cage, you have Baron, Amaterasu. These are wonderful teamfight gods to both help your team to control the space around Felinozillas. And when you have a god like Athena, it's important to just maybe this time, instead of diving in, looking for more, play that back a little bit. If they're going to jump on you, if they're going to try to open the gates to you, have that Talisman of Purification ready to rip, let loose a Baron heal or try to suck somebody up, and then confound on top of your teammates when you see the Loki go in on them. You see a Risen Heart, you taunt him away, or you taunt him in to some big damage on the right side of the game.
Right side is having an absolute crazy fight unfold. Ultimate comes out from the Odin. Oh, man, a lot of low health bars on the side of Bob Brazil. That's 3 bodies down, and they're going to be on the retreat here. They thought they could handle the pressure from Felinozillas, but they were wrong. Oh, the jump comes out from the Bacchus, looking to get a good stun on this Baron. That's going to be 4 bodies down as a Risen Heart collapses on Sharto. Going to be moving away. Odin does not want a piece of Felinozillas, and I cannot blame him. They are on a rampage. It is a bloodbath, and Felinozillas are going crazy as they push past this tier 2 tower and potentially approach this Phoenix.
That bird's looking pretty cooked unless Evil Cole 2 can be the hero of the story instead of the villain.
I'm not sure if they can. It's a lot of bodies there, a lot of bodies, but the cavalry has arrived. The horn has been called, but the Phoenix has been dropped, and they are now on the retreat. Felinozillas have got what they've came for, a couple kills, a tier 2, and a Phoenix. Sounds like a good day to me. We're going to take it back, spend our gold, get a little more farm in. We'll come back later for a little more rewards, potentially that Titan, because I'm sure that's exactly what they want. They want to walk away with this game in pocket, and it looks like they are, as we are at 21 minutes. That is 23 kills for the pockets of Felinozillas and 10 for Bob Brazilian. 23 kills. I mean, that is not something to be embarrassed about. That is more than a kill a minute. I mean, talk about an absolute rampage that Felinozillas are on right now.
And it's on the back of a Risen Heart making plays on every side of the map. 12-0 at this point, Mort. With 7 assists, that's 19 kill participation out of the 23. It quite literally is a Risen Heart directing his team, pointing at people and being like, get him! And just taking them out. And that's what you gotta do. When you're a character like Loki, you have the power to dictate the pace of the game. Bob Brazil needs to find a way to shift that to their side. It's going to take a lot of grouping up. It's going to take some cheeky steals. It's going to take big CCs and even more damage. But when Felinozillas is so far ahead, they're going to have some trouble in that department. They're going to scoop up this Pyromancer and take a look at this Naga as well.
Naga getting some pressure from Old Sir. But we see the Athena surrounding the area. 5 members of Felinozillas grouping up, and they're doing a great job of staying together as that Athena is potentially going to fall. Defender of Olympus isn't going to get you out in time. And Bob Brazil are not looking for a piece of Felinozillas. They are looking to maybe catch somebody out, but that's 5 members. I don't think you handle that one right there. Regardless, Life of the Party comes out trying to get things started. Even though it's a 4v5, they still want a piece. Open the gates, comes out. That's going to put Baron in an awful situation as Old Sir is going to grab the kill. but
He's
she
dead.
catching Loki off guard. He has fallen. This might be a good opportunity, a great opportunity, as Odin's gonna grab another. That's 2 bodies down for Felinozillas. 2 bodies down on each side, but 2 very low health members are gonna head back to the fountain room as another one falls for Bob Brazilian. And geez Louise, things are not looking great if you're a member of Bob Brazilian. However, if you're a fan of Felinozillas, we're going to be going for that fire giant and looking to put the final nail in the coffin here.
It's not looking great for Bob Brazilian, but I don't hate that trade for them. Getting the shutdown gold off of a Risen Heart and being able to put down Bologna, that's got to feel pretty good. That shows you that there is a fighting chance. That fighting chance gets diminished a little bit when you have to stare down the Fire Giant buff on a team that has been kind of handling the game up to this point. But not all hope is lost. You can see that Bob Brazil is definitely still in this. They've got the mental. They haven't given up by any stretch of the imagination. They want to scrap. They want to get in there. They are not afraid of what Felinozillas is able to put out. And especially because they're starting to get some pretty important power spikes online. Cernunos being able to finish up that Shin size, pair that with the Broggy's Harp that they picked up earlier, and an Autumn stance. At level 20, he'll be able to take off with the Broggy's Harp. That's like 27% penetration that you have there. Reduce the protections, and it's not just for him, a Gold Fury picked up by Felinozillas because, hey, when you got FG, why not? But it's going to let his team tear into these tanks a little more effectively. The Bologna, the Bacchus especially, are people that you want to be able to shred through so you can get to the nice, soft, juicy center that is Hecate and Jingwei. The real problem is the snake in the grass, a Risen Heart, looking to take your life. Bob Brazil mounting a defense over on this left side.
Felinozillas are looking to push hard over here, and Odin has been caught out. Odin has been knocked up, and he's on the retreat, but Eagles Rally comes out, and Hecate is going to make sure that they fall. That's 1 body down for Bob Brazil, as 5 members of Felinozillas are surrounding this Phoenix here. Bob Brazil are still on the retreat, but they might not be able to make it back to the fountain room. Athena does not want a piece, but CC's coming out. Damage is as well. Decent healing from the Baron, but it's not going to be enough to stop a Risen Heart from slaying the enemy. That's 2 bodies down for Bob Brazil, as well as a Phoenix. That is 2 Phoenixes down now, and they're looking to put the final nail in the coffin. They're looking to end this thing right here, right now. But Bob Brazilian have something else to say. Glorious Charge comes in. That's going to be a kill before Amaterasu falls to the Jingwei. Another body down. That's 4, and they're looking to really end this thing now. A barely low health Athena is going to make it back to the fountain room, but Felinozillas are going to surround this Titan, and it is surely going to fall. And this is going to be game 1 going to Felinozillas, doing phenomenal things here.
Felinozillas, the absolute domination through every stage of the game. They're able to control just about every objective that they touched. It's off the back of a Risen Heart. Shout out to the GOAT over there. And not to say that anybody else on the team is a slouch, but it is pretty good for the team of Felinozillas, Morty. That was crazy.
It's that Loki, man. It's that Loki. I see it in my ranked games. I see it in the Founder Series. I see it everywhere. I just can't get Loki out of my head. It is like a nightmare for squishy players around the world. It does not matter where you are. Loki is lurking in the shadows, and when you least expect him, bada bing, bada boom, he does exactly what he does. Let's take a look at some of the stat lines here, because I need to reiterate on just how phenomenal of a job that Risen Heart did with that Loki pick. Good gravy. 13, 2, and 10. That is a stat line that I am printing out and putting on my fridge. I'm sending it in a postcard to my mom for the holidays. I mean, everybody's got to know exactly what happened here, because good gravy. But let's not forget about the rest of the team here too. Speckzilla with 16 assists on the board, and Old Sir, knockups, damage, stuns, intoxicates, everything you want from a support all came from Old Sir. And as a group, overall, the 5-man Felinozillas, they did a phenomenal job here. But what do you think we could see improving from Bob Brazilian here, Musi?
So obviously I want to try to take Loki off the board going into game 2. If we can take that away, I think Bob Brazilian stands a lot better of a chance. I don't hate the way that they're drafting, but maybe let's leave, characters like Amaterasu away from the mid lane. Let's pick up something like an Anubis or a Kukulkan to get some big damage out there. I think we were just lacking in some of that team fight damage potential because so much of our magical damage was off the back of a solo Baron. He hits, but you need some bigger, oofta going into game 2. You know what I mean?
I think so. It's the oofta is a funny one, but I think I'm picking you up here. I think I'm picking you up and putting you down because they just need a little bit more. They need a little bit more. Maybe a stronger jungle pick. That Odin was putting out some damage, but certainly not what Arisen Heart was putting out. There's a couple things that they can workshop, a couple things that they can do. Overall, I'm expecting a good match here in game 2, but we're going to be taking a short break. We'll be right back, so don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, grab your favorite snacks, whatever it is, and we'll see you here in just a couple.
not watching.
And welcome back after that quick break. We just saw Felinozillas absolutely decimate Bob Brazilian there. We saw Horizonheart go absolutely wild on the Loki, and also as well backing him up with the Barkus. That was some very clean plays there, Cat.
There was some very clean plays there. I think we're really looking forward to getting into game 2. That'll be
Yeah, I'm
really
very
good.
excited to see these picks and bans coming up. Surely that Loki's got to be banned away.
It has to be. They have to take that Loki away. He's putting in too much work for the team. Yeah, they need to take that away from them. But what do they get for themselves if they don't have the Loki pick? We'll see, hopefully.
Well, we've seen the Baron gets prioritized a lot, so maybe they'll look at going towards that. And as we're coming into picks and bans now, we'll actually get to see what the teams want to pick up first.
I mean, if they're banning the Loki, they leave the Fenrir open, or that's potential for the Baron ban there too. So we'll see how that goes.
100%. I think if I'm on Felinozillas here, I'm looking at a throwaway ban, maybe just something safe, maybe like a Jingwei, just get it out of there. And then you're kind of making Bob Brazilian pick between, do they want to verse a Fenrir, do they want to verse a Loki? It's a hard choice to pick from second.
Yep, as you said, they take away the Jingwei ban there. I mean, because it was yeah, it was Felinozillas that was taking the Loki, but they've left the Loki open for them. So are they gonna take the Loki first pick, or are they gonna, maybe leave it for Bob Brazilian to take away for this next game?
Well, there's a lot on the table right now. Bob Brazilian decided to get rid of the Zeus, which again, I will say, is quite a hit in Brazil, I've heard. So they got to get the respect in there, got to get it gone, and Fenrir is the pick of choice for Felinozillas. So no Loki first pick. So Horizonheart may be piloting that Fenrir, maybe goes to Old Sir, we're not sure yet.
I mean, it's a good flex pick, first pick. But I mean, obviously you pick it first to, take the pick away from the other team having it. But, that really could go anywhere in this draft at this point. And, they're not prioritizing the Loki on the Bob Brazilian, so they must be okay with leaving that open for them.
It's an interesting response with the Amma and the Baron. We saw that the Amaterasu in the mid lane didn't quite do the numbers that you were probably expecting it to do with that auto attack build. So maybe there's a switch up in play there, and there's the Loki picked away for Felinozillas. So Horizonheart will most likely be piloting that again, and the Kernanos picked here. That's kind of the priority ADC left now that Jingwei's taken out of the game.
Yeah, they really picked up the strong ADC of the group here at the start. Doesn't leave too much open for them. They've got the Zeus taken away, they've got the Jingwei taken away, so it's just going to be down to comfort picks, really, on Bob Brazilian now for the carry.
I'm not sure if Anubis ADC has hit Brazil yet, because that would be a good option into Kernanos, but Bologna picked up for Bob Brazilian, so I think that definitely is shifting the Amaterasu towards the mid lane now. I think that's probably a lock-in again, and back
with these picks, it's hard to know who's going where and what's going, to who at this point. Because we haven't seen a carry, but, is it the Bologna carry again?
It's definitely a tanky team for Bob Brazilian. Maybe they're just looking to run over their enemies here. Maybe that's what they want to do. They want to just try and get a snowball going early and not let Horizonheart do what he did last game.
Just, waiting for that time when you group up as 3 or more and really just dropping all of your ults, all of your abilities, on your target picks. Hopefully being able to pick up objectives after that.
I wouldn't mind seeing maybe the Hecate come out here for Felinozillas. I think it's quite a strong character into the dive composition, and it's Anubis that's actually taken. That is quite interesting, Cat. I think this gives the opportunity for the Kern to also play in the mid lane and the Anubis to go ADC, and Yamoja as well is not something that I don't think gets played that much. So maybe this is a bit of spice coming from Felinozillas.
It is. It's a good lot of sustain, for laning phase and around objectives. So they should be able to, hopefully work with that.
Hey,
what if we got? It's hard to say what's going to be on the last pick on Bob Brazilian, because it's like, well, we're not really sure who's going where at this point. So who could they be looking to fill? I mean, it could be Amma jungle, could be Bologna jungle, could be Bologna ADC, could be Herc ADC. I mean, Herc jungle as well. Who knows?
Yeah, it's interesting that the Herc has come out 10th pick, because we saw in the previous games that the Hercules was that like priority go-to, but the meta has just seemed to shift as the games have gone on, and it's the Loki, the Fenrir that have come precedent of the Baron, and Hercules has kind of just been been left down behind. But that's all we need to say. I think it's about time that Morty and Musi take it on.
There we see the action. Yep. Ah.
Alrighty, thank you for the transition from our lovely desk folks, Simply and CatG. We are here in game with Felinozillas and Bob Brazil. This is going to be game 2 of the set. Game 1 went to Felinozillas, but we're expecting some big things here in game 2. Musi, how in the world are we feeling?
I'm feeling like that on her emote just now. It's all, let's go! Oh, it's all the excitement. It's the pump. It's game 2. It's time for Bob Brazil to make their comeback. Losing that game 1 more, I mean, it's going to shake your mental a bit, but they're ready to come back in a big way. I'm surprised they're sticking with this Amaterasu, but you can see, at least judging by that Bumba's dagger, it's going to be headed towards that jungle. We're going to get a chance to see the Baron mid. We all know and love one of the other roles that Baron can be slotted into, because good lord, what can't you do, right? Like,
Yeah, the damage potential from the Baron Samity, I mean, the intelligence scaling is very high, so you're able to pop off and hit some huge numbers should you choose to go down that route. And that's one of the best things about having the Baron on your team is, are you looking to put focus on more damage? Do you want more intelligence so you can just nuke people off of the map? Do you want more focus on CDR so you can heal your teammates more? Do you want just straight tankiness so you can be focused on crowd controlling with life of the party and wrap it up? I mean, there's a lot to love about having a Baron on your team, but seeing Baron go down the middle lane, we're going to be seeing some high damage numbers, and that Hysteria passive is really going to be taken advantage of. So very excited to see Baron here on the map and see exactly what Bob Brazil is going to be able to pull off here against the 1-0 Felinozillas. As we see an invade here from, looks like the Bacchus is trying to get that buff Sullen, but he's not going to be able to get it. Good stun from Old Sir, looking to get Bacchus off the map. This could be a very early first blood. He's going to move through that Gold Fury pit. Is he going to make it out? He's waiting on the jump. He's not going to have it, as Zerguri is going to make sure that Bacchus falls, and that's first blood for Felinozillas.
Hibiki wanting to make that early play, at least as, you know, maybe a potential show of dominance. Be like, okay, well, maybe this is our time to get back in. We lost that first game, but I'm still a mad dog ready to go at it. But try to invade that purple buff without the Sunder. You can see that they've got Shell instead. Not going to pan out too well. The damage coming out in this dual lane.
It's going to be another kill for Felinozillas. Very low on health. Bologna is going to make it back to that tier 1. And did I just say Bologna? That's a Bologna carry over here with Hibiki, the Bacchus. Oh my gosh, they are cooking up some crazy comps over here in Bob Brazil.
And I don't hate it. You know, Bologna against the Cernunos in that dual lane, you have Disarm, you have Shield Bash, so with block stacks, you're able to box him pretty well. But the problem with this is that Bologna is a late game character. It's a late game character that I would say relies on Death's Temper to sustain through that late game to put out the damage that you need. So with that Warrior's Axe, it's going to get a little dicey, but not as dicey as this Loki ready to swoop in.
Uh-oh, this could be another kill for Felinozillas as Harrison Hart shows up out of nowhere. It's going to be a double kill over here on duo side, and you gave the Loki to a Reason Hart yet again. You're going to pay for the consequences. That's 3 kills in 2 minutes, and man, oh man, Felinozillas are going to be popping off here.
And we saw what he could do with that god last game. Arisen Heart, not a player to mess around with. See him in that jungle, putting pressure on that Amaterasu. Look at him bounce it away. Spec picks up a kill into Shardo in the solo lane. Hercules, Mort, finally hitting the battleground after getting banned constantly that we've seen in these games. And now that they show up, bit of a lackluster response, especially when you're up against a god like Fenrir, who's able to displacement immune what Hurt can do with his Brutalize. It can be a difficult matchup, but it's not impossible if their Odin is willing to make the rotation. Not the Odin, excuse me, the Amaterasu is willing to do it.
And that's just how it goes. I mean, that's a rough matchup if you're Hercules. I mean, there's just really no going against the sustain from the Fenrir. Even with Hercules mitigate wounds, you're not able to holy moly, you're not able to out heal the third and the second from Fenrir. There's just no way to go up against it. So laning phase is going to be rough. Hercules, I believe, is going to be popping off later in the game as time goes on, but we're just going to be waiting on that one. It's going to be a bit of a waiting game to see when Hercules really steps in and shows why that god has been banned for so long. We're seeing some aggression being put out here. Cern is going to be heading back to the tier 1 tower with the glorious charge here. Oh, very low health on Old Sir. That shield's going to come out. He's barely going to be fine. Oh, looks like Cern's going to be grabbing a kill on Sheet. Going to be popping off over here. Duo lane going crazy. Cern is getting surrounded. Couple members of Bob Brazil and Hibiki is going to make sure that Cern falls. That is 2 kills for Bob Brazil.
Gonna find that opportunity to lessen the blood flow, but meanwhile in the mid lane, Felinozillas looking for the chance to respond. They're gonna pick off Madden's. That Baron CMD mid doesn't have a lot of mobility to get away from characters like Loki, who is so fast and can do so much damage from a distance because of the decoy. All you need to do is just proc your red buff. Once you have Heartseeker online or a Soul Reaver, you can proc that as well. Very easy to put damage off. And you can see the damage doesn't end. Risen Heart chilling around this solo lane, potentially looking for a fight.
So how in the world does this Hercules handle this matchup? Maybe, I guess, there's no way to handle the Loki as well. Going to have to utilize that blade to get back to the tier 1, not wanting a piece of Fenrir or Loki, or both for that matter. I cannot blame him because, wow, that is a lot of pressure.
Ooh.
As Ragnarok comes out, going to grab a big fight of Hercules, going to shove him back to the tier 1. Activate comes out, hitting a good knockup, but it's not going to be enough as a Risen Heart and Speckzilla are grabbing the kill on the Hercules.
And Bob Brazil finding some dominance in that dual lane. Anubis very low. I get a little stressed out over here. Baron just does so much damage, and they do it so safely. Madden's with that Sands of Time and the Book of Thoth already online, getting those stacks up. So the longer this game goes, the harder it gets to deal with. And I touched on it very briefly, but Bob's Brazil over in this dual lane, that's where I think they can find a lot of success. If you can get Sheet ahead on this Bellona, once we get her rotating, it's going to get really difficult. Golden Blade online is going to make her clear all the better. And this Loki on this Baron.
Oh no, diving under that tier 1, but Baron's barely going to make it out, trying to tank a couple tower shots, but you're going to be suffering a lot of damage from that. Ulcer is trying to lock down that Amaterasu. Knockup comes out from the Bacchus Hibiki's trying to set up for the team, but a Risen Heart is playing that pesky role of Loki. Trying to retreat back here, does not want a piece of Hibiki, and I can't blame him. A Risen Heart's very low on health. Looks like we're going to end this off with no kills here. Hibiki might be looking to chase a little bit deeper as Loki's on the retreat towards the neutral camps over here. Hibiki is still on the push past that tier 2. What in the world is going on over here? Maybe we're going to see a collapse from Old Sir. There's no fear in the heart of Hibiki. I cannot blame them. No fear here. Good damage coming off. Looks like Cern is going to look to collapse on Hibiki. Old Sir getting good damage off. The burp comes out. Good stun. They're going to retreat back. Good jump. But Glorious Charge going to be pushing forward here. Wild Hunt comes out. Hibiki's going to fall. Going to be looking for 2 kills as the cavalry comes along. And a Risen Heart's going to take another kill. Amaterasu falls. That's 2 bodies down for Bob Brazil. We're going to be lurking around this Gold Fury. A Risen Heart doesn't care about the Gold Fury. They care about the kills. That's 3 bodies down. And Bob Brazil is not looking great up against Felinozillas.
Felinozillas going to get themselves the first Gold Fury of the game and extending their gold lead ever so further. It's going to earn themselves some more items early on. Speckzilla putting damage onto Shardo, though.
Ooh, Ragnarok dragging him back under the tower, and Sharto's gonna fall. Looking phenomenal here all across the map. Felinozillas is on a rampage. It's gonna be a bloodbath. It is 7.5 minutes in, 11 kills to the name of Felinozillas and 4 for Bob Brazil. But the action doesn't even stop there. Pushing past the Gold Fury. They're not looking to let out the gas pedal yet. Old Sir is gonna grab a kill. Looks like Hibiki's gonna fall. Hitting 1 basic, 2 basic, 3 basic, 4. Who is knocking on your front door? It's the basics from Sir Nunos. Hibiki's barely gonna get out, head towards that tier 1, looking for reinforcements from the Baron, but Baron's not there yet. What in the world is going on here, Hibiki? You need help. up. You need the reinforcements, but they're not going to show up in time. Zergui is going to make sure that you fall. Baron barely making it there, not going to help out their friend, but making sure that Felinozillas do not reap the rewards of their actions. Life of the party comes out. CERN's going to fall. CERN might be falling. Wrap it up comes out, followed by Consign Spirits. Very low health, but the root comes out from Old Sir, and they're going to make it out alive as Felinozillas are feeling just fine and reaping the consequences of their rewards. The fight doesn't even stop there as Zitoman's going to make sure that Maddens falls. Another kill on the map, and Felinozillas all over the map, one kill after the other, but Eagles Rally comes out, going to make sure that Old Sir falls. That is one kill after the other, and there is just no letting off of the gas pedal here. Action all across the map and still unfolding over here. I mean, even still by that tier 2 over on the other side of the map there. Spexzilla and Herc are duking it out, but the fight's not stopping as Zitoman's going to make sure that Sheet falls. More and more kills to be suffered. Pop Brazil in a rough situation. They might have been a little more off than they could chew. A wrap comes out at Arisen Heart. Another kill. 6-0 and 4. Arisen Heart, and the rest of Felinozillas are popping off.
It's a repeat performance for Arisen Heart on this Loki. You shouldn't have given it to him because they're going to take it straight to the moon. They are so far ahead at this point. They're even getting their anti-heal on the line to deal with characters like Baron Samdi, like the Amaterasu, like the Hercules. It's just counters upon counters upon counters. And when you are everywhere all at once, the death dealer Arisen Heart is ready to lead his team to that W once again, but it's not over for Bob Brazil. Once again, their win con becomes making it to that late game. And with characters like Hercules, Amaterasu, Baron Samdi, that's something you can do. Hercules offers so much support in the form of CC control with Driving Strike, and Hi-Rez, you know, the Titan Force Studio gave us a knock-up on that boulder. Shout-outs to my Herc players out there in the world. I know the devs are looking out for me specifically on that one. I love it. So you know that they have tools to use to turn fights around, but you have to lock down Arisen Heart. So find a moment where you can wrap up that Loki, where you can Driving Strike that Loki, even silencing them at this point. Anything is better than nothing. We have to turn that man off. Stop the train.
However they can. I mean, however you got to get in the way of the tracks or whatever else have you, they need to stop the train that is Felinozillas, because we are at 11 minutes and there's 17 kills on the board. Looks like Bob Brazil are looking to make 5 turn into 6 as Eagle Rally comes out, stunning them under the tier 1. And Amaterasu is going to grab a kill. Zurigui is going to fall. And Bob Brazil grabbing another kill count, making it 6. But the Ragnarok comes out, followed up by the Excavate. Hercules is going to sit under that tier 1 and does not want to piece against 3 members of Felinozillas. They're going to be looking to reprioritize and move over to this Naga. Good objective. They're doing great. They're grouping up, they're grabbing kills, and things are looking phenomenal for Felinozillas. But how do Bob Brazil change their way of operations to try and come back from this inevitable snowball from Felinozillas?
So you can see it in their itemization already. A couple of Pharaoh's Curses picked up can slow the pace of characters like Fenrir, and Cernunnos, and Anubis especially suffers a lot when under that Pharaoh's Curse. Loki does have slow immunity when they enter into their invisibility, and Yamoja can just kind of launch themselves. So it doesn't work for everybody there, but it works for the people that you can lock down, which is going to be Anubis, which is going to be Cernunnos. Try to stop the flow of blood and damage and the gold hemorrhage by finding the victories where you can, and you see them doing it already in that dual lane, and Anubis now in a bit of trust.
Here comes a Yamoja wall looking to put Hibiki in a rough position, and looks like CERN's going to make sure that they fall. Life of the party comes out looking to grab another kill. A bit of skirmishing happening in the solo lane as well, but the surrounding members of Felinozillas have taken 2 members of Bob Brazil. Hibiki and Maddens have fallen, but they're getting a lot of pressure on the Fenrir on the opposite side of the map. Felinozillas. Oh, the Excavate's going to hit the knockup, but Fenrir is still on the retreat. I think they're going to make it out. Oh, they might not as the knockup lands. And Evil Call is going to make sure that Spexzilla tends to the afterlife. That is going to be another kill for Bob Brazil. Good wrap up here. We're seeing some more action as Eagles rally comes out. Good sustain, good damage from Sheet. They're looking to knock down Anubis one step. Are they going to be able to get the damage off? Good juking comes in, and the cavalry has arrived. Arisen Heart is doing their best to try and help out here. Anubis trying to retreat towards that teleporter. What in the world is going on here? Death Gaze comes out. Sheet's going to fall. Zudoman's going to grab another kill, but Amaterasu is going to make sure that they fall. Eye for an eye, but Old Sir and Zergui are surrounding this tier 1. They're looking to push up here a little bit. Dazzling Offense comes out. Good knock up from Hibiki, but here comes Arisen Heart looking for a double kill, and they're going to get it. Another 2 kills for Arisen Heart. Felinozillas popping off over here by the duo lane.
Arisen Heart is divine at this point, and as we press into that tier 1 tower, and that's right off the heels of a Gold Fury fight, so now they got that second pip. Buff those minions, make your pushes even better. Fire Giant's going to be on the menu not too far from where we are right now, Mort. So the snowball keeps on rolling for Felinozillas. You can see some important items getting online here. Loki finishes up that Heartseeker, and the Cernunnos finishes up Chin Size. These are important power spikes for Felinozillas, and it's going to get even tougher for Bob Brazil to make their comeback. It's going to be about stealing objectives. It's going to be about finding that perfect team fight, finding a way to get Anubis and Cernunnos out of position with your Excavate, with your Bacchus Flop, with your Eagles Rally, and capitalizing off of it. But you have a timer when you start these fights because Arisen Heart is a bomb ready to explode.
And the bomb is slowly but surely ticking away, looking for that detonation as Felinozillas are doing everything in their power to slowly but surely work towards putting that final nail in the coffin. Ragnarok comes out, going to hold him in place. I mean, that's just a sitting duck as Red Heart going to grab another kill. That's 3 bodies in the blink of an eye, all calculated. And Felinozillas are going amazing. They're doing incredible stuff over here. I mean, Felinozillas moving towards this Fire Giant. Easy pickings now. The 3 bodies are down for Bob Brazilian. No sealing opportunity from the Amaterasu or Bolognas. None of them are even in the area. And Fire Giant has fallen. They're looking to push. And Amaterasu is a little out of position. Old Sir and Zudoman are surrounding this Amaterasu by the Naga here. Looks like she's going to make it out, but she's got a couple more members to go through as Arisen Heart is around the corner. Dazzling Defense providing that CC immunity, but Loki's going to land and...
Oh, there it is.
Wow. I mean, I can't blame him. I can't blame him. I mean, that was...
Domination.
I mean, that's really what it was. I was trying to find a way to sugarcoat it, but I don't think there's any beating around the bush. Felinozillas went crazy from the beginning, grabbing first blood, and just continued from there, one after the other after the other. And next thing you know, there's 20-something kills on the board. And Felinozillas, there's no way to stop that snowball. That being said, Bob Brazilian, you put up the heck of a fight. You did everything you could, but there is just no stopping Arisen Heart when you give him that Loki.
And Arisen Heart, absolutely a player to keep an eye out for in these games going forward. Start banning Loki. This was a teachable moment for everybody watching right now. Get rid of him. Don't let him have it. He went divine again. Untouchable. Please, ban it. That's all I want. Those are my notes, Mort. Ban Loki.
That's all I've got, too. And this is not to underestimate the Old Sir potential. This is not to underestimate the rest of the players on the team. It's just a matter of Loki is all over the map. The mobility is crazy. There's an invis, there's high damage, there's a hard stun, a hard crowd control within the ultimate. I mean, it's so hard to pin this guy down, especially when you're not putting the pressure on him or picking up the counter picks that are necessary to get rid of the Loki. So yeah, Arisen Heart went unchecked. It went crazy, and it went down to exactly what we saw in FF from. I mean, it's hard. It's hard. You know, I get it. It's a tough game for sure, especially when you're up against some power planers of Felinozillas. But yeah, I mean, Spexzilla doing a great job, looping around and doing exactly what Spexzilla does. A Fenrir solo. That's a hard lane. That is a hard lane for sure. And Sharto did exactly everything they could to try and fight up against it. But even Loki showed up there a couple times. And what does a Hercules do up against a Loki and a Fenrir. I mean, there's just very little things.
It's it is what it is for Bob Brazilian, but Felinozillas is going to be moving on to find even more and more. But that's in the future. Right now, we're going to go to a break. We'll catch you later.
The cold, the heat. Let me hear you say, let's go to the beach. Let me hear you say, let me hear you say, let's go to the beach. But that's all I can say. Justice. Is there some heat to find if we're going to the
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Brazil Founders Series here, presented by Smite in the Sewer with the help of the OCL crew, making this the United Nations Smite Coalition, UNSC, coming at you. I'm Deelo, here with Cash Money Morty at the desk. We got Tess, Almighty Eye in the sky. Mort, how we feeling?
It was phenomenal. We just saw some great games. The first set of the day was phenomenal. Second set, just as great. I mean, we saw a Risen Heart going absolutely nuts, absolutely bonkers with that Loki pick. Great setups from Old Sir. I mean, there's a lot of good things that we should expect from Felinozillas moving forward throughout the playoffs. So excited to see how they go forward from there.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this bracket, they're going to be ascending forward. We're going to be seeing hopefully a bit more of it too, because right now the matchup we've got cooking, Felinozillas up against Bruto Fire. We've seen both of these teams on stream today just doing work. Their jungles are so potent. I'm very curious to see how it's all going to pan out when it comes to this P&B philosophy.
And take a look at how far back Felinozillas have started today. I mean, they started off with Fade Pru to get that preliminary done, then move past Bob Brazilian, sweep that set. Now moving forward, I mean, this is their third set of the day. If I'm a member of Felinozillas, I'm starting to get a little tired here mentally. I'm going to need some coffee. I'm going to need some pep, get a little food in my belly, and get moving on, because it's starting to become a long one. And Brutal Fire, they've only had one sweep so far. I mean, they've got a little more endurance, a little more stamina. I think it's going to play into the mental of Bruto as opposed to Felinozillas.
Yeah, might need some brain food, might need some bit of a feijoada or something along those lines to get some calories counted. That being said, you make a good point here that it's all been sweeps. It's all been sweeps as you look to get into these P's and B's. I'm curious what it's going to mean when one of these teams inevitably, Mort, has to face defeat. And sometimes when you've been the top dog for so long, you've been eating from silver spoons, you don't know what it's like when someone hands you a Hot Pocket, something that you're not expecting. You know, you're looking at caviar all your life, and all of a sudden, you're in the slums. What happens? You don't know.
Look, if you hand me a Hot Pocket, I'm not complaining. That's for sure.
Me neither. Me neither. Don't get me wrong. Like that pepperoni and cheese, I'm still a happy camper. But yeah. Felinozillas, not Bob Brazilian, Bruto, do not be fooled by it, are by no means needing that. They're fine dining. And they're banning away a Jingwei and Hercules. Loki's on the table for either team still.
Gosh, we just never learn. It's going to be, I don't know if it's a sequel or a broken record or whatever it is, but I'm expecting a Risen Heart to first pick that Loki and then just go crazy from there. But I do like that ban on the Jingwei. They're putting a lot of respect on aimbot. And I think that respect has been well earned based on what we've seen in earlier parts of the Founder series. I mean, aimbot is a phenomenal carry player. Not to put any disrespect on Zurigui, but I mean, you need to take away these power picks to make sure that the carry doesn't get to that late game stance and then just wipe health bars from there. That being said, the first one is going to be Fenrir. So that means Loki is going to go towards Farina and Bruto Fire. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of the tables have turned here a little bit on me.
That's risky. That is risky. There's a lot of pressure on this Fenrir to perform for that, because now you also have Baron, Samity picked up here. And Ibane is clearly a support apart. To be fair, it could go to solo. We don't necessarily know, but we've seen them pilot this before. We've also seen Asmita pilot this before. So maybe tossing it back to Asmita, who suffered a bit of those early ganks, keep them sustained, keep them alive. Sir Nunos, the response here from Felinozillas, just going to be a good follow-up with these big circles that Hecate also provides. Off of a Ragnarok, you've got some great answers as far as what comes next in the chain.
There's a lot of great strategy that you can put together if you're a member of Felinozillas already. You can use Open the Gates as a Katse, Ragnarok drags them back in case they try to walk away. Open the Gates teleports, and then Wild Hunt comes out, locking down everybody. Polymorph, they're sitting ducks, they're low on prots, and they get melted by the rest. I mean, there's a lot of great team comp setup from Felinozillas, but Brutal Fire, they're not looking exactly for team fight.
Oh, no.
They're looking for picks, because we see the Baron, which is good for picks. Life of the party sucks them on in. Loki going to be sneaking around the corner and doing what Loki has done all day that we've seen so far. Followed up by the Yonher and the Ares. Brutal Fire also have a pretty decent comp going in here.
Hades and Zeus going to be the magical threats that Felinozillas locks in alongside that, leaving me to believe Hades likely going to be that solo. Zeus, though, where do they fit into any of this? There is a lot of questions that are going to be provoked by this one pick, because Hecate, you got to imagine that's your mid. Sir Nunos, carry, I'm genuinely unsure as to where this King of Thunder is going to be walking.
King of Thunder here. So Hades, that's an interesting one. That is who is their jungle pick? Who is their support pick? And then that's the best part about not just the Founder Series, but Smite 2 in general. You can throw curveballs all day at the enemy team, and you never know what to expect. It could be Fenrir support and Zeus jungle. It could be Hades jungle and Zeus solo. I mean these are some crazy picks here, but I mean, you never know. You never know what's. Oh no! And then you throw a Morgan to wrench everything up, and then she can turn into anybody. You could see 2 air results, no escape, no escape.
Yes.
You could see 2 life of the parties. You could even see Morgan turn into Hikatse and use open the gates against them. So whenever they drag out, Morgan just drags them right back in. But wow.
This is Bruto X Fire's greatest hits. You have Farina on this Loki. You have Ibre on this Ares. You've got Bifetan on the Morgan to be whoever they want to be when they grow up. And what they want to be is a victor. Will it be the case, Morty? Let's find out and toss it to our OCL casters. Dice Art, simply take it away.
Thank you very much, Deelo and Mort. My name is Dicehard. I'm joined today by Simply on the cast here for Felinozillas versus Bruto. And Simply, this is an exciting one. We've seen both of these teams already today.
Yeah, both these teams been looking hot out the gates today so far, Dice. Who has the stamina to bring it into this one? I think that might be a key factor as we see possibly an early grouping up for Bruto here. Maybe trying to pick him out and not quite ready for the game yet, Dice.
Do you think simply this is kind of responding to some of the proxy plays we've seen duo laners kind of pathing down this way? And I mean, I don't think they necessarily expect a Zeus to be here, but maybe if you're expecting the proxy play, you send 4 people. Doesn't look like it's going to work though. Spotted out pretty early there by that Zeus.
Yeah, just a little bit of shenanigans in this pre-match time. You know, you've got plenty of time to do what you want for about 50 seconds, and then you can just back it up, go back to your own buffs, play it safe, and start as normal. But it looks like Bruto here are looking at an invade, perhaps.
I like this simply. It is just going to be placing down that ward for the time being, but I think that Ares having the pressure that he has, if he'd potentially not picked up an ability, started an ability yet, can throw out those chains early game, maybe lock down a kill early on that Zeus. That's what I'd love to be able to see. And simply, it does look like with that war flag, it's Zeus support here for Felinozillas.
Yeah, this is what I've been waiting for, Dice. I've heard so much rumors about the Zeus in this region, and the fact that it's come out in support is the biggest shock to me. This is something that I've never seen before, so I can't wait to see what it does on the map.
Very, very surprising. Not something we see in our own region over in OCE, so it's interesting to see it here. We can see that the Zeus here has picked up a Phantom Shell, but on the other side, the Ares has this Combat Blink, and it's alongside 2 other Combat Blinks as well for the Loki and the Morrigan. Already, though, early damage coming out into this Ares. Simply, we're seeing the impact that this Zeus has in the support role early.
Yeah, he has a lot of in-hand damage at the start of the game. You see those 82s on the minion waves. Headed over to the mid lane.
Whoa.
A lot of blinks over nothing here, really. Kind of everyone's just safe. Kind of just chilling.
Look, if you've got Blink, you might as well use it early, simply. I guess see if you can catch the other team unawares and get yourself a first blood. Not really a big waste from my perspective. What are your thoughts?
I think when a lot of people have Blink, it just ends up in a Blink for Blink trade, and a lot of pressure going on out here in duo lane. I don't think anything can come of this. It's kind of just like a poke trade, and then they'll heal back up, maybe go over the neutrals next.
We do see Fenrir rotating over this side of the map, though. Arisen went absolutely massive on the Loki in the last set we saw them on. Going to secure this neutral mana buff early, so trying to get Felinozillas ahead in this early game, and I think that is a very, very smart macro play here from the jungler. This is the side of the map you want ahead, but simply this Ares might be stepping up here. He's going to find chains onto the Kernos and force those beads out early. Rotation from the Loki as well. Farina is here, and a great impalement as well, blinking from the Loki as well, and dives that tower. First blood under the T1 in duo lane to the Loki. Simply, these Lokis are going huge today.
Really strong mechanics there by Farina. You know, this Loki has been potent throughout the day, and he's just trying to get that snowball going early, Dice. We saw that the Fenrir had come over early for the neutral, but they hadn't thought about the Loki coming over afterwards for the gank. And you know, it's a free pick really for for Farina.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be ready for the counter rotations consistently, and I think as well, simply from Felinozillas, you kind of have to go, okay, we got the neutral farm, maybe let's back off a little bit from the wave, especially for that Zeus without having mobility. Very, very easy to pick God, and beads forced out early on this Kernanos as well. I'd be expecting an Ares ult almost immediately, as we do see Arisen has rotated over towards this solo lane. We'll get the stun off on the Brutalize, looking for the Baron kill, won't be able to find it though, and Arisen being turned on here by Farina. Another kill for the Loki, 2-0, and this time he's taken out his opposing jungler over in the duo lane though. Low health for this Ares, and a great up down there from aimbot is going to prevent the aggression from Felinozillas. No way to pick up that kill. Bruto stay ahead, 2-0 in the lead.
Yeah, unlucky there for Arisen High. Didn't quite have the numbers to pick up Asmita, as we see a lot of pressure still going around the solo lane. This has been quite consistent during the day. There's a lot of blue buff invades, a lot of red buff invades. 3v3 normally coming up around those timers. As we see it's not really working out yet for Felinozillas. They can't quite get the snowball rolling.
Simply, I want to ask you this question. From an analytical sort of standpoint, we can see that Bruto are up 2 kills over Felinozillas. There's nothing on the board right now, but only 300 gold in the lead. Do you think that this is coming from just general farming and macro play here, or is there a specific role or lane you expect to be kind of holding Felinozillas from losing this lead right now?
I think it's coming down to macro so far, Dice. We've seen a lot of grouping around the neutral camps with Felinozillas. They're getting it and running it away. We're looking at these back camps as well for Horizon Heart. He's making sure they are done on cooldown. And then he's got a little bit of time to make a gank happen, but not that much. So he's kind of just prioritizing his farm pre-level 5, and he's tried to get the Ragnarok off. He's not quite successful. Maybe jumped the gun a little bit there.
Maybe did jump the gun as we saw the bite, not quite connect there, but Polymorph over in the duo lane and an up down here from aimbot. He's going to knock away this Kernanos, but not far enough as the dash in is good, and Old Sir will find the kill. That Chain Lightning too strong on the Zeus support. Felinozillas on the board now. It is on the support though, simply, but at least it's a kill in their corner.
I've got no problems with this going on the support, Dice. This is a Zeus. This is someone you want to get some gold on. You want to get some items. I've heard there's a Cersei's Hexstone perhaps coming on him. But I want to see that happen. I want to see it get on the map early as possible.
We did see Assassinate come out there, and immediately solo lane is rotating, forcing the beads out of this Hecate back into the T2 tower. Does the mid laner go? Spexzilla rotating over on this Hades as well. Simply, there's a lot of fighting over these neutral camps here between these two teams, and now it's going to be Sunder used to secure this speed buff. Hades ult in as well on this neutral camp. Baron doing the damage that he can, and it's followed up there by the Ares. Takes down the solo laner. Oldser forced as well to use some CC immunity to stay alive. A lot of brawling in this early game over neutral farm, simply.
I think that was a good rotation for Spexzilla there. I know he did end up taking a spill, but he's guaranteeing that neutral farm when 4 people of Bruto turned up to try and get that. The fact that they didn't get that was time wasted for them. Yes, they might have got a kill, but that's not really going to count as much as that right side camp there, Dice. That is a big swinger on the map.
And these big swingers are pretty necessary right now as well. We're in that early game stage, and so many volatile gods simply, as we're going to see once again Arisen Heart transforming and finding the kill, this time in the mid lane. 1-on-1 for this Fenrir. Simply, this is what you wanted to see early on the Fenrir, is starting to get some of these kills and getting value out of the Ragnarok.
Yeah, a lot of Fenrir's value does come from early game. It's all about trying to go on people who don't have beads at the start of the game, or maybe they do have beads and then you force them and then you go on them again in 90 seconds. It's about really making sure Ragnarok is always on cooldown. If that ultimate is up, you need to be trying to use it on the map, and it's a good thing that Horizon Art is trying to do that.
Hopefully Horizon is going to continue to listen to your sagely advice, simply because having that Ragnarok on cooldown will be necessary to keep these beads on cooldown as well. But as a matter of fact, I say that there are no CC immunities coming out, no Talisman of Purification, no beads at all for Bruto's team right now.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this Ares does end up picking up Purification beads first. I don't think there's anything else he really should be getting in that first slot.
Big fight, as No Escape comes out in retaliation here, but the Assassinate from the Loki for Reinhardt will find the kill. Kernanos, though, not quite done with this fight yet, might chase into this duo lane. Chains do come down, but won't connect here. No kills locked in aside from this Zeus support falling. 2-1-0 was not too bad for a Zeus support right now, though, simply.
I'm a little concerned here, Dice. I'm seeing a lot of picks and not a lot of what's next. I think both these teams would really benefit off getting their pick and then looking for something afterwards. It's kind of always just, hey, we're going to go to X lane, we're going to take a pick, and then we're going to back up. We're going to go to our own jungle. It's safe. We'll keep doing it that way. And I wouldn't mind seeing some more invades come out this game, Dice.
Potentially some aggression towards the speed buff here. Felinozillas, Arisen Heart looking towards an invade there. I don't believe it was successful, but right on time, as you said it, we saw some rotations, but it looks like Felinozillas are putting their aggression towards the Gold Fury right now. And they will be able to pick it up as well. So comfortable macro play. Maybe not the invade you were looking for, but intelligent use of the map.
Yeah, I think that's just really good awareness shown by Felinozillas. They know that the Loki would look to reset after that pick. It seems to be a consistent thing going on in these games. And so they just punish it by running straight to the objective when their teammate respawned.
I like it a lot. Really playing off the back of some particular junglers, especially Loki players, being very telegraphed with the way that they rotate the map. So excellent play there by Felinozillas, as we're going to see this Naga, Queen Naga, spawning up on the map, and that's going to be an opportunity potentially for the Pyromancer when that does spawn as well, to see which team can prioritize the objective around that point. But simply, I want to see these teams, as you said, start to focus on, if they're going to fight, do it for farm.
Yeah, it seems that they like to group up around the neutrals in the mid lane and then kind of have a little tussle after that. Nothing too explosive, kind of just chilling. We see both neutrals here. Looks like they're getting ignored by Bruto, which is surprising. And it's a good rotation here by Alts. They're up for this right side mid camp. Again, it's uncontested, Dice. This is really good macro from Felinozillas. They're gonna start getting themselves a good lead off this. You know, it's already by 500 from their bad start. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Not bad at all. And we did see Farina on this Loki make a rotation over there, show face a little bit, and you know what? Saw the Zeus and ran away. I would do the same thing, but it's starting to show the impact that this Zeus support is having, that he can be in a position like that, contesting mid camps and still be quite dangerous. And as you said, simply, despite the fact that Felinozillas had a very difficult early game, they are ahead in gold right now.
Yeah, I think it might be leaning maybe towards an even map state right now, kind of waiting for things to spawn again. It's kind of just a farming moment, but Bruto are looking for picks.
No escape does connect here. Forces the beads out immediately of the Hecate there, simply. That's a big cooldown to have on.
I would like to see them go and try and punish the Hecate in the next 3 minutes. You know, they've got that window. I'd like to see them try and use it.
Talisman of Purification popped there by the Ares, so not a lot of protection here for this support. I think simply that while you might want to see the Hecate being engaged on, it's likely that Arisen Heart is going to be targeting out this Ares, looking for a Ragnarok, and if they can kill the support early, then Felinozillas will be able to force objectives, force farm, and get whatever they want off the map.
I'm looking at this duo lane right now, Dice. I'm kind of looking at the matchup in the ADC role, and you see Zarigui with the Serrated on Kernos, which is a bit of a question marker for me because he can't quite get those 3 stacks, Dice. Obviously, his one ability, it doesn't go on cooldown, right? So he can't get that 10 strength off that. So he's kind of putting himself at a little bit of a disadvantage, and he's still doing okay, which is interesting because we've seen Aimbot do really well in the previous games. You know, he's been quite a good carry role for Bruto Fire, so it's kind of just like maybe Zarigui's kind of got one hand behind his back thinking he can take on Aimbot.
I mean, you know what? If you're going to flex. And this is the time to do it. The playoff for Brazil here in the Founders Series. I'd be flexing as well if I could, but instead we will see Farinha starting to flex, looking for Spexzilla on the Hades here. Jump away, and Arisen Heart will jump this wall as well on the Fenrir. Spexzilla likely to go down here, does get a little bit of healing, but Asmita on that Baron will find the kill and forcing Arisen Heart to rotate away. 4-man rotation here from the red team. Bruto will have this chase on. Blink out from the Loki as well. Is it enough? Yes, it is. Farinha locks in another kill. 4-1-2 on the Loki and gaining the lead over Arisen Heart now over in the duo lane though. Aimbot locked in, stunned down by old Sir Zeus. Jumps over the wall though on this neutral blue buff camp, and he's going to get away just in time for Farinha to rotate over on this Loki. Now engaging into the backline, Aimbot will find an impale on this
great escape.
Hecate, get himself out, backs off towards the wrong T1 tower, though, will go down, but this Kernos has put himself out of position. Will he be able to find an escape route here? Blink in, though, and by Phaeton does find the kill. Old Sir, low health on the Zeus, doesn't find a stun, and there's the life of the party. Beads forced out early. Old Sir in a little bit of trouble, but Spexilla rotates back in. Hades ult used, and as Meter's still chasing down, but will be pulled back in by this Hades. The brawl going on is absolutely insane. Chased down, though. Is this Hecate likely to fall? And Arisen Heart late to the party, not likely to fall a kill. Still alive with Sahito Man, but not for long enough. Does go down. Bruto easily take the better end of that fight.
What a brawl. Both teams just going at it, hammer and tongs. Then neither side wanted to give up that engagement. They wanted to try and show who was boss. They wanted to come out on top, but it was kind of a wash at the end, really. Yes, Felinozillas did kind of have too many players fall, but Bruto they're not looking for the objectives after the fact. They kind of just walk back to their own jungle. We see that Gold Fury is available. Pyromancer has just come up, I believe. But it's in the end, it's Felinozillas that are kind of shaping up for the Gold Fury here, Dice.
Felinozillas are positioned around this objective perfectly, and it's as you've been saying all game, simply we're seeing a lot of this brawling coming out, but there needs to be brawling for a reason, and it's the stuff after the stuff. So Bruto absolutely got the dominant half of that fight, and excellent play from all of their players across the board, but Felinozillas have the lock on the macro play, starting up this Gold Fury down already to 4,000 health. Stepping up is the Ares, going to find 2 chains, and Felinozillas back off early here. The aggression from this Loki for Reinhardt is a bit too scary for them.
Yeah, it's good pressure out there from Farina. I'm not quite sure what the Hecate ult was looking for. Maybe the Morrigan ult was a worth trade for it. I'm not too sure. That is quite a big engage tool off the Hecate.
Quite an interesting play there. We saw this Hecate transform into the Loki, then use that blink to scare Arisen Heart a little bit and force him into the Ragnarok ultimate. And that was enough that the trade-off was almost completely worth it there for Phaeton. Being able to get the Hecate ultimate wasted and that Ragnarok Fenrir ultimate used is amazing, but Assassinate will come out in this duo lane, and alongside that, on her ult, aimbot will be able to find the kill under the T1 tower. Old Sir, though, rotating over, and this is exactly what I was saying, simply. Arisen Heart is here, but doesn't have Ragnarok engaged on now by the Loki. Has to jump back under the T1 tower. Blink out here from the Ares as well, and will connect this. No escape. Zeus ult down to zone away, though, and Bruto Fire struggling to walk up to this support. Zeus, great impale into the wall, though. Phantom Shell will come out to keep this Zeus alive. Such a hard god to kill right now, despite the fact that he's really an immobile mage.
And it just keeps going, Dice. They keep trying and trying and trying again, Bruto. They're just constantly trying to brute force the pick. Now we see them actually heading towards the Gold Fury, which is what actually gets you the lead in these games. You know, we've seen Bruto, they're ready to brawl. But now that they're adding an objective in, that's what's going to get them the lead, Dice.
Great play here from Bruto, going to even out the Gold Fury tally on the map right now. 16 minutes into this game, and Bruto have found themselves a 4,000 gold lead, but it's not over as we see the gates open and Ragnarok popped as well, looking to pick off this Ares, and down he will go. Chain Lightning once more will find the kill on Old Sir, doing well, but Loki into the backline is a lot to deal with, and this time it's Phaeton on the transformation as this Morrigan that's going to find the kill for Reinhardt as well. The double Loki is too much to handle for Felinozillas as the Arisen Heart being chased down by a Loki as well. For Reinhardt doing well, aimbot doing better, by Phaeton doing best, double kill, and finally down do go Felinozillas. 4 deaths in that fight after the Gold Fury.
Bruto are absolutely running it at Felinozillas. Felinozillas cannot handle this W key being held down right now. It is a 4-man for 0 trade. It's just a big swing, Dice. You know, you can't really have those kind of trades at this point in the game because Felinozillas' comp from behind is not really an ideal one. You know, you have the Zeus, you have the Hecate, they're kind of scaling characters, so they want to get into this late game kind of even so that they can really pop off. But as they're starting to fall further and further behind, we see a 4-level difference in the mid lane. You know, Phaeton is so far ahead right now.
4 levels in the jungle as well. Arisen Heart has fallen so far behind for Reinhardt, and it is coming off the back of excellent fighting, excellent picks for this Loki, but this Fenrir has such capability to find people, to use that Ragnarok for getting people out of position, and we'll have to see whether or not Arisen Heart will be able to achieve that. A little bit of a break here, technical difficulties on that pause by the looks of it, see how things pan out. But simply, this is quite the game to be going on right now, and Bruto is starting to run it.
Yeah, I think that this game has just hit that snowball out of control. I think Bruto are just firmly in the driver's seat. I don't think there's really a way for them to throw this away unless maybe there's a freak fire steal perhaps, or maybe a mishap at a Phoenix. But I think Felinozillas, they really just need a knuckle down, try and get as much farm off the map as they can, keep trying to use this Fenrir ultimate as much as possible.
Well, let's get back into the game, simply see how things are tracking now. Worked our way through that pause, and we're going to see Spexzilla first. Going back towards this solo lane and doing as you said, Felinozillas, just trying to get some farm underneath themselves now. Nearly 6,000 gold behind Bruto. It's a brutal position to be in, simply.
Yeah, I think this game is starting to shift towards Spexzilla versus the world. He's kind of the only one keeping up in farm. He has a level lead, but the gold isn't going to be looking too hot in his favor, so he might be looking to be a one-man army at this point in Dice. And also is kind of getting run down on the other side of the map, so he can't even try and walk up and get farm for himself. He's just struggling to get back in the game as a Zeus. You see Spexzilla is trying to keep being a lane bully. I don't think there's anything that can really come out of this in a 1v1 scenario.
I like seeing that the Baron ult is being forced there. Simply, it's going to allow Spexzilla and maybe now Arisen Heart to start finding some additional farm over in the solo lane. And in fact, it looks like Arisen Heart's going to dive this T1 tower, but you know, this is what we've been talking about all game, simply, is it would be nice to see Felinozillas. They're finding great fighting opportunities. Bruto have been finding great fighting opportunities, but it feels like they're going in too hard to look for kills where there could be farm available. If Arisen Heart had allowed Asmito to back there on that Baron, free farm for the Fenrir.
Yeah, I think it's good to see Felinozillas not giving up that Naga as well. You see, they're happy to try and contest things on their side of the map. Yes, this Pyromancer is okay to give up, I think, from their position. They got to make sure they get all the waves done. They can't really let them die to towers. They got to make sure their back camps are done on repeat. Maybe they send Spexzilla in to try and contest a Fire Giant, which it looks like Bruto might be gearing up towards. They don't really have the vision to do it, I don't think, but they're all kind of in the area, Dice.
This could be an early Fire Giant rip here, as we're going to see the Life of the Party ultimate user actually trying to pick off Spexzilla on this Hades. Thankfully for Felinozillas, despite the fact that we see a 3-level deficit here for Arisen Heart in the jungle, or as we are going to see an engage here, Zeusol off the mark, though will not connect with anybody, and that's a massive, massive ultimate to have down before Fire Giant. Does so much damage and can allow you to get a lot of CC off as well, simply.
Yeah, not a lot of ultimates up here for either teams, but the brawl is still going on in the solo lane. It's kind of just like a pick contest, really. There's not really much to go on here. It's just a Hail Mary, hope for the best for Felinozillas.
Hexstone did come out, though. We wanted to see it, and there it was. But down goes the Kernanos. And into the back line did go multiple members of Felinozillas, but not able to find anything as Aimbot will pick up Arisen Heart and dive into the back line. Does go by Fartan on that transformation into the Loki. Now, T1 Tower being completely ignored in favor of these kills. This Sakate in a lot of trouble here. And the Life of the Party will come out. Beast Puff, but isn't enough. No, stun down, and by Fartan finds a double kill on this Morrigan. Bruto take no deaths, but kill 4, and they're walking themselves to the Fire Giant, simply. That could be the lock on the game.
They're just brawlers, Dice. As a unit, they're unmatched in this game. Bruto, you can tell they must have been playing together for years, because their synergy together is so on point. By Feitan's Loki ults, yes, by Feitan, not the actual Loki in the game. He's turning into Loki and performing so well on that character. He's just mopping up the floor. He's always going in. He's getting a pick last second. Yeah, you think it's over. Bam, he's there, done. And then obviously Farina's doing the same thing somewhere else. And so how can you deal with that when you're so far behind?
Simply tell me something. What's more annoying than having a Loki in your backline?
I think maybe 2 Lokis perhaps, Dice.
I think having 2 Lokis in your backline sounds damn awful to me, and that's exactly what Bruto seemed to be thinking. You're right. By Feitan, 6-0-6 on the Morrigan, and I haven't seen a transformation that hasn't been into a Loki.
Yeah, I think he's very comfortable in that Loki by the looks of it. And I don't think he ever needs to change into anyone else. Like maybe the Ares on a Phoenix Siege, perhaps, but I don't think it's needed. He can just keep playing that pick character, looking for the 1v1s himself, coming in late. You know, it works for him. It's a good Morrigan playstyle, and as we see another free gold tree for Bruto, they're pushing their lead more and more. It's 10.5k, almost 11k right now, Dice. And we're seeing them going down the duo side lane, which is a really good lane to push when you have Fire Giant.
T2 tower on the right side of the map will be pushed down here by Bruto. Looks like they're positioning to back off though, so not hard committing to the right side Phoenix play. Why do you think that is, Simply?
This is really smart here by Bruto. When you take Phoenixes now in Smite 2, it makes the minions worth double the gold for the losing side. And when their Phoenix respawns, they also get a big cash injection as well. So it's kind of something you look at. You look at trying to take away all the towers before you go for the Phoenix Siege. You don't really want to give the comeback mechanic to the team that's behind.
Say it and it shall be so. Bruto will push in and take this T2 tower in mid. No response here from Felinozillas. We did for a little bit see Spec-Zilla sitting in this right side, pushing down the T1 tower over there, trying to take it away from Bruto, but unsuccessfully. And now this 5-man death ball, they're going to rotate their way over for one more T2 tower simply. Big gold injection for this team, but as you said, they're not giving any farm to Felinozillas for free by giving them fire minions and giving them a Phoenix respawn.
I love this late game map play by Bruto. Obviously, the Pyromancer is coming up as well soon. Maybe they're not going to risk that one. Maybe they're not going to overstay. That's okay. They've probably got 2.5k in the bank right now. They're going to come back onto the map. See, PiPiPi will end up getting his starter item finished already. He's got the Ob Shard as well, so he's going to be hitting like a truck. And that's before he's turned into the Loki. So there's a lot of item advantage coming out here for Bruto. I think it might just end up being another massive brawl. I don't see Felinozillas defending their Phoenix as well at this point in the game, Dice.
Difficult position to be in. I think though simply that we have to talk about the potential that Felinozillas have for damage in their comp. Big circles are there. We've got Open the Gates. We've got Zeus's ultimate. We've got the polymorph coming out from Kernanos. These big circles. If Bruto position themselves incorrectly, too closely together, if they dive the wrong targets potentially, start trying to look for this Zeus when they shouldn't be, I think Felinozillas have the damage to start turning these fights around. And if you're under a Phoenix and you get turned around on by a Zeus, that is terrifying.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to come down to quite the precision play from Felinozillas. If they go on the wrong target, there is 2 group beads on Bruto's side right now. And they don't even need to use it half the time, because Horizon Heart has been really struggling to get the Ragnaros off on the right target. Also, I guess that's what the Cersei's Hexstone's used for, right? It's just a quick disengage tool.
That's true. Did get Ulcer out of trouble there and effective in doing so. Here comes the Hades ultimate, but won't be able to find a kill even off the back of the Zeus ult being thrown down there. And here goes Phaeton once again, transforms into the Loki, picks up the kill. Although we do see a bit of a trade here for Reinhardt, will pick up that Kernanos, but not before a shutdown does come out. Ragnarok used immediately here by Arisen Heart to get himself out of trouble there. Still chased down here though by Phaeton. And that's enough for Felinozillas to have to go back to base. Are Bruto going to push a Phoenix here simply?
I don't know if they'll fully commit to a Phoenix here, Dice. Maybe Felinozillas will give up the mid one for free. Their Fire Giant has run out by now, I believe. So it is a bit of a risky one by Bruto. I think they might be overstepping the mark here if Felinozillas recognize this.
Felinozillas not looking for a kill right now on the board. Instead, Arisen Heart on this Fenrir will get a bit of farm spotted out though by Bruto. Will by Phaeton be able to chase this down? Not going to look for the kill. Instead, they want to push this wave, maybe get this Gold Fury off the map simply, but this Fire Giant's been up for a little bit and you're giving Felinozillas time to farm in order to defend it.
Yeah, I think there's a last roll of the dice here, Dice. Yeah, Felinozillas, they have to go and contest this Fire Giant that's up right now. They have to just throw everything at it. They've got to either wait in a bush, look for a pick, and then go from there, or they've just got to rip it and hope for the best. You know, they've got a Zeus. Zeus will bring that objective damage, even with the build he has. You know, he's got that conch. That's int and strength for his teammates. So it's just added burst. And Kate's not a bad character at securing an objective. You know, he's far better than a Morrigan on the other side.
26 minutes into this game, do or die time for Felinozillas. Bruto can take their time walking into this Fire Giant pit, but We see Felinozillas on this right side bush, grouping up, looking for their opportunity. Ragnarok will come out and forces a no escape immediately out of the area. He's not going to connect with anybody there, so no CC here. And immediately in goes the Ares with that ultimate, trying to lock someone down, but a good use of the blink to get out there for by Phaeton. Aimbot finds one, Aimbot finds two, double kill for the Yarn Her, and it's chase on Assassinate. Will lock in two. Arisen Heart trying to get a counter kill out of it, but Farina has found this. Kerner knows two members left for Felinozillas. It's not going to be enough simply. No deaths for Bruto. Clean precision fight.
Beautiful aside there by Fer to pick up the double stun, and it's just an wash for Bruto. They're just every engagement. They're just, again, I'm going to say it again. I know I'm repeating myself, but they're just brawlers.
They are just brawlers, and look at Phaeton brawling now. The damage that came out from just two abilities there on that Morrigan, and now Bruto, they don't need the Fire Giant simply. They're going to try to end the game. Down to 8,000 health is a Titan already 7k, and the only member of Felinozillas to defend here is the Sakate, and can't even step up beside the Morrigan. The gates are open though, and it's going to not even pull anyone into the Titan room. The game is over. Felinozillas will fall, and Bruto will take game number 1 in this set.
Lovely late game there by Bruto. They kind of took a little bit of time to get into the game. It was just like a pick here and there. Then they'd get picked in response. And then when they hit that mid to late game, they started to become alive. They started to become a unit. You see the synergies on their team. It looked like they've been playing together for years. So, you know, as soon as it came out to that 3v3, that 4v4, they were just winning every fight, no matter where on the map.
Absolutely, and we kind of talked about it simply. You mentioned that you could see the synergy between these players, that they've clearly been together for a little while. I think standout for me by Phaeton, clearly had experience playing both jungle and mid, being able to transform into this Loki and play like a jungler, look in the backline, but beginning by playing like a mid laner and positioning as a mid laner and as a mage would. So excellent gameplay coming out there from both teams, but Bruto really taking advantage of the double Loki in their comp.
I will say, Dice, even though Felinozillas did not look great in the end of that game, I did like the Zeus pick. The Zeus pick added a little bit of something. I think if it was a traditional support, that game would have gone a lot worse for Felinozillas. So I don't mind it. Maybe if it was in a different role, perhaps. Maybe if it was like a carry, then it could have done more. But I think it did just enough that game.
Well, let's have a quick look over at the results screen here and take a peek at some of these builds at the moment as well. And some of these KDAs too. Farina only fell once, but by Phaeton, 8, 0, and 9 on the Morrigan, by far and away my standout player. But you're right, simply, for Felinozillas, 3, 5, and 1 on that Zeus is not bad considering the outcome of the game.
Yeah, I think we can't hide away from the fact that Aimbot as well, he kind of had that rough early start, and then he came into it as the game progressed, which is what you want from your ADC. As soon as he got that Executioner online, he started becoming more apparent in these team fights, and you see Horizon Heart couldn't even go anywhere near him that game. It was just always a death sentence for him. So he kind of just, from that duel lane, he kind of ran it himself, even though Phaeton and Farina were causing havoc everywhere else on the map.
And simply, it's not Horizon Heart's fault. He ended up with 6,100 player damage, less than the Ares. And that's a difficult position to be in. You need to see this Fenrir doing a little bit better. But shortly, we will be seeing this game number 2 between these two teams. I'm excited to see the change up. I think we're ready to take it on over to a break before we get into the second game.
Mentally feel like Kobe, I'm like Jokic with the rock. You physically couldn't hold me, I don't care if you push it 40. You can never little bro me. Euro step like Ginobili, from young OG to the OG. From nosebleeds to floor seats. Circle stronger than Cuban links. My gold dance, your gold plated. You verse me, now that's a reach. We ready. Who ready? We ready. Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? Who ready? Who? We ready. Who ready? We ready. Been ready. I waited. My turn. On God. Hell steady. I keep dropping back to back. I keep going if you let me. I've been sitting at the top, looking down at those who left me. Promise I'm not being petty. I'm the one they envy. Brody moving state to state, make $1 million out to send me. Plus I grinded from the start. I was stacking pennies. I might dip like Machiavelli. After the confetti, who ready? We ready. Who ready? We ready. Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? Who ready? We ready. Who ready? We ready. Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? Who ready? Who? We ready. Who? Why are you running away when you see the light? Is it because you can't get over yourself tonight? Listen to the sirens, you'll hear them call. Be the first to don't even bother at all. When there's no one to blame, it's a hoax, it's a shame, that's all. In the city of dreams, that is all you've been waiting for. Do you ever feel that this place is real and fine? It's a long last battle and no one will take the time. And it brings me down. And it brings me down.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Brazil Founders Series, brought to you by Smite in the Sewer, alongside the OCL, making this the UNSC United Nations Smite Coalition. I'm Deelo, joined here by Cash Money Morty. We got Tess, Almighty Eye in the sky, off the heels of a rousing victory there from Bruto. Mort, walk me through what we just saw.
Well, I don't know if it's a sequel or a broken record or whatever we're going to call it, but everything seems to center around that Loki pick. It all depends on where Loki ends up. And if Loki ends up on one side, you better guarantee that results show they're going to take the dub. 9 out of 10 doctors recommend that Loki pick. And whatever Loki pick, I mean, whoever it goes to, they're going to pop off. We see that Arizenhart did not get the Loki this time around and was struggling to make the same results happen with the Fenrir instead of the Loki. And that's just kind of the trick of the trade here. You got to get that band off, or you got to first pick that bad boy. Otherwise, might not work in your favor. We did see the Zoo support come out as well. Very unique one for sure. Didn't result fantastic, phenomenally, but regardless, it's interesting. It's fun to see. I mean, definitely, you throw something different on the dinner plate, I'm still going to try it. You know what I mean? I think it was good to see overall.
We were talking about silver spoons and caviar, and unfortunately, we like hot pockets, we do, but you got to make sure you still take them out the wrapper. You got to make sure you still put them in the microwave. And so far, Felinozillas need to heat up a bit. So let's see if these P's and B's manage to bring us any different results here. We're looking for that Loki pick. 9 out of 10 doctors recommend, and the one doctor that probably doesn't because he's dead, because Farina probably killed him. So Felina maybe need to reallocate those priorities here. Fenrir's good. Fenrir's been good since Smite 2's release. but it doesn't solve all your problems, especially when you can only Ragnarok one target. Jingwei's still managing to be the ban. They're going to leave it up to Bruto here if they want to take away that Loki pick, whether it be for the enemy or for themselves. But no, we're remaining consistent. It's still going to be Hercules. It leaves the question, what jungle do you decide to go with?
And an interesting one that I haven't seen yet today would be the Thana. The Thanatos hasn't came out yet. And I'm wondering what the reasoning behind that is. I mean, there's a lot of love to be had with having the Thana on your team and could quite possibly duplicate the results that you've seen from Loki in the past. They're not the same god by any means, but there's a lot to love. I mean, they both have hard CC in their ultimate. They both have huge damage in their kits. They both have huge mobility, but instead we're going back with that Fenrir yet again. And part of me is kind of wondering, are we going to see the Fenrir back in the jungle? Are we going to see Fenrir maybe move over to the solo lane and then we see a different jungler, maybe the Thana that we previously mentioned or a Susano? Wondering what the strategy is here for Felinozillas.
I mean, Baron, Zamity, Loki, we're again just playing Bruto's biggest hits. You have Cernunos, that's good. It's follow-up off Fenrir, but I think what you mentioned is pivotal. Where does Fenrir go? For me, support. Zeus is too much cookery. Listen, Brazilian cuisine, magnificent. I love me some rice and beans, but sometimes we gotta stick to the rice and beans, the basics. Just do what Fenrir does best, which is being a support. Zeus just doesn't get that job done. Hecate, again, big circles. I'm liking this. I really do think sometimes, and this is a rare moment we can just really throw some glaze here to the supports. It's sometimes the most pivotal role in the game that just operates as a cog in the machine in the background. Athena's the lock-in here, and that could be their support. It could also be their jungle. There's still a lot of flexibility here for Felinozillas. And speaking of felines, we got on her lock there for Bruto once again.
So we have a lot of hard CC on the side of Felinozillas. They're looking to lock down the enemy, and that might be exactly what's necessary to take down Loki. Farina is going to go crazy with the Loki if left unchecked. But here's the strategy. Bramble Blast, it roots Loki in place. Ragnarok holds Loki in the jaws of Fenrir. He's going to sit there and just take damage. Athena with Confrown is going to taunt Loki and keep them in place. There's a lot, and followed by the Anubis. Wrap them up, lock them down, and take away that health bar. And Farina is not going to be putting out the same results as they did in game one. That, I'm assuming, and the Susano pick, a lot of hard CC.
Okay.
The team fight potential from Felinozillas right here is looking phenomenal. I'm seeing reverse sweep potential already.
Yeah, and they've got to, otherwise they get kicked down to loser's bracket. Remember, folks, this is the deciding factor, semifinals, for who decides to get that top spot in finals for that $2,500 cash prize. Odin wants that. The Allfather wants that. Dude's got to pay child support, and he's got 4 kids right next to him. Brutal all looking to their patriarch to make sure that they can provide. Question is, Mort, looking at these 5v5, who do you favor and why?
Results show, just like we talked about, 9 out of 10 doctors, Loki is going to be taking the dubs. Loki is going to be walking away, whoever has Loki, and Bruto has Loki right now. I mean, it's just results whenever, but I don't know, that team fight potential from Felinozillas is looking phenomenal. So I'm kind of, I don't know, I'm on the fence here.
I'm going to throw it to Felinozillas because I'm a big fan of some nice big circles, but is that Loki pick just going to be what the doctor ordered, or is it going to be a flat line? Let's find out. Toss it to our OCL casters, Dice Heart, and simply take it away.
Thank you very much, Deelo and Mort. Once again, my name is Dysard, joined again by Simply here, all the way out from Oceania, but bringing you these exciting Brazil casts for game number 2 of Felinozillas vs Bruto.
Straight away, Dice. I'm looking at 5 beads burners on the side of Felinozillas. They got out brawled last game, and they've gone, you know what? We're not going to get out team fought this time. We've drafted a comp to just beat you in a fight.
We love to see it. They want to brawl. You're right, Simply. If you're going to bring the brawl to us, then we're going to bring it right back to you. And Simply, I'm not seeing a single beads.
I don't see any beads, Dice.
Not one.
What is going on here? This is very interesting. Either Bruto think they're going to be fine, or Felinozillas are just going to snowball this and just walk away with a free victory.
I hope, honestly, that Felinozillas are able to punish a little bit of perhaps overconfidence here from Bruto, if the decision to not get any beads isn't punished, I'm going to be a grumpy caster.
And we see early on that Horizon Heart has opted to go for both mid camps before his back camps, whereas Farina has just opted for the safe farm to guarantee it. So it's a bit of a jungle lead right now in the early game. So maybe an early level 5 for Horizon Heart just to get that ball rolling.
A lot of potential here across the map. Already seeing a 500 gold lead for Felinozillas. So excellent farming, good use of the camps, the neutrals, and the macro here. Not a lot of fight potential just yet. Kind of waiting for a lot of ultimates on both teams, to be honest, simply, for any fight to really break out. Who do you think's going to start the first one? Where do you reckon First Blood's going to be?
I'm looking at Farina. He's already headed over to the duo lane. He's just waiting for that Fenrir to use an ability, and then he's just got a free picking there. The Fenrir would kind of have to be forced to jump away in like that 15 seconds, is however long the cooldown is, but he's kind of playing it safe over there, so he hasn't really opted to give that pick. And duo lane right now is kind of a stalemate. Obviously, we saw Felinozillas get both neutrals in this lane, so they're going to have that natural lead going in right now. Maybe they get that early 5 and start looking for the picks, or Athena maybe ults away off to a different lane, perhaps.
I think exactly what you said started happening, but Spexzilla was a little bit too tanky on the Fenrir. We didn't see it from over there, but he was definitely engaged on by that Loki-Odin combo. So Farina has spent a lot of time with this Loki sitting in the solo lane, and look what it's resulted in. Arisen Heart is now ahead on the Susano.
It looks like Felinozillas are maybe opting for the duo side pressure this game, Dice, which we haven't seen a lot from Brazil today. It's been a lot of solo lane focus, but right now they're kind of just trying to force it down duo side. Maybe that's the adaptation they need to try and turn this set around and maybe get some reverse sweep going on.
The Hito man making a rotation over towards this Odin, but that's a teleport coming out from Asmita. He's made it all the way over to this duo lane and might be able to punish Felinozillas for their aggressive positioning. It will be a steal on the, a secure on the blue buff, and likely a rotation over to invade and steal away Bruto's blue buff. But in response, Bruto are here to steal the purple buff away from Felinozillas, and I don't think that Felino are going to be able to prevent this from happening.
I love this rotation from the Odin. He's recognized that Felinozillas is just sitting on the duo lane tower for so long. He's decided, you know what? I'm not going to let them invade, and I'm going to come over and invade myself. And they've kind of just sent by Phaeton to try and defend the red buff, but he falls alongside the other side of the map, and Bruto kind of just brute forcing their way into the enemy speed buff here.
Can't believe we saw that First Blood all the way on the other side of the map, despite the 6-7 people around this speed buff invade. Crazy that the kill happened anywhere else, but it did, and Bruto are falling further and further behind in this game. Felinozillas getting that kill is great. Bruto, you know, simply they were looking for that aggression, they were looking for that invade. Do you think potentially Asmita spent a little bit too long over on the duo lane side of the map, though?
It kind of just ended up as like a, hey, you guys can have duo side of the jungle, we'll take solo side of the jungle. Oh, you know what? We're going to get your mid laner as well. So it was kind of a win for Felinozillas, and now they're just heading back, getting the neutral camps again for them in duo lane. So it's just going to be even more of a progressive lead for Zurigui, perhaps. Maybe it comes to something, I'm not too sure though.
Very curious to see this Baron start to get involved in this early stage of the game. Has ticked over to level 5, so has the Life of the Party ultimate available. An opportunity potentially to corner bait at this neutral speed buff camp next to the duo lane, and it will be Felinozillas stepping up potentially too far here, going to contest this speed buff. Taunt in on two of Bruto's duo laners there. Old Sir is poked out for his trouble though, and away go Bruto Fire, happy that they picked up that buff.
It looks like Aimbot secures the red buff himself with the Impale, and now he's just back up to farming, and Farina has kind of rotated over, maybe looking for someone to overstep, but there's not really an opportunity for anyone on the map right now, Dice. It's kind of just like a, we're going to do a bit of farm, we're going to try and catch up all that lost farm that we took for around that duo lane fight that took a long time, and it's just an even game state here, probably for the next minute or so before these solo side buffs come up, which is probably the next target for Farina as he starts heading up to that side of the map.
I'm surprised simply to see now the levels have kind of evened out, but we saw that Farina has probably a bit more than half a level at the moment on a Risen Heart. This Susano just ticked up to level 6, but the Loki has been there for a while. Where do you think this Loki has been getting the farm? Because he spent an inordinate amount of time in this solo lane waiting to get a kill and started falling behind, but he's managed to catch up the lead quite aggressively here.
Yeah, he's been after that purple and speed invade. Obviously, he got that farm. He's been just doing his backs on cooldown. Obviously, we see he's got the transcendence already. We see the Susano hasn't quite got his first item yet, so there is a bit of a power difference there. And Speckzilla is kind of looking for a solo invade right now, but he's not really getting any help from his team. They're a bit late for this blue buff. We see Farina kind of securing it, and it's kind of just a wash right now, and everyone's just going to secure their own buffs, Dice.
Look, at the end of the day, you can't be unhappy with securing your own buffs, and I think Felinozillas have recognized that they have the potential to overcommit if they play too aggressively into Bruto's jungle. They're aware that Life of the Party is an ultimate alongside this Open the Gates from the Hecate that can very easily get their team out of position, and once they're out of position, they're ripe for the killing. And for Reinhardt, we know what this Loki can do with people out of position. Defender of Olympus, though, will come out on top of this Anubis to try to protect him from the aggression of that Baron. Big ultimate to have down here. That's the global pressure from Felinozillas completely removed from the game.
I love the aggression there by Ibre, making sure he makes this Anubis honest. He's got to keep him honest in the mid lane. You know, make sure he's got his ult up at all times to play safe. But again, Bruto, they're just looking to run down Felinozillas around the speed buff, and great Susano 3 there, but not quite the numbers required.
Nearly enough damage there. Thankfully for Oldzer, he started with that selflessness, so he's got a little bit more health, a little bit more tankiness to keep himself alive. But dash in from Oldzer on this Athena as well, and the follow-up is there from the Susano too. A Risen Heart will pick up for Reinhardt. Huge trade on the junglers, and Gold Fury started up for Felinozillas as well. Up down from Speckzilla means no escaping available here, but the Anubis doing so much damage on the Gold Fury and the backline at the same time. The party is that way though, as the Hecate ult will come out, and Oldzer forced into the backline. Gold Fury secured by Felinozillas, but aimbot finds one. Can Bruto punish more here? No, Felinozillas are the ones turning it around, and Speckzilla will pick up the Baron. 1-for-1 trade, but Gold Fury goes to Felinozillas. Huge play here for the blue team.
A lot of just hidden hope there on the Gold Fury, it looked like. Really good open the gates from by Tan. Pulled in the Anubis, who's just left for dead at that point. But he walked away still, Dice. I thought that he was for sure gonna take a spill, but no, he lives. It was a 1-for-1 trade, which is okay. Felinozillas ended up with the gold and the Naga afterwards. You can't forget how important it is for that Naga gold and XP as well afterwards, Dice. That's how you get the ball rolling. They're now up about 1k 1.1, and that's quite a big swing from the even game state it was beforehand.
I'm calling it now simply reverse sweep incoming. Felinozillas are having an infinitely better, much more standout game than Game.w here. They seem to be more comfortable. It's exactly as you said, picking up these gods to deal with the constant brawl that Bruto want to have. This Anubis is standout in a game like this.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at his slash line right now. He's been very he's been aggressed upon a lot, Dice. He's been public enemy #1 kind of for Bruto, and they can't put him down. And obviously he's got 2 items on his build already, which is kind of when he starts to come online. He hasn't quite got that soul gem yet, which I thought he would have got by now. So maybe he's opting for a different build path entirely. Maybe he's looking at just raw power on after now that he's got that Bloodbound book.
I'm hoping that we do see this Anubis go raw power. Honestly, I want to see Death Gaze remove someone from the map in 2 seconds flat. That's all that I want. But a bit of a dull point, I'm going to say, 10 minutes in here. Not dull, but not even either, as Oldzer going to dash in and not find the taunt there. Good use of the pillar from aimbot will prevent the aggression here from this Athena, and actually turned on as the life of the party will come out. Forces the Defender of Olympus to be used as well. This Kono's going to dash away. No kill found there, despite on her ultimate. Barely getting out is the Athena. Close call there for Oldzer.
Yeah, really good shell used there by Oldzer. He made sure he kept himself alive. Didn't really have any threat of dying, I don't think. I don't know if on her had enough damage with the axe start. Perhaps if he had that Cal start, then there is a question on if he could have died there. But as we see, Zarigui kind of just holding the lane himself right now. It's a good rotation by a Risen Heart.
Look at the use of these teleporters. Ragnarok will come out from Spexzilla there. Not able to follow up onto the Baron though, and a great chunk of heal comes out for this support too. But now, as Meter is going to drop the cage, I don't know if they're aware of how many people are here as a Risen Heart into the backline, but he actually dashes away there. And a very early use of the Talisman of Purification too. Felinozillas not able to find a big fight.
Yeah, very interesting 5v5 in the duo lane there, Dice. Goldtree obviously isn't quite up yet. You're kind of looking to burn relics, burn those beads items on the other side before gold, and then you look for Goldtree and then the picks, right? So they've kind of done the first thing right, but then it's a bit too early, so they can't quite go for the Goldtree straight away. So it might just be a little bit of farming now, perhaps, before the objective gets pulled.
I will say this so simply, Spexzilla has a 2-level lead over Asmida in this solo lane. So now that a few relics have been popped between both teams here, I would expect that when these solo laners rotate again back towards this Gold Fury, keep your eyes on the Fenrir. He's going to go massive.
Yeah, I think it might be a bit too late for the Fenrir to rotate here, Dice. He's kind of just in that lull period where he's going to end up farming for quite a while here. I think he definitely wants that next item online, that Cursed Ankh, or Ruinous Ankh, sorry. So maybe he doesn't make an appearance at this Gold Free, but no, I'm wrong. He's looking to teleport over as Brutal are grouping up around gold, but they've kind of baited him in here, Dice. They've all just disengaged from the Gold Free, and it's a rotation over nothing right now.
Yeah, wow, Spexzilla really did take the bait there. It was clear that Bruto were rotating their pressure towards that Gold Fury, and Felinozillas, Spexzilla, you're right, felt the need to respond to that in kind, but look at this, Asmida has caught up a lot of this level differential and forced Ragnarok out. In fact, this Fenrir now trapped inside the cage has to jump away. Huge ultimate to have down when your solo lane is so far ahead of its opposition.
Yeah, Spexzilla very fortunate there with the ult trade. It was kind of just a Ragnarok and wash, but the fact that he managed to get the cage out of that is not the worst thing, Dice. That's kind of a worthy trade in that situation, because now it just results in kind of just you go first, no, you go first, no, you go first around gold. No one really wants to take the initiative here because they've got those big ultimates down already.
Spexzilla, though, is taking a little bit of poke for his trouble, but maintaining this 2-level lead over Asmida. And it's exactly as you said, simply. Both teams playing around the Gold Fury, waiting for the other to make a mistake. It could be Felinozillas that make the mistake, though, as we've seen Spexzilla back. Bruto able to push Felinozillas all the way back towards their T1, T2 tower. Now rotating their way back towards the Gold Fury, going to get themselves some mid farm, but Ulcer is positioned to start up this Gold Fury, clear out a ward. Spexzilla here as well, very far ahead on this Fenrir, but it's not going to be hard committed to. Ulcer dash in, taunt out, and forces the bees immediately to be used by this Baron. Life is departing in response though, and into the backline does go Asmida. Susano will use defensively to keep alive his backline as his death gaze will be popped too. No kills yet on the board. Ulcer low health on this Athena. Chased down as the Hitman as this Anubis can't find a way into the backline fight. Arnher though will find a way in as Zurigue finds a kill onto Asmida. Will he go down for his trouble though? Spexzilla deep in the backline on this. Fenrir will find the stun. Ragnarok out as well, but he can't find a kill simply. Zahito Man does find aimbot, finally taunt out as well. Will give Spexzilla the kill onto this Baron, and it's enough for Felinozillas to win the fight, but they don't get the objective simply.
Great 3-for-0 trade there in the end for Felinozillas. They just played their comp perfect there, Dice. They're just CC chain after CC chain. It didn't matter what their health bars were. You saw also 1 HP dashing back in for the taunt that ended up saving Spexzilla, which then allowed him to get another pick afterwards, Dice. And now they're heading all over towards the Fire Giant, Dice. This is something no one was expecting here, I don't think.
I certainly wasn't expecting it, and I could see them walking towards it simply. Force out all the fighting on the Gold Fury, make it seem like you're hard committed to that, and then head over to the Fire Giant. Started up, down to 2,000 health. This is secure there. Will be locked in here for Felinozillas, and Spexzilla goes straight into the backline looking for Bifetan. You have to back off here, and that's what Felinozillas were doing, but instead going to start up this Pyromancer.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. They were confident in their secure. They have Anubis for burn, and they don't let Bruto get the Pyromancer as well. You know, yes, they're getting the Naga in trade for gold, but doesn't actually look like Bruto are confident enough to do the Gold Fury in this situation. So it's just a win-win-win for Felinozillas. And this is what you want to see. They've drafted to brawl and then win. They brawled, and then they got the big win. So now they've got a Fire Giant in hand, they've got a Runic Bomb in hand to push. The Gold Fury is probably the next objective for them, and then maybe looking at the mid tower is what I want to see, because that is such an important part of the map.
Incredible macro play coming out from Felinozillas, understanding their capabilities, understanding the limits of their team comp and the damage that they do, and crucially simply, they understood Bruto Fire. They knew exactly how to bait them towards the Gold Fury to start up the Fire Giant themselves, and look at the lead they've given themselves. Now they're going to do the Gold Fury anyway.
This is very good map play by Felinozillas. This is what you want to see. Last time, they were a bit unsure and they lost every fight. This game, they're making sure they take every fight possible, and after that, now that they've got their little lead, they're making sure they take it as far as they can go, as they're grouping up in this duo lane for the towers. But a really good response by Bruto. They've got the Tier 1 in solo lane. They're looking at the Tier 2 as well, but Spexzilla has rotated over to maybe dissuade them. He's got the fast teleport in as well as a Risen Heart, so maybe they'll just try and not let them back out of solo lane, so then they can get the Tier 2 tower in duo as well in response. So it's not bad from both teams. Both teams getting some good gold off the map, Dice.
2-2 tower does go down on the right side here for Felinozillas, so now forced to respond on the T2 and left, but a great bit of map play there from, as you said, Spexzilla and a Risen Heart to try to keep Bruto in that right side, allowing his team to finish off this left side T2 tower, likely to go down. A little bit of health left, and the Nagas are going to finish that off. Bruto, a trap between two members of Felinozillas in the mid lane, and a Risen Heart Spexzilla are able to chase far enough down mid lane that they can push this. Phoenix, Odin trapped inside the Death Gaze as well, will go down. So Hito Man credited with that kill. Finally, backs have been channeled here for Bruto, but it's too late. The left side Phoenix goes down. Aimbot might be out of position now as well, trying to wrap inside the backline. Look how much value Spexzilla and a Risen Heart have gotten simply.
Yeah, that is Felinozillas just punishing the proactivity of Bruto. Bruto thought they could get away with that Tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Yes, they got it, but it cost them a Phoenix in the duo lane, which is monumental in the map play right now for Felinozillas. They're going to have to push it over onto solo side now and just force someone from Bruto to go and clear the fire waves over there. So it's an automatic 4v5 before Fire Giant starts coming up. And so they're just going to have the numbers advantage as well as this huge gold advantage right now, Dice.
I want to talk about this simply. That was not a mistake from Bruto at all. We talked about it when they started making the play. It was a great move to force that T2 tower, get Felinozillas to channel some backs, waste their time. But who could have expected Spexzilla and a Risen Heart to keep 4 members of Bruto off the map by themselves, not able to back? Insane to be able to be that confident on the Fenris Susano at this point in the game.
Yeah, I love that Bruto are trying to still be proactive even from behind. You know, they understand and respect that they can't really take a 4v4 right now, so they're just trying to split the map, take away the gold that just stands there in the towers. And right now, they don't have to be that scared because Fire Giant is not far away from running out, so they know the next tussle is going to be around that Fire Giant. Yes, they're going to have to put someone in duo lane to deal with them waves, but it should be okay for them. I think we've seen the power of their 4v4. I think even though they're so far behind in gold, it's about 8.5k right now. I think they're okay to look for a fight here.
And you know, simply, I wasn't going to mention it, but I think it's a little bit funny as well. Despite losing their left side Phoenix, until a few moments ago, Bruto still had both of their T2 towers in mid and right still up. It really goes to show that during the laning phase, despite all of the brawling, Bruto were able to maintain a decent enough map position that they weren't losing their crucial objectives and their positioning on the map. That T1 in mid did finally just fall down, but now Felinozillas have picked themselves up a Pyromancer as well, and it's 10 seconds till the Fire Giant. Simply, Felino are positioned perfectly for it.
And look at the ward vision right now for Felinozillas. They've got it lit up like a Christmas tree right now, Dice. It's a month early or so at least, surely. They shouldn't be like this in November, come on.
They shouldn't be. Despicable behavior, but I don't know if Bruto are going to be able to respond to this despicable Christmas tree lighting behavior as Fire Giant down to 5,000 health already. Bruto trying to walk in, and they will get one member into the backline. It's a Loki, and for Rinha, he's had a standout set so far, but will be counter-engaged on here as a Death Gaze will connect with a little bit of damage on the Fire Giant, but not quite enough to lock it down. Felinozillas will go down to a Risen Heart as Fire Giant is secured there, and into the backline does go Spexzilla looking for something, and the Defender of Olympus on top of it will allow this Athena to find a taunt into Bruto X Fire. Is it enough though? In goes the Kernanos and down goes the Baron. Double kill here for a Risen Heart. This Susano was going massive, but simply, which team got the Fire Giant? I don't see it around a Risen Heart here.
I look like that was a Sunder secure by Asmita. Now, I might be wrong, but that looked like Bruto took it away with the Sunder on the Odin, and then they tried disengaging, trying to take as many members as they can away with it, and they've walked away with both their carries with Fire Giant right now, which puts them in a fairly strong position at getting their Duo-Side Bird back up, and maybe trying to walk up and maybe contest this Gold Fury.
Do you think simply with seeing Felinozillas put their pressure onto the right side T1 tower, would you have potentially preferred to see them aggress onto this duo bird? Or is that maybe what Bruto are expecting, given how hard they're grouping over this side of the map now?
I think they definitely missed the window to look for that Duo-Side Bird, but actually they've gone to look for a pick perhaps, which isn't the best for them.
Felinozillas did find that Assassinate and immediately forces a Talisman of Purification out of Old Sir. Hopefully for Felinozillas, a Risen Heart and Old Sir on this Athena can get themselves out of danger here. You have to keep running, don't turn around. There's 5 members of Bruto there, and they do have fire.
Yeah, it's interesting that Bruto haven't sent a member to deal with the fire wave in left yet, Dice. Maybe they're playing with fire actually by letting that wave push up, making sure they secure the gold tree for themselves here, and now they'll deal with the wave, which maybe they should have dealt with it before. That's what I would have done, because then they'd be in a good position to push up that duo side of the map and look for them towers.
Now, simply, this is a crucial point in the game for Bruto. They've stolen away a Fire Giant, and that's what everyone talks about. How do you get back into the game? Oh, maybe a Fire Giant steal. But it's not just about stealing the Fire Giant, is it simply? You have to now do something with that. Bruto have found a Gold Fury, they've gotten their Phoenix back up. What is the next step to maintain a position back into this game for Bruto?
Exactly. A famous man once said, it's always about the stuff after the stuff. And right now, Bruto
Who was that
are
famous
looking for
man?
I'm not sure which famous man that might be. He knows who he is. But Bruto are currently looking for that stuff after the stuff. They got the Gold Fury. They got their Phoenix back up. You know, it's all about trying to get the game back into an even-ish state for this next Fire Giant for them. Yes, Felinozillas are looking to be aggressive on the solo side of the map, but it's okay for them to give up this tier 2, which has actually turned into a bait, Dice.
Has turned into a bait. 3 members of Bruto have teleported over from the duo lane side of the map, and in comes Asmita. CatG is down, but turned around on immediately with that taunt. No damage really coming out into the Odin just yet, as the gates have been opened, and Phaeton will immediately pick up a Zahito man. Asmita's still in the backline, but now he's trying to trade with an ADC. Will it go well? As Baron has picked up a Risen Heart, and down goes that Susano. Early healing coming out immediately for the Baron as well, is going to allow this Odin to continue to rotate inside that backline and prevent any taunts coming out for Old Sir here. ADC down, aimbot has found the kill, and Bruto are picking their way back into this game. Spexzilla being chased down now by Phaeton as well. Aimbot has found himself a double kill as Old Sir goes down. It's 4 kills for Bruto. They're back in the game simply, and Fire Giant is nearly back up.
Clean gameplay by Bruto. They stuck to their guns. They know they fight well together. So what did they do? They fought together at that solo side tier 2. Felinozillas, they were not prepared for that. They'd obviously forced one person out by dumping all of their kit into him early. But then in comes the 3-man teleport behind them. Huge Odin cage to start it. And it was just a wash right afterwards. 4 for 0 on the picks. And now Bruto are in a really strong position heading towards this Fire Giant coming up shortly, Dice. They're going to get a Pyromancer for themselves beforehand, which gives them a good opportunity at looking for a Phoenix after Fire Giant.
I mean, how crazy was that turnaround there? Simply 4 members fall down for Felinozillas, and as you said, it came off the back of Odin Asmita engaging that excellent use of the teleporters, and this is what we want to see in Smite 2. Use the resources that are new to the game. Gold Fury, sorry, that was Queen Naga actually inside the Gold Fury pit being started up by Bruto there. I have to say, though, what I want to see slightly differently from Felinozillas in this next engagement is a slightly different targeting here for their carries and for who they want to try to pick off. We saw Asmita engage on Felinozillas, and they kind of panicked and went, oh, quick, kill the Odin. But they didn't do any damage to him, simply, and it allowed all the members of Bruto to step up. Who should they be trying to target in these fights? Other than maybe the obvious answer feels like it's Aimbot and PiPiPi, but is that the answer, or is there something else here for them?
I think it's straight away looking at PiPiPi. His ultimate went huge at the start of that fight. We saw the Anubis end up getting left alone, left to the wolves dice. He was just stranded by himself, and then it was just a pick after the next, Aimbot just throwing those spears at the next character that's right in front of him. And there was Ebre just rooting people, bringing the life to the party. He was pulling people in, just perfect for his ADC just to capitalize upon. And Spexzilla right now, he's caught himself in a bit of a pickle here.
Up, down from the Fenrir, will fire off this Ragnarok as well, but he's brought members of Bruto into the team fight they want to be in, as we're going to see the life of the party popped inside of this Odin cage as well. Spexzilla will find one, but PiPiPi turns it around immediately, and he's going to pick up an ADC. Also low health on this Athena, but into the backline does go Spexzilla, looking to try to pick up this Odin, but it's the wrong target for him. Brutalize is not going to do enough damage here. Both teams backing off, disengaging. Spexzilla doesn't want any of that, though. He's going to try to find his way into this Anher, but immediately it will be turned around on as in goes Felinozillas, and we know the potential for this Loki up down is good, but Zahito Man is better as Meta will pick up Spexzilla in the backline, but Ulta still alive on this Athena, and Zahito Man on this Anubis still healthy and has the damage output available to him. Felinozillas, though, has turned around and picked up the support, and Zahito Man left alone here. The hands are grasping, but can they grasp for the victory? Down goes the Anubis, and this game is hanging on by a thread. Double kill for Felinozillas. The Loki is back.
Did anyone hit Farina in that engagement dice? I watched him go from target after target after target, and his health bar didn't fall down at all. I'm just watching him pick up one kill, then the next kill, then his teammate takes the next kill away from him. It could have been an easy triple kill for him. And after Horizon Heart was forced out early in that engagement, Farina kind of just, he ran it himself.
He did run it himself. I would have loved to have seen just a little bit more opportunity given to Zahito, man. Let this Anubis get some more damage off. If he'd been able to just fire off a consistent death gaze simply, Felinozillas wouldn't have been able to do what he achieved on that Loki. But wow, he's been the talk of these last few sets, and Felinozillas really showing up in this late game simply.
Yeah, sometimes I look at Loki and I go, is Loki making the player look good, or is the player making Loki look good? Right now, after that fight, it is definitely Felinozillas making Loki look good. It's just the way he just flows from one to the next to the next. There's just a good aura around him right now, and the little bit of grouping around Fire Giant, perhaps it's a bit early. Not all the Felinozillas are here.
Spexzilla did find Loki with that Ragnarok while the invis was still going on, but the gates have been opened, and Zahito Man is not in the fight yet, which means Aimbot's going to find one, and Zurigwai does fall as well. Dangerous position to be here as Felinozillas has found another one. 3 kills on the board here for Bruto in this fight, and no response from Felinozillas. Spexzilla has to find a way out of this fight. Free Fire Giant here for Bruto. Simply, the game is becoming terrifying.
Spexzilla just jumping the gun there. I don't know whether he was looking to try and get that group beads out early, but he baited his team into overstepping into the whole of Bruto. Bruto just ended up seeing all of Felinozillas in a little corridor in front of them, and they just threw everything at them, and they're on the grey screen. It was just a bit too uncoordinated for Felinozillas, which is kind of just the first time that's happened this game. And now Bruto just running it straight down the solo side of the map, going straight for Phoenix now that they've got that Fire Giant on their belts. Perhaps an end call here, Dice.
Interesting to see what they're going to do. Bruto really need to not overcommit here. We see a low health Baron Samdi. T2 tower still up in mid. T1, T2 still up for Felinozillas in left. And all 5 members are back alive. But Fire Giant on Bruto. This engage may be the last one simply. And it might happen in the right side jungle.
I'm not quite sure why Felinozillas got chased.
Spexzilla beats forced out immediately off the back of the life of the party. Aimbot will be able to find the kill, turning it around on this Fenrir. But in the backline, Arisen Heart has found one. PiPiPi finds another one though, and then wow. As Meta finds the last kill, 3 for 1 trade there, and it's enough for Bruto to push into the right side. Phoenix, a little bit of damage coming out here from Zahito Man will keep this Anubis alive for now, but 4 members of Bruto Fire simply are walking into the Titan room.
I love this positioning by Anubis. He's looking to try and pick up aimbot from behind. He has been caught out though. Good damage numbers by the on her. A lot
Feeling
of
so
jukes
much.
coming out by Anubis, and he does take the spill in the end.
Aimbot does go down, but a Risen Heart is inside the back line and immediately turned around on the Baron was ready, and the CC was out by Phaeton will live, and now Bruto uncontested on the Titan, 5,000 health, 4,000 health, the game is over, the set is over. Bruto, despite being down all game, have turned it around simply, and Felinozillas fall.
That Felinozillas had it going for them, Dice. They were doing the right things, but then when it came to that late game, they just looked a little disjointed. They weren't as grouped up as Bruto, and again, they just got out team fought.
Difficult position to be in. Felinozillas were so close. Simply, we saw the moment that it came down to as well was around that one crucial fight where Bruto were able to teleport in behind Felinozillas, get the Odin cage off, and punish the aggression coming out from this team. But really an evenly matched game until right at the end there. Simply, Bruto though deserved the win that they got.
Yeah, I really loved the way Bruto played from behind in that set. They made sure, yes, we're behind, but we're going to go and get something off the map anyway. They made sure that they were still doing stuff themselves. They weren't being reactive, they were being proactive, which is extremely important when you want to make it all the way in these games.
I love to see it. Now Bruto very likely to be positioned to get quite far in these playoffs. You know, we've seen that they, in fact, that was semi-finals as well, wasn't it? So Bruto are now positioned for the grand finals, and a team couldn't be more deserving of a position there after what we've seen from them. Let's have a quick look at this results screen from a very close game. I'm expecting some big player damage numbers simply.
I'll be honest here, guys. I don't think these stats tell the whole story of the game. We're looking at Farina 3-3-8 on the Loki. That is not how he played. He was a late game demon, and then you have to look at Phaeton as well. Yes, he was 4-2-8, but he played above that KDA. So sometimes these KDAs do lie. You know, you look at Ulcer as well on Felinozillas. Yes, he's 0-5, but he might have been the most active player on the map that game, Dice. He was just constantly looking to go in for the dash taunts, looking to help his teammates out with that Defender Olympus. They were just all so active on the map, but the picks just weren't coming for both teams.
Yeah, it took right until that last late game sort of team fight, and we can see the stats here for this Odin as well, for where he was able to be impactful, highest damage taken, highest damage mitigated, and that's exactly what needed to happen from this Odin. But simply, we've seen an excellent set of Smite here between Felinozillas and Bruto. Before we get on to the next game, we're going to send it off over to a break. My name's been Diceheart, I've been joined by Simply, and it's been great to be here.
buzzing around, calling all you freaks and nerds. You're just missing what you want. My brother's going down the drain, my sister's living the dream, but everybody's singing along. It's okay, we'll all soon be gone. Hey, what's the matter with the bright red lights? Hey, in the moment when the world went blind, but everything's alright. We don't give a damn this time. My daddy was a gambling man with no strategy. Who gives a shit about him anymore? Guess we never really settled the score. Half the town screaming out in vain, the other half is fake, but everybody's singing along. It's okay, we'll all soon be gone. Hey, what's the matter with the bright red lights? Hey, in the moment when the world went blind, but everything's alright. We don't give a damn this time. Yeah! Everyone's a hypocrite.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Smite in the Sewer. We're here to cover up the grand finals here in the Brazil Founders Series. This is Cash Money Morty on the microphone, and joined with me here today is none other than CatG. Cat, how you feeling?
I'm pretty good. How are you? I'm awake now as well. And our time zone differences. I'm fully awake. And watching these Smite games this morning has been really good. It's been really nice.
A little bit of caffeine from that coffee and a lot of action from the Founders so far has led us up to the grand finals, and that would wake me up too, that's for sure. So we have gotten here through, let's pull up the bracket here, let's take a look and see exactly what we're working with. So we've gotten through Felinozillas up against Fade Pru, worked their way up to meet Bruto in match 6, as you can see. And Bruto had knocked them down to the losers bracket, but Felinozillas had won their match in the losers qualifiers, making it back up to the grand finals, where Felinozillas are going to be meeting Bruto X Fire yet again for the grand finals here. So this will lead up to some interesting competition. Now these two teams have played with each other for a set already. They start to know each other. These laners, they're up against each other for so long, they start to learn behaviors. Is this a passive solo laner? Is this an aggressive carry? Are they going to be gunning for first blood? What side does this jungler like to prioritize? All of these behaviors have been learned from match 6, and now that we're in the grand finals, they're going to put that knowledge to the test right here, right now. So, have any expectations for us, Kat? What do you think is going to be boiling down here in game 1 of the finals?
Do you wonder sometimes if they're going to change up their tactics, in these kind of last kind of games that they have against each other, or are they just going to keep, if it's not broken, don't fix it. They got this far, so they're going to keep, their laners or their junglers doing what they need to do, or is it just going to be, something different? They kind of switch it up and take their enemy by surprise.
I think you're right. It would be smart to switch up strategy and try and keep them on their toes, but I think that there's going to be one word, 4 letters that cannot change, and that is Loki. Loki has been running rampant all throughout today, throughout the Founder Series, especially here in Brazil. And it's going to be up to whoever gets that Loki pick locked in. We've seen Farina go crazy already in just recent games, and before that, Felinozillas was popping off a reason hard with the Loki pick. I don't want to say carrying games because a lot of those players, Giroman and Old Sir, were doing big things, but definitely a reason hard showing up and showing out with that Loki pick, and that's exactly what we're going to see here yet again. Felinozillas picking up the Loki pick, followed with the Baron, which leads to an interesting 2 characters right there, Loki and Baron.
I think it's very interesting they keep letting the Loki through. I mean, Loki does what Loki does, and he just gets the job done. So it's really surprising, they take away the Herc, the Fenrir, when Loki really is the star player in, all of these games, whichever team that he plays on. So, yeah.
I see a lot of good team fight potential from Felinozillas already. They have Life of the Party to keep everybody locked down a little bit to lead into the Wild Hunt from Sir Nunos, and then Yamoja to follow up with that. And Old Sir is kind of known for this Yamoja pick. Old Sir is very, very talented with the Yamoja in pocket, and we all know how a talented Yamoja player can terrorize games. Well, we do see some follow-up here. Odin's going to be locked in for Bruto, as well as Sakate, Bologna, and Jingwei, followed up by the Athena. So who do you think so far are these team comps? Who do you think is going to be rocking the early game?
Well, I think, maybe Bruto are going to be waiting around to build their items, to wait till they start grouping up before they really start prioritizing their engagements around the objectives or pushing lanes. But, Felinozillas, excuse me for my terrible pronunciation, they just have the gods. They just have the gods that carry the late game, with your positioning, you have to be so careful when you've just got a Loki roaming around the jungle. It's not like any other jungler out there, so you just have to be so careful. I mean, but if the Yamoja is really looking after a backline and keeping them healthy, and with that Baron Samedi, those big heals, maybe they can, push back the pressure from Bruto. But yeah, Fellow has the best team.
And here we are, the grand finals. The question is here. Will Felinozillas make their way from the bottom bracket and find a victory in the grand finals, or will Bruto X Fire keep the flame alive? Deelo and Musi will be covering some casting here for you, and take us away, Tess.
Hello, everyone. We're here to answer that question, Morty. Thank you very much, alongside CatG, our lovely desk duo. And welcome to Brazil Founders Series Grand Finals. It's going to be Bruto Fire up against Felinozillas once again for the grudge match. I'm Deelo, joined here by Musi. Musi, how we feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, feeling pretty strong, feeling pretty excited. I'm ready to get in. I mean, so us watching at home, we just watched these two teams go head to head, and now we have the run back of the century. Deja vu, like, copyright strike later. But and last game, we saw that Felinozillas had maybe a bit of a struggle, right, in the past. So what I'm wondering, what's the game plan change going into this? And right away, we see, Felinozillas leaning on what they know. We've got Baron Samdi, we've got Loki, the Anubis, the Cernunos, powerful tools, and Arisen Heart is always the player that I'm keeping my eye on whenever I see them on screen because they make it happen.
Yeah, both of these teams with a Loki on their side become so potent, and it might take a bit. Kat mentioned the fact that Felinozillas kind of got to build up to that late game. She also touched on, though, the sustain this comp provides for Felinozillas between that Yamoja, between that Baron Samedi, between just the Anubis and their lifesteal inherent. It's going to be a lot to work through. When do we want to see anti-heal coming through on Bruto? Should it just be first item lock, or does it come down later down the pipeline?
It probably shows up around that midpoint. It's very easy to build into at this time because you can just build the little piece of that puzzle and then turn it into a Divine, a Brawler, Zanog, somewhere down the line, depending on what you need. So anti-heal, probably pick it up mid-game, finish it late. The stats aren't bad, but if you need to prioritize other things, you can do that. I think what's really going to end up biting, Felinozillas in the back right now, no purification on any of the guys. They all have shell, they have a couple of blinks, but no purification. So even before that anti-heal Deelo, I would expect to see a talisman of purification or a gank in the solo lane.
That's what we got cooking up for you, but they're not going to be too flustered for it. Spexzilla using that blink. It's nice to get that relic out early, but as we've touched on all day throughout the stream, you're not too upset to let that one go. It's always better than giving them that first blood fountain. Nice double taunt here in the dual lane, not going to lead to too much damage. Just walk me through this dynamic right here. We've seen some interesting strategies as far as supports leaving their duos to fend for themselves early. With this matchup, Yamoja, Athena, do we expect them to stick around for a bit longer?
So Athena, she'll be everywhere, right? That Athena's going to hit level 5. Then we've got that global pressure, that global presence, the solo lane pressure. Odin in a bit of trouble. Health bar's getting pretty low.
This is rough. Once again, trying to dish that damage right back to the other side. But neither solo looking too worse for wear for it. As Mita and Spexzilla both just kind of giving a little head nod, saying, all right, G, I got you. We can try to bring our own jungler on this side, too. Still no kills here, though, 3 minutes in.
The Warriors Axe putting in work, a little bit of prots, some pseudo lifesteal. You get a little health back from that damage. A useful tool in this mid lane as Anubis gets jumped on.
That's a great open the gates. The bludgeon to fall down, but wisely recognizing I can't finish the job. Akate, with a triplicate vision, tries to do so. It's not going to be granted either. A lot of near misses, and it's not for a lack of aggression. It's for great technical play and that positioning the desk mentioned before. Both teams, they know each other. They've got respect on their names. Another relic there forced out by the death gates.
And the Anubis versus Akati matchup, it is very reliant on outside influence before these mages are really able to start tearing into each other. Because if Akati opens the gates, Anubis is just going to death glare right back at him. And we're back to square one. Both these gods clear relatively safely in tandem with each other. It's when Loki or Odin decide to show up that it becomes an issue. But Anubis does have shell for the Odin cage. They have tools to help get themselves out of situations that they might find themselves in. So not all is lost for characters with low mobility. Maybe a Cersei's Hexstone sometime down the line. We've seen these players love to pick up saucy items, do some saucy plays. I want to see something like that going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Brazil's not quite known for their pork, but we've been seeing a lot of boars here on the map today throughout these sets. We're seeing, again, another gank in this solo. Do we know what that word means anymore? Cage dropped down, River's Rebuke as well. No one gonna quite fall beneath the crushing waves, but could be trouble for Bear and Samity as Ivre takes them down for the first blood. There's a nice little decoy block. You're not going anywhere but the fountain, Asmita. 1-for-1 trade here. Bruto do come up, though, with the first.
And it's like you say, we have these near misses. We finally get to finish out a couple, and it's even. These teams, now that they have the experience of fighting with each other, they know what they are like in the other one's head at this point. They're like, yeah, they're going to gank solo. Let's all gank solo, and everybody shut up. Everybody asterisk our, ADCs are being ADCs over there. But the willingness to just rotate an entire team is ridiculous. Athena under tower with a taunt. Not going to be enough to kill the Anubis, but enough to make him think twice about what he wants to do here.
I loved that play. It's exactly what you mentioned, Musi. I open the gates, you stare at me for a little bit. Now, we're getting up close and personal, looking lovingly into the Anubis' eyes. Unfortunately, might be going down to the grave. The 2-tap on their corpse by Fate and goes down thanks to that rotation, that divine intervention. Everything you predicted about the mid lane is coming to pass. Brutal Fire, not blessed with the kill, but at least get the gold blessing instead.
And Anubis opting for a Chronos Pendant with their Sands of Time right away means that they'll have their ult up more often. So they might be able to sneak in a cheeky Death Glare before open the gates. Or if he has to trade out with the Hecate, with the ult, he'll have Death Glare available before Hecate has their open the gates available. So you can look for more aggressive plays in that mid lane. I'm liking what I'm seeing from this Anubis build.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from this Yamoja build. Get a nice little early talisman, recognizing that Ibre is a freaking threat, man. Ares, Athena, does not matter. If they've got CC, I do not want to deal with it whatsoever. So, responding appropriately, gonna make sure the team stays safe, and they need it, because I'm seeing it, you're loving it. Shell stocks are up, baby. Felinozillas has taken 3 of those into combat. It does mean, though, they're more vulnerable to those CC chains.
And with those shells, you also have the Baron's AMD, so trying to kill these players, once we hit that mid to late game stage, Barons start showing up to fights, it's gonna be very tough to get those finishing blows, because now you have to contend with the slow immunity, the heal that's based off of cooldown, which Baron loves to build, and the shells. It's just a lot to handle, and you also have to deal with the fact that Arisen Heart on this Loki will capitalize on the fact that you dumped your kit into the wrong player, getting all the buffs in the world, and they will clean up.
Cleaning up a bit more farm here on the back end. Felinozillas trying to slow down the pace by just keeping everyone locked down to mid. Looking for that Queen Naga. Might have to look for some kills right after. Shell forced out there. Moonstrike's dropping on top of Hekate's head. She cannot go anywhere. Open the gates, though. Gonna find her, as well as the Athena for a bit of extra backup. Loki goes in. 1v2. Does not care. And that's gonna be a Hecate dead. Trades out their life for the Emojo, but that's one they're happy to make. Zurigui falls to Farina's blades as well. Bologna doing her job now. Odin barely able to escape with their life. Some brutal bloodshed here, but it leaves the scoreboard up 3-3 at 8 minutes.
This Bologna that we have, this Bologna jungle, I dig it, especially into characters like Cernunos, being able to walk over to dual lane and say, hey, no more autos for you, Mr. Autumn Stance Man. I don't like that. I'm not a fan. You could also close the gap with the shield bash, the ability to stand in front of these auto carries and deny them their chance to be useful is very important. Putting that on a stick and having it rotate all around the map, you love to see it. It's going to be a matter of time before we get a chance to see just how much they get to use that, because I keep talking about him. I can't ever stop, because every time he's in the game, he's already 3-0. Arisen Heart will absolutely make a stand somewhere.
9 out of 10 doctors. 9 out of 10 doctors, and 100% of these sets. There's a good taunt there dropping down onto the mid. Spider-Man's gonna be in a bit of trouble, but here comes Loki. 9 out of 10 doctors recommend you die! Spider-Man takes down one, but they will trade their life thanks to the other jungler rotating on in. The dual lane says, y'all hear something? As they just continue to farm up in that left side, leaving this kill board continuously even, and only a very small, about 900 gold lead here for Felinozillas. It's just been back and forth, slugfest paced action.
And it just goes to show, as I begin to speak, we see the rotation from Bruto over to CERN, looking for more blood, and with a Risen Heart walking around the Gold Fury pit, he might get caught out here. Invisible behind the Jingwei.
Pincer movement, but they saw you coming from a mile away. Doesn't matter, we're turning you into bacon strips. Cersei's Hexstone does not matter if we turn you into boars against your will. Yamoja makes that rotation on over just to assuage their issues with some nice soothing waters, but wrapping around the back, Jingwei, you're no jungle, does not matter. They're looking to try to assassinate some folks. There's that River's Rebuke going to fall on top of 2, airstrike to respond, but the ones left within the waves are quite low, trapped in the cage. Could be trouble for Zerugui as they fall to Esmita's rotation from the solo. Good to have you here, Odin. Thanks for stopping by. Another kill there for Bruto, but they might not be able to get away for it. They're sucking in everyone with that. A brilliant blink sets him up on a silver platter. Risen Heart rises once again, and Ibre goes down alongside Aimbot. Fantastic response here from Felinozillas.
Even off that play, they're looking to take a little bit more of that purple buff. Gonna go the way of Felinozillas, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some grouping around Gold Fury here. You got 2 members of Bruto dead, but Bologna is in the area to potentially contest. They're just going to walk away from it. Not worth the risk. Even with all of this aggression, Deelo, you can see that these teams aren't quite ready to full commit onto an objective that could swing the game truly in either direction. It's still incredibly tied, and it makes perfect sense. These are the grand finals. This is the big fish, the big kahuna. This is where you win or lose, and you get to lose the chance at $2,500. That's a big ticket, and that stress is going to start weighing on these players the longer these games go on.
So don't want to look for the big ticket meals just quite yet for those objectives, because there's a lot of respect shown here between these teams. They know each other inside and out. Mort touched on it, and we're seeing it. They're playing with caution and measured aggression. It's being placed at the right times. The question is just, when does one team break away? Kat mentioned the fact that late game's going to be an interesting dynamic. Brutal wants to get these items stacked up, and we're seeing that anti-heal stacked up, which is nice, but Feli have team members that really benefit from that scaling too. What do you think is going to be the secret ingredient that really makes this pie come together for either team? When do they pull?
I believe that the late game Yamoja functions a lot better than a late game Athena, and that has a lot to do with the fact that Athena is in the support role instead of this jungle role, and this Jingwei is getting surrounded by Felinozillas.
This is rough looking for him, but unfortunately not going to be tangled up within that gang. There goes Odin, creeping on in, looking for Cernunos, putting the goat in a cage. Just a little petting zoo over here. Gonna be able to get out, but right beneath that Eagles rally afterwards. Wild Hunt finds the target, but not going to be enough. There's a good Riptide, just going to send Farina to their prey. Zerugui goes down, and Bruto now with the advantage. They leap in with wanton aggression. Loki, those blades just not dancing like you want them to. Another great fight here, evens it up 6-6.
And even off of that, Anubis finding a wrap, trying to get some space for himself, because Bruto is not afraid to try to find more. Start walking towards this Gold Fury pit. They're going to start that up. Felinozillas looking for the response.
No Sunders in pocket. It's just bye, bye, bye. Shall. There's the Anubis Death Cave. There's those shells we're seeing. How are you staying alive? Libre doesn't have to find out they're dead. Zeroman finally taken off. Aimbot's been wiped. The gates have been opened, but no members are around to watch them close. It's still Bologna just trying to force the aggression onto Old Sir. Can they get away? That old man needs some life alert. Loki's gonna be able to stay in the back, looking for their chance to go in, the life of the party, and you're invited by fate and gets taken out there by Spexzilla, and Cernunos is back ready for the action. Shouldn't have gone for that gold fear. You're getting no gold at all. You're going to second place.
And now Felinozillas picking up a Gold Fury of their own. Does Bruto have it in them to contest again?
Watch Odin.
Esmita and the Odin.
They have a chance. It's not going to be granted, unfortunately, just not the best potential. And now your life might just be a prize on top of that
Dance?
cherry they're looking for. Wild Hunt going to find their target, slows him down for a bit longer. Gungir's might not mighty enough though as Mita falls down. Athena's back in, but that's a risk. You still have the duo trying to crop back up. Felinozillas know when to fold them. They've gotten their big beat. They've taken the advantage. Now 4,000 ahead. Where did that happen?
All it takes is one big fight, or maybe a multiple series of small fights there that led Felinozillas to the lead that they find now. Capping off with that Gold Fury, gonna get them out of the base a little bit faster than they were before. That was the big moment. That's the big swing.
Yes.
This is now where we're gonna see Felinozillas start to put more pressure on the map now that they've got a little bit more control. So from Bruto, what I want to see from them at this point is really try to utilize these Athena taunts and the lack of beads. I see 2 Talisman of Purifications. You can easily force those with characters like Hecate, like Athena, even with Odin, with the Gungir's Might, throwing out that spear. You need to be able to force the options away before you can make full commitments. If you can't do that, Felinozillas will absolutely force the issue and press every advantage that they can find into this mid lane.
And we're getting some damage already. On to Zito, man. We're fighting in the bushes, though. Gonna be trying to clear them out. The nice open the gates. Not gonna find a target. Spell Eater, though, does big damage. The spell on that shell is gonna mean 2 members already dead. The front line's been wiped away. Ibre and Farina, you're going back home. Nice little fight there, packed by Felinozillas. Once it starts raining, it starts pouring.
And with Umoja, it's going to be more than a little bit of a drizzle. Those are massive river walls to just crash onto the scene. The shells for Brutorex Fire were down during that ultimate, so there's no escape from the water cage. 3-minute fight. We talk a lot about how Odin can control space and can control fights with the Odin cage, but Umoja kind of the unsung hero in that regards. A lot of people tend to forget that that's a player-made wall, and that is a player-made wall that is significantly bigger than Odin Cage. And when you fight in those quarters like they do around that mid lane, it can get dicey very quick. So keeping track of your shell timers in these team fights, you can't just let it rip for no reason at all. Got to make sure that you have the justification, or else that Umoja, with the cooldown that they do, they got Glad Shield to just pour on more and more damage with their abilities. Got to make sure you have all the tools that you want available.
The one tool that I'm focused on, man, Loki, 7-0. Why has no one banned this god? We're about to have as many kills as doctors that recommend him. Might be trying to add one for the other side, though. Jingwei goes to the sky to evade the Wild Hunt, and with Athena coming back in, it's now a handicap match. Didn't realize, though, running in the back is Horizon Heart, and now Aimbot has fallen to the grave once again. Just did not see that one coming. It's not Athena, but it works nonetheless. There's a nice little life for the party, a fantastic Vivid Gaze, but the tower can't quite finish the job as Smita stays alive by a sliver.
The 360 life of the party. I mean, I saw it, chat saw it. We all know what's going on. That was sick. MLG clip moment for Spexzilla there. That's going to look great on their reel, but in the middle, Hecate in a bit of trouble.
Unfortunately, no one here to back you up as you watch your tower just be overrun by the enemy. Luckily, though, that open the gate's going to actually grant them enough time to retreat back to safety. That's just some good evasive play, not trying to die with the ship because the ship's still up and kicking. Nice work there by PiPiPi to keep themselves in it. Now Triplicate Vision, bit off the mark. You have backup here from Farina, but when it comes to jungle for jungle, pound for pound pressure, it's just all coming up Horizon Heart.
And a lot of that has to do with the fact that Loki is such a mobile character. They're so fast whenever they go invisible. You have a lot of mobility in the fact that they have Blink to go with their ultimate. And functionally, Loki ultimate and Bellona ultimate do similar things. You press 4, somebody gets stunned, you get some damage off, and you fight.
Oh
9 out of 10 doctors, there it is!
9 out of 10 doctors and 0 alive to say anything against it. This man is divine. Felinozillas putting on a show. You can count your blessings, Bruto, but we're going for the whole enchilada. We're going for the second Gold Fury. We have rotations, but it's a bit too little, a bit too late. Felinozillas now pushing the 7,000 gold lead.
And you can start to see that these losses that Bruto is suffering are beginning to mount in big ways. Eagles rally to start this fight.
There's the open the gates as well. There's a lot of damage from that bludgeon. Finds 2 targets. Spell Eater consumes the life there of Zitoman. And that's 40 seconds down for their Goobus. Bruto now having at least a bit of life, showing some signs. They're twitching a finger. The question is, though, what do they get off of this? Is there anything to get off this?
Well, you can't safely go for Pyro at this point for the simple fact that Arisen Heart is in the area to deny you. They've got the Heartseeker online, so the tick damage from the 2 is extremely easy to get off. They poke you with it so well, and you certainly can't make a play for fire. You could see Odin making that rotation to left just now, but unfortunately, Zurigui taking that hop back, gonna deny the chance for Bruto to get back into this. At this point, Deelo, because I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about it, I'm like, if I'm Bruto, how am I getting back into this? How would I play this? And a lot of it has to do with, I want to try to catch Zurigui out. I want to see if I can get my Jing way ahead so that she can get online and start doing some major damage. Maybe contest, like soft contest some of these Pyromancer buffs, but understanding that I'm not winning a lot of these team fights. I gotta pick and choose my battles.
Oh, let's see Loki trying to pick and choose some fights as well. There's a nice little Anubis ult on the back. Forces Aegis. The taunt there as well. Riptide gonna give him a bit more space. Open the gates though, might follow it up. Not going to be staring down your mid laner. Instead, we're looking here for Bologna. Decent damage already dropped down. That's going to be the boars as well. The pigs have been released, and Asmita might be turned into bacon. Zenoman takes that first kill. Look at the chaos here as the talismans are used. Let your beads go, let your lives go as Libra goes down. Double kill there onto the Anubis, trying to flee. Vivid Gaze put in the back here of Bologna. The bouncing bubble claims them. Old Sir finds themselves a nice fresh new kill. Aimbot as well. It's only by Phaeton, the last survivor, to tell the tale.
And look at these health bars. They're so healthy on the side of Felinozillas because of that Baron Samdi and also because of Yamoja. No amount of anti-heal in the world will deny the effectiveness of both of these characters. They do so much in teamfights. Fighting them as 5 is not a viable option at this stage. Felinozillas is going to find himself a fire giant so that they can extend the lead that they have, and they're finishing up some really big items. Serenos grabbing that Titan's Bane to go with their chin size, pair that with an Autumn Stance. The amount of penetration in hand alone, when he hits level 20, he'll have 25% penetration. If he decides to go into something like a Braggy's Harp or a Bracer the Abyss, that bumps up to something like 27, 29, if he can get both of those, it's disgusting. And if you're an Athena, you can't live through that, especially because this Athena is 3 levels down. All they have to their name for Fizzprots is Eye of Providence and Ankh. And while that gives you a lot of utility, it doesn't give you a lot of tankiness, and you don't have enough cooldown for these taunts if all you're relying on is the Talisman of Purification. Bruto X Fire, while they're certainly down and things are looking fairly bleak, it's not totally over, but the path to victory is thorny and difficult, and it's going to involve a bit of sacrifice. I was saying before, we gotta try to catch out this Serenos. We gotta try to get this Athena to get more significant taunts off. I mean, as builds are starting to finish for Felinozillas, you can see they're mostly committing to only 2 Talismans of Purifications. So you have a finite number of them to burn, but the fact that Bruto isn't here to even try to contest this Gold Fury now, the 3rd one picked up for Felinozillas, if they are able to finish it with no problems, it's only downhill from here. Now they do extra damage to the towers and to the birds.
On the bright side, there's not many towers left remaining, but yeah, that Phoenix Siege, that's gonna be the big issue. I mean, like you said, that path back is thorny. Gotta walk through a lot of Bramble Blasts to get there, but it's not a path that Bruto are not familiar with. They've come back from deep deficits before. They just gotta lock in, find that inner resolve. You see Jingwei trying to push waves up left side, but he might be needed here in the center, because right now we have 5 members grouped up. Anubis starting to edge towards that right side, grab some free farm, and that's just going to continue to starve Bruto of any resources they could have to get their levels back up.
Jingwei opting to push into this left side tells me that they're putting a lot of emphasis on trying to get aimbots ahead. And I understand the reasoning there. She does have the Haste of Fatalis and the Executioner, but we don't have chin sides yet, and that is going to be an integral part to dealing the damage. She doesn't have to build crit items per se. Jingwei has the crit built into her kit, so when she builds items like chin sides, she gets a lot more from it than Cernunnos does just out of hand. But then she's got it finished casting there. But what's important here is how can they take that lead for Jingwei? How can we utilize this hunter, old term, follow along, how can we utilize this hunter to win fights? And a lot of it's going to come down to counter engage, Deelo. We want Jingwei in the back, man, have Athena and Odin trying to control and corral maybe one or two people towards that midsection, or just when Loki goes in, take him off and let your Jingwei turn around, shotgun blast him for the win. The problem there is that you have to contend with a Baron Samdi and 3 shells that say, nah, I mean, you know, you did all that damage, but did you really do all that damage? You know, we've got 9 out of 10 doctors on our team right now, and, you know, they all agree with us, so, it's a bit of a toss-up, you know?
It is rough, and I think that Ryzenheart maybe is sticking to the game plan because they are not budging from these 9 kills and 9 assists. I love me some thematic consistency. Love me some rotations here. Felinozillas, wait a second, are we all back in? All right, why not? Avengers Assemble back in that fountain, I suppose. As, you know, as a team, what you do together, you know, you fight together, you farm together, and you back together. You gotta respect that. It shows some really great synergy here on the side of Chaos.
Backing to finish up some really important items. I mean, we see Braggy's Harp for Cernunnos, so now that penetration we were talking about, instead of 25, that's up to like 27.5. A little bit of rounding. We'll call it 28 for the kids at home. And Baron Samdi, that Helm of the Night, I think the only thing scarier than a Baron is a Baron you can't see. The stealth for Felinozillas going absolutely crazy. Imagine Deelo, like, you're just chilling in lane, and then from behind you, you just Baron Samdi, and you're like, ah!
And then from
you
the other side,
the party.
And then the other side of you hear, behind you! From the actual Loki. So
like,
really,
you
can't win. Please stop with the stealth. It does not seem like Bruto can catch a break, but they've played this quite passively, and in my opinion, quite wisely. They got that tier 1, a bit of extra global gold from that push thanks to aimbot. They let everything else go, recognizing they can't contest. They've taken all this time to farm up some waves, and now they're ready to try to contest this FG. What's going to be key for Bruto to come up on top this time around?
Bruto needs to get Loki out of the picture here. Once Loki decides to go on somebody, turn around and collapse on him with everything that you have. If we can at least take Loki off the board, just take him and then run. That, to me, is what's going to be a big key to success. But they say, no, we want a big fight around this fire giant pit.
Starts off with the Talisman, Athena ult as well. There's the life of the party, but it's just you partying by yourself, buddy. It's your own party, and you can cry if you want to, or you can go invis. Why not? It's Baron Samedi with Helm of Darkness, after all. That's a nice little Rivers Rebuke gonna stall them out, but Baron's still in trouble, and the heal...
Big shells coming out here.
Gonna have to come handy. There's the pit for the as well. That's a lot of damage there off of that, but the Talismans are gonna try to keep them cleansed. Unfortunately, can't be cleansed of death as Smita goes down first. Boot Strike not gonna find its target, and now Hecate just free casting from the back as the rest of the front line crumbles. But watch out, behind you, it's gonna be Ryzenheart trying to take them down. Decoy doesn't quite block them, but forces them into a pen. Bruto backs against the wall. Gonna have to go down fighting. Go down, finish off in wraps. It's Hecate being bullied by Ryzenheart, and they'll be taken out. Now it's 10 out of 10 doctors. 11 out of 10 doctors are gonna say, this Loki's who you want.
Good Lord in the sky watching. Shout out to Tess. I can't believe. All right, we're on waves. That's the mental of Felinozillas right now. Let's just clear that wave. Let's get this Phoenix. I mean, they've got maybe 15 seconds before Bologna comes up and 5 until they got to contend with Odin. We're just getting launched. Shout out to the Yamoja movement. I don't believe that there's any real way to contest this bird, but the real question is, what can we do about the mid-Phoenix to come up here? Bruto needs to make a stand. Odin Cage blocking some autos, but not enough, unfortunately. Bruto potentially giving chase.
Oh, that's an interesting dive from Jingwei, using that Rapid Resurrection to try to get back into that fight. The Riptides, though, If you decide to take those portals, they slow you down while they speed up the team. There's that life of the party. Baron's trying to be the center of attention, and the rest of Bruto is obliging. But with those heals, that Consigned Spirits is going to make him stay alive for a bit longer than you might expect. Does this guy just lead him through a parade? Nah, Mardi Gras hasn't quite come early yet, as Bruto does get that one kill on Spexzilla. So Felinozillas, they take that right side Phoenix. They do lose one member that they have to carry back on their shield. At least Bruto can feel good about that.
And with that fight, the prelude to all of this, where Bruto was willing to start the fight themselves by jumping in there, I don't hate that, especially because initially it looked like they were having some success, but again, the healing and the shells, I think I saw all 3 shells popped in that fight, keeping Anubis alive. And with the Typhon's Fang that he's finished off here, in a Bloodbound Book, and a fight breaking out near this Fire Giant pit, open the gates!
That's one, and they already got Zurugui out of it. Just like you said, pick off that Sir. We're making Lamb Tank. Great cage, but the shell to match. The Riptides might just take them soaring out of this fight. Lay down that red carpet. Nah, come on, stay a while, says that taunt. Going to be trying to get their way out through those water portals, living on a sliver. Old Sir is just too stubborn to go down just yet. Keep that grandpa in the field. They are not done with this fight.
Loki trolling around here. They're looking for something. Confound off the mark, so you don't know where he is. Bruto want to try to stage another ambush around this Fire Giant. We're all piling in the bush for the ambush. It's just the right size for the Loki decoy, unfortunately. But they're looking to start up something again. Life of the party.
That could be their start, but the Talisman forced out, gets them out of it. Talisman to respond. We're just flashing all of our bling, aren't we? Jingwei coming in with some big auto damage. Not enough there on top of the Goobus. They're looking low, but they're going to commit to the bit. Open the gates, brings back 2, and the Bellona is looking low for it. Athena's got to back off. Are they just going to leave him behind? Odin in trouble. Caught beneath those rivers. Hope you know how to swim, because they're tossing you right back inside your own cage. Asmita, with that player-made obstacle, is able to escape. No one dies quite just yet.
No one dying quite yet, but sometimes sending somebody back to base is just as good as dying when you want to start up this FG. It's already down to half.
Oh no, they're full ripping it, and no one's around from Bruto. They must have underestimated their foes. Felinozillas get FG around all 5 members, and without even losing anyone, and without taking a single kill.
Absolutely ridiculous. Well, you can see that Loki does have that Totem of Ku online. So much penetration to help deal with melting these objectives. And Deelo, this is the part where the Yemoja and the Cernunnos pick come in key, because Cernunnos, when they hit that Fire Giant with the Autumn Stance, it lowers their defenses for everybody who hits them. That's 27% less prots. And with Yemoja, anybody who stands on top of that Moonstrike gets extra damage off on it as well. It makes no difference in the end. Here comes Bruto trying to level this playing field.
Zurugui's already in trouble. Once again, the goat's been turned into Shanks, and there goes Aimbot as well. This fight's been decarried. Cage is down as well, and now Bruto trying to retreat. Will they be granted it? Not Asmita, taken out at the end of Horizon Heart's blade. Good Talisman there to get out of the CC, but that wrap it up might just wrap up. Bruto fires chances at a comeback. Good disarm. Bellona turns back, but only gonna grant the double by Libre's hand. Hecate decided to turn back, only to watch as Farina falls down. Triple kill by Horizon Heart, and they're going offensive. No one's here to save you, Hecate. Open all the gates you want, but we're closing the book of life on your head. Quadra kill by Horizon Heart. 17 out of 10 doctors say this is one damn good player.
Swear to an entity that will listen to me if we do not ban Loki next game. We are trolling. You cannot let have Arisen Heart have this, as Felinozillas are ready to end this.
The Nagas are here to participate. It's the life of the party, and Spexzilla says all of my dogs invited. Game 1 goes down to Felinozillas.
Such a clean game from Felinozillas, and what a learning experience from that last game. They were like, all right, well, clearly we weren't doing something right. What are we going to change here?
Pick Loki.
We put Arisen Heart on Loki. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's worked the entire rest of this tournament. Why not just do it? Like, oh, that guy's awesome. Yeah, put me in, coach. And he went crazy. Ban him. I'm not making a sign this time. You don't need to read it. You hear my voice. Take it out.
It's scary. It's scary. Horizon Heart's really scary. I don't know what to do about that, but if they do not find a way to just figure out how to shut down Horizon Heart, because we've seen, actually, to be fair, like, we're talking about him. Just ban Loki. Just do it. I'm dropping the pen, but they need to put respect on its name. If you're not getting first pick, take it away. It doesn't feel the best because, yes, Fenrir is threatening. Baron Samedi is threatening. There's so many other gods. Hercules. I don't care. That guy is invisible.
Can't see him.
You can't see him until you're dead. See him soar on the sky, on the charts, though, for the damage. I mean, okay. Let's walk through some good points here. Bruto, they had some moments where a comeback seemed potential. Again, as we look into these results here in a second, what do you think were their highlights? What do we need to see them capture in a bottle and implement in the coming games?
So, and I think we will get a chance to, when we get a chance to look at the numbers, we'll know. But it had a lot to do with the Hecate, I think, was working really well for them.
Yes.
And like being able to show up with the open the gates when it hit, and really highlighted the fact that, you know, their mid laner was so good at being a sneaky snake and getting out of situations where a lot of other mages just kind of die. So I would expect to see a run back there, and I don't believe that the Jingwei was a bad pick at all either. And they, damage-wise, I'm sure we'll see the numbers where they were able to put out a pretty significant amount of damage. The problem is, no amount of damage in the world is going to translate when you have to contend with 3 shells and a Baron heal with the Yamoja heal. That's where it gets very dicey.
Yeah, that just was a lot to chew through. I mean, the fact that as well, the cage was never feeling like it was being used offensively, right? So what do we really need a shell for? We're happy to fight in the cage. That's fine. Call this hell in a cell. But then we can just use all those shells for what? Added sustain. And then you think they're dead. You think you've grinded through that shell. Consigned spirits. We're back up to 25%, baby. So it's so much to work through, and you really have to rely on that big burst. And Athena with a Jingwei follow-up just doesn't provide that. Jingwei does damage. She has those splash arrows, but she only got 3 in the chamber, and after that, she's firing blanks. You don't have that AoE potential off of anyone but by Phaeton. So it's just unfortunate that they didn't have enough burst necessary to really chew through all of that longevity. But even at the stats, man, they just killed it. 31,000 damage on this Loki, and don't even fault Zito, man, because they were rocking even better.
It's kind of crazy that we just haven't taken this character away. And I do want to highlight that Aimbosk on this Jingwei did out-damage Zergrui on this Cernuno. So I think you're right on the mark when it comes to that burst, and I think that might lay with the jungler. Bellona's great for sustained damage, a little bit of CC control, but we need a big burst follow-up, and I'm hoping that we get a chance to see that in the coming games.
We'll find it out. Will Bruto take their medicine, or will they end up refusing the doctor's orders? We'll find out right after the break.
Of the universe inside of me, help me beat the shit out of my ego, please. Embrace the sunrise and the sunset and the time between them. Let us stay forever young and never die. friends are now my enemies. Always tell you what to do. Can't keep up with all the bullshit they're throwing your way. Always looking for the easy way. Now they're walking over you. Yeah. Never felt so damn frustrated. You're just wasting my time. All the feelings that I dread. Can't believe the words you said. Somebody save me. Now we're hanging by a thread and it's ringing in my head. All the feelings that I dread. Can't believe the words you said. Somebody save me. Now we're hanging by a thread.
What's going on, everybody? We are back. The Smite in the Sewer squad covering some action here in the Founders Series in the Brazil region. This is Game 2 of the Grand Finals between Felinozillas and Bruto X AMV Fire. This is Cash Money Morty on the mic, and I'm joined here by none other than Claude Bean. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm doing great. It is a great day for Smite, especially watching that last game. Super exciting match. Couldn't ask for more.
So tell me exactly what went down. How did things turn differently than the recent games we've seen?
Honestly, I can sum it up, and if you're watching the stream, everyone knows it. I'm just saying it. Loki. Loki was phenomenal that game. He popped off. His stat line was amazing. As a jungle main, I'm going to be copying a lot of what he did in that game. And he got the first dub for Felinozillas against Bruta, which is a big W for them, especially in the finals.
And Loki's been the name of the game all day. I mean, all throughout this Brazil region that we've been casting here today since noon today. It has been Loki running rampant. I mean, just going on a rampage and taking lives wherever he pleases. That's going to be a huge pick going into this. I mean, it's been so exciting to see all of the different characters that have been busted out in different roles. I mean, we even saw Zeus support earlier. But even with all of these different picks and bans and everything else coming out, really the one thing that remains consistent is the low key. But regardless of this, regardless of Arisen Heart taking that Loki in last game, they are still not putting recognition on this in the banning phase. We're going with Hercules, which is, and it's interesting how much respect they're putting onto the Herc. And I can't imagine why. What do you think here, Bean?
Yeah, I mean, you said it, consistency, and Bruta's sticking to that. I think they ban Herc every single game. And I mean, it's a respectable ban. Like, Herc's got that dog. He is a very good character right now. So it is definitely a big risk if you don't ban Herc. But I mean, you can't let a Loki go, 17-0? You just can't let it happen. Now, there's the answer. There's the answer.
There we go. If you can't beat him, you join him. And Bruto X Fire have joined the dark side of Loki players. They've officially taken Farina, their jungler, onto the dark side. And it's going to prove good results is what I would like to think. We're countering that would be the Baron Samity and these four guys right here. You see 2 bans and 2 picks. These 4, okay, let's make it 5 because Jingwei is actually fitting into the same pattern, have been rocking the early parts of the picks and bans phase. Jingwei, a very, very nice carry that we do want to take away from Aimbot because Aimbot, I mean, let's be real here. One of the best carries that the Brazil region has to offer, or any region for that matter. I mean, I'd be willing to put Aimbot up against some of the top dogs throughout the entire Founders series. So no surprise to take that Jingwei away.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I mean, going back to the Baron point, I mean, Baron is so strong. Every game that even if you're not even watching the games, you're just listening, you just hear Baron's name over and over. You hear Life of the Party coming out. It's always doing something huge for their team. It is such a crucial character to have on your team right now.
as well as the Yamoja, another very crucial character, because we all know how these talented Yamoja players can take Yamoja and make her from good to great, and then even phenomenal. And Felinozillas have taken Yamoja in earlier parts of the bracket and now rerunning this yet again, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've seen a lot of success with the Yamoja. Following up on that is the Anubis. Zitoman popping off earlier up against Fedepru. I mean, doing phenomenal stuff with the death gaze and everything else that Anubis has to offer. And that wrap-up can be a very nice counterplay for Loki. But what else in the kit from Felinozillas do we see that can put Loki down for good?
I mean, the first thing that stands out to me on that team is lifesteal. I mean, they're going to be able to, you know, Loki's going to come in and try to get that chip damage while he's biding his time, waiting to find an opportunity to pick someone off. But with all that lifesteal, they'll be able to just, you know, they'll be able to trade that very nicely. Because, I mean, Anubis, Yamoja, Baron, that is so much healing on one team. So it's definitely something Bruta's got to keep in mind when they're forming their strategies and how they're going about the game.
That's a big part of it. That's a big part of it for sure. Sustain a lot of healing on the side of Felinozillas. So, and the Thanatos to follow up on that. And now we know who their jungler is too. And this is very interesting indeed. So we got 10 gods picked out here. Bean, where are you putting your money if you're a betting man?
This is going to be a tough one. I mean, I like the cohesiveness of Felinozillas, but Bruta's got some powerhouse. I mean, Loki, Amaterasu, and Zeus are not to be trifled with. Zeus has some insane damage. He can take down just about anyone. What scares me the most about Felinozillas is the lack of mobility on their team. Yamoja helps out a lot with their portal, but I think I'm going to have to go with Bruta. I like their individual players a little bit better.
And we're here with a question yet again. There is a flame inside the hearts of Bruto X Fire, but will the flame remain ignited, or will it be stomped to ashes by Felinozillas? Deelo and Musi are going to take it away on the battleground of the gods. Go ahead.
Thank you very much there, Mort and Bean, Lords of Smite Talk. Can't wait to see that up on the timeline later. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Deelo, joined here by Musicland. We got Tess and Smork, our almighty eyes in the sky for this game 2. Felinozillas have learned from their mistakes, but Bruto Fire have learned from the spanking that Horizon Heart gave them prior. Now the Loki's on their side.
And if you can't beat them, join them. I like what Mort said on the desk there because it's true. And if you have the Loki on your side, you're going to see inevitably some success for that. I mean, the character is just absolutely ridiculous. And the only problem here is that you're fighting a superpower mental Arisen Heart who is just riding the high of that 17-0 game. I'm wondering to myself if that carries over with this Thanatos jungle into game 2 here. And also, interestingly enough, relic-wise, we're seeing a lot of mirroring. Couple of shells, 2 blinks for Felinozillas, and then only 1 for Bruto because they opt for the Sunder instead in that solo lane. So that tells me that Bruto is very interested in trying to get some quick confirms on objectives and putting some tick damage, true damage, onto some of the squishies to help combat all of the ridiculous healing that Felinozillas has once again. Deelo, this back-to-back draft of Baron, Yamoja, and Anubis, now throwing Thanatos into the mix. It's Onk City, that's what I'm seeing for Bruto.
Yeah, it needs to get ruinous with the venom they're spitting in. So far, Felinozillas are talking a lot of games, spitting a lot of smack, understandably so after that Game 1 performance. What's also interesting to see, Ibre, on this Amaterasu, support is definitely a role she can flex into, but I'm curious to see what it brings here. Curious to see what this damage brings, because this is a chain lightning. Immediately forces out that blink. Lightning does not strike twice in this case, so by fate, not able to get that kill, but Horizon Heart humbled quick.
Yeah, Thanatos, so it differs a little bit from Smite 1. The early game pressure is not exactly what you think it would be. Thanatos really starts to shine in that mid game, even that late game. Once they have their ultimate available, then you're going to see this Thanatos get really active and starting to put a lot of pressure onto the other lanes. And you did highlight this Amaterasu support that we're seeing picked up by Asmita. And I'm a big fan, but the Zoo's not a fan of what's happening in this mid lane.
Anato's not a fan of that earlier engagement either. Forces out your relic. See how you like it, as Bifightin forced to use that Aegis on a 130-second timer. Now, if I'm Horizonheart, I'm coming back there again, but instead Loki going to this left side. Doctor's orders. That old sir gets some nice rest and relaxation. To be exact, a nice few seconds relaxing in that fountain. First blood goes down to Bruto.
Somebody shook Bruto awake after they had lost that first game. They're like, wait, no. We won the last set, right? Hold on. We're the winners here. Let's start establishing some early game dominance. And that's what Amaterasu does in this dual lane. This is a character that feels very strong at all stages of the game, and her playstyle shifts a little bit as the game continues. In this early game, the early silences followed by the mirror that absolutely chunks is a very helpful tool, especially for a character like Onher, who is able to control the space with Killer, lower movement speed, get some free pen off of autos. It's that kind of combination that equals a lot of kills in this dual lane. It's especially helpful for objective shred when you're in that strength stance. And if you pick up anything like a Shogun's or maybe potentially something like a Baragi's Harp to get some burn on. Maybe not something you see in a solo or that you support, but not out of the question. See, Greenha starting to get a little dicey in that solo lane. They want to find something. Bruto is looking for blood.
Idle hands are Loki's plaything, and right now the toy we're looking for is going to be this Amaterasu diving in pretty deep into this jungle, knowing speed buffs up. Fortunately going to come down just as soon after. I like the attempt there from Ibre, trying to get some pressure here, but pressure going to be dealt right back if you're not caught careful. Amaterasu trying to get a little gank here. Meanwhile, solo lane, typical buff farming. No one's quite gathering 4-man strong around these blues, but a nice little invade there on that purple. It's a bit more farm over here to Bruto.
And what I've noticed about these Brazil games, and it's really interesting, they're not too different from what we see in NA and EMA. That it's a lot of similar group rotations, pressure on to enemy buffs. The picks are very similar. And as we're watching these grand finals for these Brazilian games, my statement to anybody watching at this point, to any other competitive players, watch these guys. Keep an eye on Brazil. They are not even close to slouching. They are actual threats on this battlefield. You have to respect them like this Anubis has to respect the Zeus.
That gaze not going to save you, just planting your feet to go down into the grave. Another kill added on to the mark here. That makes it 2 for Bruto. And it's just what the Loki ordered. This time to share in the love to the mid. Left side seeing similar story. Where's Rebuke going to prop up, but that health bar is dropping down quick. There's the shell right after. Is that going to be enough sustain? We're playing Ring Around the Rosie around the pillar. And now the target switch as the upper hand has been gained by our friends on Felinozillas. It's Jingwei going in. Moonstrike around the wall, not going to find it. That's okay. Zurigui's got aimbots of their own. How did it go so wrong?
I got 2 words for you. Shell and shell again. And especially with Yamoja, we're at the stage of the game where the heals aren't super big, but they don't have to be. It only has to be exactly what you need to live. Having 1 life is still better than having 0. So the switch around there, the River's Rebuke, it's all you need to turn a fight around. You can see Farinha always checking in on that dual lane, looking for the opportunities. So even though Felinozillas found that 1 kill, it's not stopping the momentum for Bruto. And why should you stop when you get this Loki pick that I've been asking and begging these teams to try to get rid of, and they just don't listen to me. And I get to watch another Loki go 17-0. The record is 17, Farinha. How much higher can you get than that, right?
Ripley's, believe it or not, they might just go for 18 after. Who knows? But the real MVP I just want to call out was that fancy footwork around that pillar. That's going to be so frustrating for aimbot to be like, dude, I put that up for me, not for you to use as a dang wall. But that's why Yamoja stays barefoot. She stays ready to make a quick mad dash around those player main obstacles, keeping them alive. So impressive here. Solo lane, though, is also an interesting story because we just have not seen that action that we've come to expect. We've so far in many a set seen 4-man ganks But when you leave a Bologna and a Baron Samity alone, what happens?
So typically in these situations, Baron Samity gets ahead because that god is able to sustain themselves so well in lane, and you can wrap it up when the Bologna tries to bludgeon you or tries to shield bash you. You're able to make space for yourself so easily that the Bologna, who relies on being right next to you, has such a tough time in achieving that. She can't get too much damage off on you. And then, of course, I mean, it's a broken record, but you have so much healing paired with that it doesn't matter ultimately. It's going to come down to Farinha to make a rotation, for Ibri to make a rotation with Amaterasu. That's when we get to see some bloodshed, especially with Thanatos behind the Zeus.
They're looking for the Naga, but now you might be looking for kills on top. Horizon Heart. Bit of a spot of bother as Bruto begin to take the Naga to their side of the map. Hey, want to come over here? It's pretty cool. And Naga says, no thanks, I'm good. I'll hang with my friends on the Chaos side of the map. Life of the party going to be met there with Eagles Rally. There's a nice little blink right after. There's no damage to follow up, so Baron's just kind of keeping them in place, at least giving them a nice little good jolly scare. But Halloween was last month, buddy, so no kills quite just yet.
Little sneak peek into the sauce for Baron Samdy there. We know that these Baron players in Brazil love to life of the party, followed up with a blink just to give you that quick jump scare. So I think that was a good example of what that lane looks like traditionally, in that Bologna is able to get away from Baron, but Baron's always able to just sneak back in a bit. But because this Baron isn't building a lot of damage outside of that Soul Gem, these characters just kind of look at each other and wait for somebody else to swoop in and finish the job. Here comes Loki ready to swoop in on this dual lane.
It's a 3v2 so far, but Thanatos is waiting in the wings. Speaking of, Jingwei using hers to escape back quick, thanks to some nice agility. River's Rebuke's going to come up, not catching anyone within those crushing waters.
Pillar.
What a great pillar! Just completely face-blocking Horizon. Gotta imagine there's a big bruise smarting on his forehead. Someone get him some Neosporin. Is that an item they can buy?
It's like 50 gold. Yeah. It's
That's
like
a nice
hidden,
little
though.
consumable.
It's BTS.
That would be sick. Can't wait for that in the next patch. Please, Hi-Rez, guys, get on that, devs. And now, Felinozillas is trying to get onto this Fury, quickly driven away. Jingwei might be that character in the horror movie that dies first. Could end up finding a Bologna waiting for her in the cellar. Decides to go back wisely, and Brutal aren't going to stick around either. Again, Musi, both teams showing respect. No one quite wants to rip the objective in a 5v5.
And to me, Felinozillas has a bit of a stronger initiation between the two teams because you have that Hovering Death, you have River's Rebuke, and you have Life of the Party. Those are great tools to open up a fight like the one we're seeing right now. He's going to get scooped up.
Life of the Party not going to stall it out, just using that raw CC to try to keep Ibri out of it. The Death Gaze hasn't finished the job, alive by a sliver, but Horizon Heart has risen to the sky, descends with a kill there onto Ibri. The support is out of it, and Zeus is locked down, but this fight might have already been wrapped up. Felinozillas seem happy with that kill. Bologna, not the same, going to use that Eagles rally to try to bring a bit more damage. Not quite enough just yet, but they're looking low. Spexzilla almost gets taken out, but once again, that's a stain. Invest in those Venoms, folks.
Yeah, we need to start seeing some, and we are seeing it actually already from the Zeus and from Amaterasu, who rushed the Ankh. Yeah, no, I agree. Let's get some more out there, please. We need anti-heal, not only for Baron Samdy, but you are not going to be able to put this Anubis down until you start getting some more anti-heal, especially when they're going to have the Bloodbound Book and the Typhon's Fang, these items that just enable him to live forever. We really got to start responding to that right away. And it's occurring to me now. I mean, we talked a bit about it before, but no purification on either side. Amaterasu gonna have to dash away from the danger. Naga gonna get scooped up by Bruto. Getting the last hit there. It's that order side. Shout out to Bruto. Denying Felinozillas that Naga buff.
That feels good. That's just Ibri putting on that top-of-the-line support play that I come to expect, and hopefully someone's going to pick up that Naga buff. Not as bad as dropping a bomb, but still, come on, guys. You know, make good on your objectives. I like Zeus there, bush checking. They've got some paranoia going here. Bruto are, like, not trusting. The trees have eyes, and they are whispering to them. But hopefully going to see them make sure to be trusting that their players have the up and ups as far as that vision goes. You see on her doing the exact same thing. clearing out these wards. It's finals, folks. That means we are going full sweat mode. Everyone's leaning forward in their chairs, and we are buying as much vision as possible. What we're seeing here is a dual lane gank on her, on the up and up, trying to get around those waves. Life of the party, they're going to outlast that purification, and aimbot gets taken out just by the suck alone. Damage here is still going to be true as now. That Thunderstorm running quite a bit, might shoot Jingwei off the sky. Ulcer goes down, Thanatos descends, and the blink from Loki to try to keep themselves safe. Spexzilla is out of it. The Death Gaze finds a bit of damage onto Ibre, but it's not quite enough. Farinha taken out there by Rise. Zitoman as well. It's a 3 for 2 so far, but there's more bodies to count. Jingwei on the retreat. The Death Scythe goes wide, splits the difference between the pursuing members, but seems that so far everyone's content to lick their wounds.
No objectives realistically available after a fight like that. Pulling Gold Fury right now would spell disaster, especially because Felinozillas are kind of scooping up ready and available. But that fight showcased something that I wanted to talk about earlier. The members, well, both members of Bruto and Felinozillas, they don't have purification available to them, which means for CC immunity, we are rocking the CC immune ults as well as the Talisman of Purifications. But for a character like Onher, their ultimate does not last long enough through Life of the Party. It is the single most annoying thing for an Onher player to be like, what? I literally traded ults with you, and I got sucked in anyways. Pair that with the blink that the Baron has. This Onher isn't going anywhere after they use their Goomba Stomp.
And now we might look like try to look to stomp. Rise and Heart. They're gonna take to the sky. Can't stop me if I'm too high up. That Thunderstorm won't quite just get to reach them. Baron's Brew being tossed out, but no one's there to share the drinks, buddy. Nice little wrap it up. Keeps Bologna in place, but the damage is falling down on the Zito, man. There's Life of the Party trying to bring them back in. Gets the stun on one, but what damage will follow? Jingwei is off the rapid resurrection. Try to find some more agility, but that brings the Chain Lightning down to Horizon Heart. Killing spree there by Phaeton. Might not have been their intentions, but unfortunately, Thanatos gets betrayed by their own team.
Unfortunate timing there, and you can see Bruto making that rotation towards the Gold Fury. Gonna try to get a little bit more than just a couple of kills, even as Asmita putting pressure on to the Baron. Holds it about half, but Rikwi walking up, not able to take it away. So the first Gold Fury going the way of Bruto.
14 minutes
to get themselves, yeah, I say that's a 14-minute Gold Fury, where before we were seeing them showing up, yeah, maybe a little 4 minutes earlier. Kind of showcases the weariness and the lack of commitment in this mid lane. Here come the ults.
They're committing those for sure. Thunderstorm finds a lot of damage on Anubis. They're going to try to weather the storm. Hope you packed your umbrellas, because Zeus is still throwing haymakers. They're going to go down first, but Zito Man's still very low. Moonstrike's inside the pushes. You can't see in the Death Scythe, though. Finally gets a bit of damage onto Ibre, and the kill from the Loki. There's the assassinate. The doctors come in the building, and they're signing a prescription for death. Thanatos, though, returns the favor. A great silence. Keep them in the game, but both jungles fall. Zurigui with the double kill. One more arrow would have made with Ibre's life, but they don't quite find it. 15 minutes in, it's 9-6 in favor of Bruto, and a 4,000 gold lead on top.
And the shutdown onto Farinha there. An important element for Thanatos' ability to get back into this game. Ibre putting up a fight for this tower. Dazzling Offensive comes out. Is it going to be enough to kill somebody?
It's decent damage on the Emoja, but if you go through that Riptide, you're going to be slowed down. Alona tries to speed up the pace. That dash finishes the job onto Old Sir. Life alert. Call the ambulance, please. Someone collect their grandpa. Now Jingwei trying to avenge their seniors. Might not work because Honor is here as well. And they've got that Desert's Fury. Nice Aegis to avoid the majority of the damage, but Zeus has heard you like ultimates. Here's one for you. Zurigui stays alive nonetheless. No, there's the detonate. Gonna strike them just when they thought they had hope. Could be troublesome here for aimbot as they get taken out by Horizon Heart. You've been banned. And it's gonna be a 1-for-2 trade here. The dual lane of Felinozillas gets taken out, and Bruto only loses their carry.
All right, all that nonsense I was speaking about, the weariness, throw it out the window. Brawling is back on the menu, and we want as many helpings as possible. Bruto picking a whole bunch of fights just to defend that tower, but Felinozillas, every kill that they trade here does put them a little bit closer. Amaterasu closing the gap on this Anubis, but not quite enough to get something rolling. Looks like Bruto gonna take a quick step back as Felinozillas potentially start up a pyro here. I wouldn't be surprised, or pressure onto this Bologna. Look at where Arisen Heart and Spexilla are stance right now.
This is scary as we're all looking around this FG pit. Thanatos, a shining beacon, thanks to that Amaterasu passive, a night star, you know, make a wish. Everyone look at that, a Thanatos flying by. And Bruto, wishing upon a star. I wish I'd have a Pyromancer right now. Ask and you shall receive. Or shall you? Potential steal as they look to try to find it. I do believe that was picked up there, though, by Bruto. But actually, hold on a second. No bomb in pocket. I think that got stolen. Felinozillas saying, nope, sorry. This ain't Aladdin. No wishes for you.
That's crazy work from them. Here comes Zeus with the ultimate. A lot of damage onto Anubis, but the Death Gaze in response around this Naga.
Going to be able to grab that at least, so, you know, might not have been exactly what you wished for, but still. Asking you shall receive, maybe it's the discount, the wish version of the Pyromancer's Queen Naga goes down. Gonna be useful, though, for that Gold Fury cropping up soon. Let's see how this gank works out, though, instead. Nice little persistent gust. Knocks up Smite, eating up those basics like breakfast. Those block stacks coming in clutch to keep them in the fight. Now Bruto with aggressive positioning around this central farm. But you have the rotation from Baron. 5 members on each side, all looking towards this upcoming bird.
And some important items coming online here for Bruto. Most notably, I see Zeus does have that Staff of Mirrodin finished, and that Zeus is level 18. Look at the damage charts on the left-hand side there, Deelo. That's Zeus is gapping everybody. 9k more damage than the Jing Wei, who is the only one in second place behind him. Just goes to show how powerful this god is. The Thunderbringer is not anybody that you want to mess with, but Phaeton is ready to mess with anybody that steps in front of him.
The Lightning Wielder now has the potential for 2 detonate charges. Lightning now can strike twice. Should PiPiPi decide to go down that route, and that's scary given how much damage they're already putting on. 4-1. I mean, we've talked before about the jungles being the center. I think it's somewhat moved out from there, and now that spotlight focused here on their mid. Keep an eye on the Zeus as they look to try to put some big damage onto the supports already. A big blink, though, forced out in response. Bruto take the better hand of that. Just trying to remain aggressive here. As unfortunately not having that blink, Loki's gonna have to find other means to get these fights going, but Felinozillas, for their part, don't want anything to do with this Fury as it goes down to Bruto. They might look for FG instead.
I love this play. This is the play that I want teams to make any chance that they get. It's already at half. You have Anubis, Death Gaze 2 melted down.
Quick!
Bruto on the way. Can they take it?
This is scary. Thunderstorms drop down. It's going to go around the bounce of Bruto. They're on fire. It's in the name. And what else would you expect? And now this fight's going to get cracked wide open. Lightning trying to strike twice, but Thanatos trying to strike them down. Zunigui goes down first, but by Phaeton will not be denied. The wrap it up doesn't finish it, but one basic from Spexilla will before they're taken out. Aimbot takes down Jito Man for the double kill. It's only Old Sir left alive. This man's not going to get a veteran's discount, though, as their damage is coming for them, too. It's Ibre diving beneath. They're not going to be able to quite find it. Tell what you saw to the rest.
Somebody got to get this Umoja out of here. Woo, woo, call an ambulance. I need to get out. The Fire Giant scoop up from Bruto is going to enable them to take that tier 1 in mid. The tier 2 coming up next year. I wouldn't be surprised to see what else they want to take. Dude, what nonsense. If Felinozillas was just a little bit further ahead than where they were, they had that FG in the bag, but now it all crumbles. Allow them. The Bruto pushing into this mid Phoenix. It's going down.
It's going to be 1. They're looking for Ibre, or maybe they're just looking around the back. Jingwei's going aggressive, but no more AoEs means no more hope to try to get those kills. Zunigui gets put down by the Doctor. Old Sir files up. I've fallen and I can't get up. Zito Man goes down for the double onto Ibre. Thanatos in the sky, but where do you fall? Your team's all falling down beneath you. Baron could be the next one. This party is one you're not invited to, as they have to retreat back to the fountain. Horizon Heart has to retreat down to that right side Phoenix before they retrieve their attempt to defend this Titan. It's dropping down a quarter already, and Horizon Hearts drop down a whole lot lower. There's a disperse from on her, and here comes the Lightning Wielder, the Thunder Bringer, here to bring Bruto their Game 2 victory. Aimbot goes down, but that's okay. He's got 9 lives, and Bruto's got this game in the bag.
Off the back of an intense fire steal and the brutal fight afterwards, what a train wreck. It's like watching it in slow motion. You see them inching closer. You're like, no, 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 no. End it, burn it. Just not enough. And they win the game off that too, Deelo. Just, you hate to see that. But it's going to bring this best of 5 to a 1-1, which means we get to see more Smite game, which, hey, we at home, we love that. So
Victory.
shout out to everybody.
It's, again, though, also continuing the theme of Loki wins games. Can someone just ban this god already? Do we not understand the pattern? Like, have we not learned our mistakes? At some point, you just gotta imagine they like being smacked up by a Loki or something. It's just something that these teams in Brazil are willing to roll the dice on. We're gambling out here, and unfortunately, when you play with fire, you get burned.
You get burned. Yep. There it is.
That works. Let's take a look at these results, though. I'm curious to find out what these stats end up lying for us, because Loki wasn't necessarily the highlight, despite being the reason they won in terms of the funny joke. They weren't always the one that was on top. In fact, I'd say that Phaeton and their contributions were just as impactful, if not more.
The Zeus was putting out so much damage. We looked at those damage numbers not too long ago. I can only imagine how much they skyrocketed after the fact. Being able to throw out that giant AoE ultimate, the chain lightning putting out a ridiculous amount of damage. You've got Staff of Mirrodin to double, stun, and confirm. It's too much to deal with, especially when you were already behind from the Loki who just wins games from being here, I guess. Like, that's the lore at this point. The holder of Loki is the winner of games, and Big Daddy Zeus standing behind you is going to make sure that they get the job done.
He's a prouder father than Odin ever was, and Loki, beneath that mentorship, is operating just as you hope. Still, hey, 7 and 3, 7 out of 8 doctors recommend, and I got to recommend Farina and Horizon Hearts play. And to be fair, was not performing poorly on this Thanatos. What do you think was just the ingredient aside from the Loki? What did we need to see stepped up by Felinozillas? Where did things start to fall out of their hands?
So it really started to fall apart when our dual lane there were not able to hit the ground running in the way that they wanted to. Ibri on this Amaterasu gave Aimboss the time and the space to get huge in their own way. I mean, we're looking at a 1-4 slash line, but that 1-4 enabled this 4-1 Amaterasu to make crazy map rotations and just be there for their team. I think Ama was another key piece in the victory for Bruto. Felinozillas need to come up with a strategy to try to shut that down. I don't even hate their comp or anything like that. It's just Bruto was on fire.
Indeed, as the name would imply, and question is, will this go by the same way? It's 1-1, tied up here. Don't let the scoreboard fool you. That's just Loki pulling some more tricks. And to find out, we're going to have to get to our next game, but not before a quick break, so don't go anywhere. More Brazil Founders fun after the short break.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here, the Smite in the Sewer, covering some action here in the Brazil region of the Smite 2 Founders Series. We've got Game 3 of the Grand Finals coming along the way. This is Cash Money Morty on the mic, and I'm joined here by none other than Claude Bean.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. We are off of a hot Game 2. Very entertaining game to watch. And the one thing I gotta say, we've been saying it the whole time, is Loki. Loki's winning games. Whichever side he's on, he wins the game. Even though, like Deelo said, he wasn't necessarily the craziest stats out there. I think we gotta show some love to the Zeus on the team. He put out some insane damage. Definitely was a force to be reckoned with in that game.
Zeus left unchecked can definitely change games. That, and when you have Loki on the team, in this we saw a different side of Loki. Loki's not just about getting fed and carrying. Well, let's take a look at the bans and picks and everything else, and we'll see exactly how this goes as I construct this right here. It's not just strictly about the Loki and how Loki snowballs and how Loki carries. It's also about how Loki can get lanes set up. It's about how Loki can get your carries, your mid laners, and everybody else in a better position because Loki has hard CC, can initiate, can start off, fight skirmishes, whatever you want to call it, and then can clear objectives with a pretty decent speed if you get that backstab in. But here we are, finally, game after game. We have been talking about it, and here it is, finally a Loki man.
Yeah, you got to call it almost like a trauma pick at this point. But I mean, it's a well-deserved ban at that point. I mean, I don't think anyone is surprised to see it. What I'm surprised is Herc not making the list. So are we finally going to see Herc get in one of these games and see the damage he can do? Yes, we are. There he is. First pick, Hercules.
And we have seen a little bit of Herc before this point, not a lot, and it didn't prove incredible results, but it is hard, no matter what god you are. Going up against a Fenrir solo, even as a Hercules, is not easy. So now that Fenrir is off the table and Hercules is back in the game, I'm expecting some big things from the Hercules. Going to be able to pop off in the solo lane, unless, of course, he's up against that Baron Samity. And we have seen Baron solo already from Asmita earlier in the bracket. So wondering if that is going to be the case yet again. I don't know exactly where else that Baron would fit. We have seen the Baron mid a little bit, which with that high intelligence build can really just wipe health bars off the map. And also Baron support, even where that healing and crowd control can really come in useful. So wondering exactly where that Baron is going to be locked in as Jing Wei comes out for aimbot, and that might be a brutal mistake from Felinozillas.
Yeah, Jing Wei's definitely going to be the best hunter in the game right now, in my opinion. So she's getting through, she's getting picked. It's no surprise there. Following up with Hecate is just two powerhouse, huge damage people, especially when you get to that late game. But they are going up against Zeus, who is the exact same thing, just like they showed us in the last game. Crazy numbers, top damage by far. So he's definitely going to have some contenders now in this game.
There's a lot of setup potential from Jingwei and Hercules. Oh, sorry, Hecate and Hercules. And then the damage that you get to follow up from the Jingwei. Verdo Fire have a really, really nice team comp going into this. But on the other side of thing, you got to remember Baron, Zeus, and now Susano. Typhoon has massive setup potential. Follow that up with the Lightning Storm from Zeus and then Wild Hunt from Sarnunos. There's a lot of big circle ultimate abilities that can really wreck shop if everything is done and executed how it should be on paper. I mean, we could sit here and talk about everything works like this and paper this, paper that, but execution in game is going to be crucial for Felinozillas, especially because of the team comp they have here.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the matchups right now, and I mean, I feel like everyone's playing good into each other. I mean, I feel like the biggest counter, which is kind of weird because it was a second pick, I feel like Jingwei goes pretty well into Susano. I mean, he's got that knock up. She'll be able to get out of it pretty well, but aside from that, I mean, I'm not feeling anyone like, oh, this is a huge counter to this person or anything like that. It's going to be an interesting game. Really going to let the skill of the players really shine in this match.
Here's a big thing that I'm noticing. So Thanatos locked in for Rudo Fire. I think that is a phenomenal counter pick because there's not a lot of CC immunity on the side of Felinozillas. Aside from Life of the Party from Baron, that's about it. I mean, Thanatos has free reign to show up wherever, hovering death, drop down, huge damage, and a stun, scythe to the face, and then health bar is evaporated. There is huge pick potential from Bruto Fire right now. But on the other side of things, if Bruto Fire can't get that pick potential to its highest capacity, Felinozillas have an incredible team comp for team fighting. Once they get to the 25-30 minute mark, Felinozillas, if they're able to execute how they should according to this comp, they're going to be damn near unstoppable.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
that being said, let's go ahead and, I've had enough of this theoretical talk. I'm excited to see how this boils down. So we're going to dive straight into the game. This is Bruto Fire and Felinozillas, Game 3 of the Grand Finals. Take it away, Deelo and Musi.
Mort and Bean are lovely. Desk duo once again. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Grand Finals of Brazil's Founders Series. Bruto Fire tied up here with Felinozillas. I'm Deelo, joined by Musicland to bring you the action. We got Teste and Smork, our almighty eyes in the sky. Musi, how we feeling?
I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling that hype. We had game 1 go to Felinozillas and game 2 go to Bruto X Fire. And it looks like Bruto X Fire grouping up in the bush around Fire Giant Pit.
No Loki to mow the grass?
Yeah, see. Who is in charge of trimming this down? It looks like that's an HOA violation if I ever saw one.
Hopefully there's no snitches in the neighborhood there. No one likes someone who goes and reports back to the HOA. It's an eyesore, they say. Listen, ladies, stay to your own department, okay? But Karens have not been added to Smite, luckily, so Bruto's going to leave of their own accord instead of being escorted out. And that's just going to result in no real trickery happening just yet. Let's talk, though, because we have the liberty of talking about a point that we never have gotten to see just yet between these two teams. No Loki, which means we don't actually know who gets to win this one.
Now it's an actual toss-up, right? Like, who knows what's going on? But you know who did manage to find their way in? It's this Hercules in the solo lane.
Ooh.
Finally getting a chance to see them in action. Bruto had banned them every single game before. And now that they finally let it go, they have it on their side. So they very clearly value this pick incredibly highly. So I'm hoping that I can see Asmita kind of pop off with it a little bit, because this character can offer a lot to this solo lane, especially against Bellona. When she tries to bludgeon, you simply driving strike her and make her wish that she had picked somebody else. And even if she tries to scourge you and box you with that, mitigate wounds gives you attack speed as well as that heal. So you have a lot of tools in lane to deal with this Bellona. Late game Hercules is such a tank, such a monster at soaking up damage, with the Excavate as well to offer even more CC. I'm drinking the Herc juice, Deelo. I'm understanding why they care so much about this guy.
Tank, such a hunk. Look at him go. So muscled up there in the solo lane. Anyway, we're going to have to find out if that actually ends up receiving some attentions, because we've seen some interesting jungle play in terms of we're now actually dividing our TLC across the map here. And there's a Zeus on the field, not a support this time around. You might be either grateful or sad about that. I personally am quite disappointed, but that means there's 2 immobile mages, especially before level 5, that are ripe for the ganking.
And characters like Susanoo and Thanatos do so well into these mages because, firstly, Thanatos has Hovering Death as well as the Silence to pair with that. Really shuts down Mage's abilities to get away. And Susanoo into Hecate, his ability to give people the yoink over to either himself or to his team. Pair that with his ultimate, the Giant Typhoon, to knock people up. It really punishes these mid laners for stepping even a little bit out of line. And you can see Farinha looking to catch this dual lane out of line as well, lurking around in that jungle.
Dangerous tidings here. Primal Blast is already down, and that
Double
silence is going to drop. Nice work there to try to coordinate, but look at that shell. Thanatos is not happy with it. They blink in, but they don't find it quite just yet. Oh, dear God, that was close. It's blood spilling blood as the first blood goes down to Bruto, but Farina will trade their life and blink for it. That was risky business. That first basic getting eaten by that shell, man, I was scared.
It's all about sending a message. He was assuredly dead to rights regardless, but putting down this Cernunos trying to keep your carry in an advantageous position. It's worth the death, and because your mid laner didn't die from the gank from Arisen Heart, it means that Bruto gets to find themselves in a pretty solid position to start this game off with. Both of these carries opting for this Warriors Axe means that they're going to be a little harder to gank as well. So getting that early gank off before they have more items to assist with their own self-defense is important, especially for characters like Thanatos that need to get to that mid game to become truly effective. And you can see him dipping for even more in that solo lane. Alone in a bit of trouble.
Scary tidings here. But Farina still rocking that level 4. Means that there's no hovering death, no looming specter to worry about quite just yet. But once we get another camp, oh, the story changes oh so quickly. You touched on it before and I want to highlight it. The displacement that Bruto brings is something to fear. Whether it be Jingwei putting a bit out with a persistent gust or the bigger ensemble of that open the gates and driving strike. There's a lot of great tools to make Felinozillas a bit less sure-footed. Trying to assure is that purple buff not going to quite work. Bruto got to go back. I like the attempts, though. They're trying to get aggressive. They're trying to bully him. Felinozillas, though, not going to allow it.
And Amaterasu does have that Sunder as well. They are built for these early invades. Help get that last bit of damage off onto the camp. And Herc as well has the Sunder. In fact, we are once again looking at these relics where nobody has Purification. So we're going to end up relying on Talisman of Purification to help mitigate some of these hard CC effects coming out from the team, like that Eagles rally onto Hercules.
Oh, that Sunder was enough to finish the job. Spexzilla's rocking it too, says, hey, you're not the only one who can use that active. Nicely done to just ensure that last bit of damage takes over. You don't want to let them mitigate wounds, mitigate them going down to the grayscale. Now 1 to 2. Here Felinozillas, Thunderstorms drop down, and Kate opts to path backwards, but that might be their last mistake. Good Aegis there, keeps himself inside. They open the gates before they can join the party. Amaterasu's going to be invited as well. How nice of you, but unfortunately Detonate is not going to let them go out of the house and try to sneak out. And Horizon Heart gets sneaking out there. Good call out. Another kill falls into Bruto's pocket. It's 2 to 3 now. Interesting scrap there, but man, what an ult by Phaetons. It's just a shame they couldn't save Ibre.
The Zeus showing that he's not afraid to just take fights whenever he sees them. They almost had the damage there too. They were just off the mark, so I imagine that if we see a repeat scenario like that in a couple of minutes, it will almost assuredly end in a death for the Hecate. These mid laners need to be extra careful around these junglers, but especially around each other. Zeus doesn't have the CC Immune ultimate to get away from Open the Gates, and Hecate doesn't have a way to get from the lightning storm that Zeus calls down. Both of these mages threaten each other very severely, which means we're going to see a lot of skirmishing around this mid lane.
With Aegis in pocket, Zeus isn't feeling too scared for it, but Thanatos might change that in a second. Amaterasu as well, and the entire escort's here to try to bring them down. There's the Aegis, and there's a lot of damage from that thunderstorm onto Thanatos. Not going to be able to find any kills, but doing a very handy job at shutting down that attempt. Meanwhile, shut down as the hammer's brought down on Asmita's skull. Nice solo kill there by Bologna.
Bologna's got their Golden Blade online. Hercules doesn't have their Mystical Mail online, which means that Bologna has a lot of pressure in this lane right now. She uses that item so effectively, especially with something like that Warrior's Axe being able to get more damage from their Golden Blade. Its power, the damage that it deals, is based off of your protection, so that little bit of extra oomph to go with that to give you what you want in that lane. Hercules falling behind here has me scratching my head a little bit, because you would expect him to do very well in that lane. So what's the missing piece here? I have to imagine that Bologna being able to use their Sunder so aggressively, the Eagles rally before the Excavate enables her to get her damage off before Hercules has a chance to respond.
There's also a possibility that just maybe Asmita's not comfortable on this pick, and that's why they decided to ban it instead of having picked it themselves this entire set, but they finally had to bend and cave to the Loki ban propagandists, that being us here in the booth. Sorry, But if you're not comfortable in the God, doesn't matter how potent they are. Sometimes just not fitting within your playstyle, and that's fair. But Smite's got to find the tools because it's crucial. It's integral to their game plan to put members out of position. And we're seeing those interactions you mentioned too, where they're using that driving strike to force them out of that bludgeon, but that bludgeon still hurts. Even the first hit of it is enough to just force Smite back cowering underneath that tower.
It's going to take that mystical mail, that split damage scaling, to level the playing field in that solo lane, or maybe something from your Thanatos. Amaterasu taking a little bit of poke from Baron Samedi here, and you can see Farinha in the area, looking to get in there.
There's the blink. That'll certainly do the job, and execute Threshold. Has been engaged, but a consigned spirits might just save their soul. These heals are gotta be so frustrating. They go up, Farina sees deadly intent, and then as soon as they get up to the sky, they're like, man, you know what is a funny bit of tech though? If you go into the ultimate from Thanatos, you can instantly cast the moment you lift up from the ground. So unfortunately, Farina maybe is not quick enough to pull the trigger.
A little bit of secret sauce. Try it in your ranked games. Can't wait to see it in mine now. But what do you do as Thanatos against a character like Baron Samedi, who's able to get these heals off not only for himself, but for his whole team? And Ibra taking some poke out from the Susanoo here. Gonna be forced to back up a bit, but Farinha's ready for the response.
Ooh, there's the blink. Let's see if it works out any better for you. Not quite, since that dazzling offensive quickly moves them back into tower. Susanoo definitely does not want to be. It's 9 minutes, 2-4. Gold Fury on the mark here. Felinozillas looking to expand their lead. Is the Eagles rally going to allow for more damage to pour onto it? Jingwei on the corner, but aimbot does not want to use their hacks on that objective. That means that first objective goes down to Feli.
And the early Gold Fury there is only going to do good things for Felinozillas. Going to put this Bologna even further ahead of this Hercules in lane. She's got the Pharaoh's Curse online now as well, which Hercules really struggles against too.
That's going to be rough. And Herc's suggestion was to try to get a bit of farm while they're around. Not bad idea. Fortunately, though, it's not going to really stem the bleeding quite just yet. 0-2 versus 2-0. Obviously not the best place to be. Where does Hercs find their stride? Is it the laning phase that we should be expecting it, or when these 3v3 start to rotate in? When should we start expecting Smite to bring their best?
So once we start getting into some more team fight stages, even smaller team fight stages, like you said, those 3v3s, I think Herc really starts to shine there. His ability to soak up so much damage and just throw out an indiscriminate amount of CC between Excavate, between his shoulder charge. He's got the pluck as well. He has a lot of tools to control a fight, but in the 1v1 situation against Bologna succeeds a little bit more in this laning phase, it looks like. So we have to wait for this Hercules to join his teammates before he gets a chance to truly shine.
I'm also seeing here, just looking at the item board, as far as respect goes, there's a lot of respect being shown in different places in terms of that healing. I'm seeing a Ruinous Venom built there by Susanoo and a Divine Ruin by the Zeus, but Brutal Fire just aren't matching that energy. Instead, we're trying to match in the mid lane here. That life of the party can be met with that hovering death. Farina just trying to use to escape this time around. Eats a quick bolt just for Zeus to remind them, hey, I'm still here, buddy. And unfortunately, Bruto can't quite find much more off that.
And it's unfortunate that Bruto isn't looking to prioritize the anti-heal or even a Talisman of Purification. We are robbing ourselves of tools that are very easily and readily available for the team to pick up. I think if Bruto waits too long to grab these items, they're going to find themselves in a situation where Felinozillas gets ahead, and you can see it happening already. Bologna lurking around this left side, looking for the moment. But you see Farina there as well. Just like, I want you to do it. I want you to go in. Please make my day. Make my day and go in there. Bologna's gonna take the hop back.
That's smart. Very, very smart. I like it though. It's what you said, getting ahead. They quite literally did. They proxy farmed that wave and then say, hey, I've got some time on my hands. What can I do? I'm gonna go mess this guy's day up. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the chance in the Jingwei, and I love Farina's response there. Just lurk in the wings, and I'll be able to spread them now to try to chase down the Cernunos. You got no wings, buddy. What have you got? Nice little wild hunt. Gonna turn Amaterasu to bacon real quick. but unfortunately it might not quite work out for them as Mita gets taken off instead by the Bologna solo dolo. Sernuno's still staying alive, but not for long if that dive goes well. Not quite though, that life with a party and the Baron's Brew on top, disrespectfully smacking him in the face with a bottle. Might have chosen some poor pathing because Horizon Heart's gonna have your heart at the end of their sword now as the jungle goes down, leaving behind Ibre. Zurigui finally gets some revenge for that gank, and the only one left to tell the tale from that fight is gonna be Aimbot.
A little bit of overextension there on the left side. They weren't able to clean up that kill onto the Sernunos and ended up paying the ultimate price. You see Jingwei has opted to go for an early hasten fatal, so they want to chase for kills. They want to finish up the fights that they start. But unfortunately, you have to contend with the fact that the Susanoo is right around the corner to capitalize on low health targets. And fighting a Baron Samedi under tower at any stage of the game is just going to spell disaster. Old Sir is an old menace on this character. You can see that they have opted for that early Talisman of Purification. Felinozillas is ready for anything that Bruto throws at them, and you cannot help but respect that. Slap an Eye of Providence there as well. Now you have vision on the map. A Gold Fury started up. Bruto X Fire needs to find the response here.
Sunder's down for 30 more seconds, so it can't be that. It's not going to be anything at all. In fact, now Bologna finds two with the Eagles rally, planting their flag for Brazil, they say, trying to find some new patches to conquer. There's a thunderstorm, though, impactful. Ibre goes down. Asmita as well. Spexzilla gets taken out there by a nice hovering death for a bit of relief. But Bruto Fire, unfortunately, don't find the objective and don't find the up edge of that fight.
Spexzilla dying there is huge for Bruto because somebody had to stop the snowball that was this Bologna. They've got 3 levels over the Hercules, and with Chinsai's finished as well to go with the Ferris Coach, to go with the Golden Blade. These are 3 of Bologna's best items. Open the gates, gonna catch Susanoo. He's gotta get away, and he will have the chance because that is one fast, speedy dude. Pyromancer picked up by Felinozillas. But with Bologna being in the position that she's in, she's just going to start rallying and dealing even more damage. This is a tank shredder now that she has Chinsai's online, and you can't kill her because you can't catch her because of Pharaoh's Curse. Bruto needs to try to use their Amaterasu to maneuver their Hercules and their Hecate, because I think those 2 characters are going to be who can shut down Bologna. You can see Seer with the mess. You've got the driving strike. You got the dash onto Zeus in the mid lane, but it's not enough.
You got the Baron Samedi trying to wrap it on up, maybe granting Zeus a chance to get some health back and also potentially an engage. They decide just for the health. That's fair enough. Bruto, take the gold blessing and take position in these bushes, maybe waiting for an immobile god such as a Baron to find themselves in a dangerous spot. But it's Baron, man. They're never in danger. That heal is so potent, especially when you continue to refuse to buy an item that's going to shut it down. So Felinozillas are just liable to continue sustaining their way through these fights. Now it's Marina trying to find their opening, maybe looking for this Sernunos. Rotations coming in from this Susanoo and the Baron. We know the Susanoo can approach any places. Blink of an eye, those 40-mile-per-hour winds coming right at you and force Thanatos back.
And what's interesting about what you said, the Baron Samedi, I think the best way to kill Baron right now is to dogpile him with 5 players. So the only chance you really have to do that is if Old Sir steps away from their comfort zone, starts walking with himself, hovering death. It won't find Zeus, but it will find Suze.
That's still enough damage here. Can they find the kill, though? Not quite enough. In fact, PiPiPi Phaeton turned to bacon in the background. Sernunos makes that rotation. They're going to pay for it with their life. Baron says, am I late to the party? Just a little bit, buddy, but fashionably so. They invite Amaterasu to spend some time in the tower. They decide to leave just as quickly afterwards. Didn't like the decor. And in fact, they're going to try to start tearing it down. That's a party foul. And it does seem like Spexzilla is here to give them their just desserts. Scourge through the wall just to remind Herc, hey, solo lane or not, I'm still around, buddy. And Felinozillas takes a dominant position here in the lane.
Spexzilla has got a 5-level lead over Asmita. Talk about total lane dominance. And wherever she goes, death is sure to follow. 3k more damage than the Zeus, who is topping the damage charts right over this Jingwei. And the further the game goes on, the more damage that Zeus does. Felinozillas' team comp scales so well into the late game, but Amaterasu not able to take that, gonna get blown up. Spexzilla adds another kill to the ledger. Felinozillas finds themselves in a good position to maybe start up the Gold Fury as soon as that spawns.
They got Naga buff too. Why not? You're already sporting that 5,000 gold lead. 2 Furies in pocket. Just get those buffs going. Get those dollars too, because they're going for that 2,500 cash prize. Bruto, we know they have tools. It's not a Loki. What's it gonna be to bring them back in this game? How does this fight around the FG pit need to look?
We need to see a big open the gates and follow that up with a hovering death, and I'm not kidding. We have to press 4 really hard. That is unironically what it's going to take. If we can group up the members of Felinozillas and pour a bunch of damage into them before they have a chance to respond, in comes Hercules for the Fire Giant. Open the gates as well.
The Fire Giant's already been taken away, so is Asmita's life, and it's not around Brutal Fire this time. Trying to just find their way back to the bushes there as Ibre goes down as well. Thanatos fleeing for their life, but the scent of death might just be reeking for you, buddy. You're the only one in trouble. Have to take a little bit of a tour through their enemy's jungle as all 5 members of Felinozillas look to take down Aimbot. No hack's gonna save you this time, buddy. We got raw numbers. Zidagui takes down the Jingwei.
Surprised to see that only a handful of members of Bruto went after that FG fight that Felinozillas had started up there. I mean, really, the real secret to winning here for Bruto, and it's something that you need to acknowledge, because trying to take any fight against Felinozillas, it's going to be dangerous, right? It's gonna be scary, but you need to change your mindset for whatever you're doing right now, this passive play of trying to take your small victories. If you want to win this game, you have to put it all on the line. You have to go all in for these FG fights, for these gold free fights. Fight as 5 and go for it. This is the finals, Deelo. This is the big moment. If you're not ready to risk it for a big win, then you're just gonna find yourself staring at a losing streak.
At this point, Felinozillas looking for this bracket reset. They're also looking for any tower that stands to oppose them on the map. Tier 1, the left side goes down. You see already 4 members gathered up here. Sorry, 3 in this left side. 2 in the mid. He's going to be trying to spread that attention. Some good multitasking here. That Naga buff's only going to make it happen faster. And now they're liable to force that issue. If you want to have Bruto gather on this left side Phoenix, now Feli just goes where they aren't. All these towers in the mid gonna fall. That's just gonna mean more global gold in their pocket.
And Felinozillas getting some pretty strong items online here. Zeus picking up a Jade Scepter. It's no Cersei's Hexstone, but I'll tell you what, when a Thanatos jumps on you at hovering death, and you're able to Jade Scepter to make some space for yourself, that is some saucy tech. A little bit of extra health slapped on there too. About 200 or so in order to give you that extra bit of tankiness. This is what Zeus wants. Cernados has got their Miragi's heart to start dealing out even more damage. Felinozillas is looking really strong here, but Bruto finding their small moments. Jingwei just doing anything they can to get some farm. They do have Chin Size online. With their Executioner, they will have their damage starting to get rolling here. But I'm scratching my head trying to think, what can we do to turn this fight around? Because so far I'm seeing that Bruto doesn't want to take a fight if they can avoid it. Felinozillas gonna start trying to force the issue here.
Well, at the very least, sound the war horn, but they're going to sound the call for battle. Looks like we're going for this news, but that glorious charge is off the mark. Here comes the Thanatos, but will they get Jade Sceptered? No, instead, they just take down Zito Man. They got Hitman on top. Bruto, the nice little pick there. It's what the desk mentioned. Great pick potential. Bruto are now finally starting to come into what this comp is meant to execute on, and I'm not just talking about the Thanatos. So with that, Bruto have 40 seconds of free farm, grab this Naga, grab everything he can, and feel good about it.
And that's what you need to see. I mean, Zeus walking alone there, scratching my head a bit, because not a god where you can just walk around however you want, willy-nilly. Yeah, they don't have movement options available. So when that specific situations happen, they got checkmated by Open the Gates. They're forced to move up. into the loving arms of Bruto X Fire. And that's what Bruto's got to do, try to find these picks. In fact, I want to see them try to find a big team fight now that they're down their Zeus. Well, in the time of that little speech, he's back up and running. You can see Bruto moving towards this duo side. Wonder if they can find something here.
You have Ibre on the prowl, but they already backed. Felinozillas not going to try to fall for the bait. Must be noted here, I don't know how we've talked about this before, but Bruto X Fire, and this might just be part of the reason why it's been so hard to find these kills, why they have to work so hard for them. They have 4 physical. And it's not like PiPiPiPi is having a rough go of doing the damage. You're seeing them still providing plenty in terms of the team proportion, but it is still noteworthy that you don't have to worry quite as much about that side of the damage spectrum for Felinozillas.
And it does offer Felinozillas some great items in terms of physical protection. The physical protection items in Smite 2 have a lot of added benefits to them. Things like Glad Shield, Pharaoh's Curse. These items are very easy to build into, especially when you don't have to worry so much about filling up your slots with other items. Bologna's still opting for that Genji's Guard just because mitigation is a ridiculous stat to have. So the ability to stack that up while you're in the middle of fighting everybody at once, why not? You know, have a sweet treat for yourself. But Felinozillas, yeah, you say you've earned it at this point, Bologna. 5-1 like a menace. Felinozillas.
They got the blue buff.
Yeah, they got it. We did it. We're standing
Everyone
around
go home.
this FG fight. Say, run!
They actually
Herc needs
might
to run.
need to. Yeah, Herc's in trouble. Gonna use that big boulder, but gets sucked right back in. You can't escape. That opened the gates. Only gonna open to the corpse of Asmita. Wild Hunt explodes. Aimbot for the double kill on Surigui. Triple kill on the Ibre. Now they're looking for Thanatos. Bushes won't save ya. Baron's on the prowl, and Hakate's far separated from their jungle.
Farinha gonna have to go one way.
Or another.
And Hakati gonna go the other. I like the fact that Thanatos is trying to lure them away from objectives. Maybe have the Baron chase you for a bit, buys your team some time to defense. Because at this point, Felinozillas is gonna have to focus on FG instead of something like a Phoenix. But FG will inevitably fall to Felinozillas and Farita.
Oh no.
A bit of trouble here getting soloed by a Baron Samdi. That's supposed to be a tank.
That Death Scythe gives you a bit more health. I don't know why you're jumping, buddy. You might go down in just a second. Wrap it on up here, folks. Farina taken out there by Old Sir. This grandpa is moving and jiving down the field. 25 minutes, 6-18. Fire Giant around all 5 members of Felinozillas, and they have a 14,000 gold lead on top.
It's looking pretty grim for Bruto X Fire, but they're down quite a bit. But their Phoenixes are still up. More importantly than that, their Titan is still up. So there are multiple opportunities for a chance to get back. Reaching that late game point, another Gold Fury scooped up for Felinozillas. The 3rd pip there, going to give them additional damage to the Phoenix. That's the Ancient Fury, actually. So they already had that pip. That's going to make this tower push even stronger for them. This is going to be a big moment for Bruto. This is going to show us whether or not they've got the gumption to defend this left side Phoenix. It's on the line. Let's see what you got.
That's a good dazzling offensive to evade that consigned spirits and deny them that heal, that stun, also getting a bit more. But that Earthbreaker, you needed it to knock them up, to put them in a disadvantageous position, and you're not gonna find it. Look at Thanatos. You have Farina waiting in the wings for their chance for a big grand stage moment. But eating these heals, and now that Phoenix eating that damage with that Ancient Fury weakening them, Farina just does not know when's their time to shine. Open the gates, evaded. The Eagles rallies not so much. Aimbot's in trouble. That score just been awfully hard, and Asmita's already down. Bruto have got to find a response. They get one target. The Death Scythe does decent damage, but the Thunderstorm is a response. Jingwei, please save your jungle. Don't focus on the minions. They need to back up a bit more. Farina won't find it. They go down. Jingwei gets a bird's eye view as Ibre gets taken off as well. Bruto, with 2 members left here, need to gather around and find their way to defense. Zito Man, quite low for the count. And now Jingwei's up in the sky. She up-downs real quick, recognizing, ooh, that was a bit scary. Maybe a case of vertigo. Mid-bird, though, will go down as well. Feli rotating for the last.
Felinozillas showing a bit of restraint here by not immediately opting to try to jump on that Titan. The respect to Aimbots and the Hakata here. The amount of damage that these characters can put out, you have to put some respect in that name. But it does cripple Bruto. They are now left with no Phoenixes. Fire Giant not quite ready to spawn, but the Naga and the Pyromancer are easy pickings for Felinozillas. Little runic bomb. Stuff that in your pocket. Place it for a later day.
Yeah, it's a nice little lucky rock that explodes and kills everyone.
Lucky
Can't quite
rock.
say I wanted to add that to my collection, but you know, everyone's got pets, everyone's got hobbies. I respect it. Warhorn sounds. Felinozillas take that one in favor. Just going to be empowered. Fire minions wandering down every single lane. On the bright side, it's extra gold. Those fire minions do get you a bit extra farm. But at this point in the game, everyone's starting to reach 20. Thanatos daggering over that line in just a bit. But that's not going to ease the gap. In terms of the fight that we've seen so far from Felinozillas, it's just been peerless. The damage they've been outpouring. This Bologna, Spexzilla, has been an absolute kaiju.
Talk about a monster. And on the other side of the solo lane coin, Asmita 0-7-0, this Hercules has been banned every single game that we've seen so far. And the one time that we get to see it here, it's losing ridiculously hard. There's no way to sugarcoat it. You have no kills, you have no assists. That's 0 kill participation for this Hercules. They want to try to earn it though. In goes Bruto.
This might be their chance. Life of the party, and Farina's not even there to make it. They're already dead. Asmita down as well. Unstoppable double kill for Zito on the aimbot. And Hakate is going to be next. She's getting whiplash. Pulled back in as Zurigui gets that double as well. And Ibre, their head's about to be cracked open by this Bologna. Beautiful work with the D aside, and we're just getting it in. It's a best of 3, and you know what that means, Musi? It's a bracket reset. No one saw it coming. Bruno certainly didn't. Felinozillas make it happen.
Holy cats. I cannot believe this. Felinozillas lost to Bruto X Fire not even one set ago, and now completely turning it around, learning from their mistakes. Absolute domination this game. Let's talk a little bit about it, Deelo.
That was
Zeus,
destructive.
Bologna. Whoa.
Zeus Bologna. Yeah, man. I mean, Jesus. Bologna, in my opinion, definitely gets the MVP. Spexzilla was a monster. Was parading around that, like, these old, you know, those old Tokyo movies where it's just a cardboard city. They were stomping it, like Legos, but not nearly as painful for them at the very least. And on the bright side for Zeus as well, you know, I think they forced a lot of resources to go their way, and every single time they're really able to, especially with their Aegis play, stay alive for a lot longer than you might hope for such an immobile mage to do so. What is that owed to? I'd say it's part of the issues that we mentioned before. Those items, picking up those talismans, that anti-heal a bit late. Once that ball starts rolling, ask Sisypheus. It's a lot harder to stop on an uphill incline.
And we'll get a chance to check out the item orders here as well. The results screen. I want to double check to see, when did we start to see anti-heal picked up for Bruto? We see an Onk from Ibre, but
that's it.
That's it. And that's in the 4th slot. Well, 3rd slot. You got the starter there, but that's a little late. Coming against the Baron and the
Bologna and the CERN.
Bologna?
It's just too much.
Yeah.
I gotta agree with you. I'm hoping that Bruto learned from that mistake. I mean, this is what we were talking about before. You eat from that silver spoon, you start to grow accustomed to the fine dining tastes, and now you're eating dirt. Felinozillas put their heads in the ground, put them in the sand, and now they're trying to take their lunch money, and Bruto have got to find a way back, because when that lunch money is $2,500, you can't walk back to mom's house without that in your pockets.
Nay, you cannot. And now, truly, it is all on the line for these teams. The stress is only going to mount. Bruto needs to find a way to recollect themselves, recollect their mental. Remember the team that they were when they beat Felinozillas in the earlier set. and put them down to size. Meanwhile, Felinozillas try to carry on this hype train all the way to that cash prize.
No Loki, no problem. But will that ring true in this next set? We're going to have to find out. So don't you dare go anywhere. Bracket reset, grand finals of Brazil Founders Series after the break.
Sing for me sweet lullabies.
What's going on here, everybody? This is Smite in the Sewer, and we're covering a little bit more action here in the Smite 2 Founders Series in the Brazil region. We had just finished Game 3 of the Grand Finals. We are here for the reset game. This is Cash Money Morty on the mic, and I'm joined here by none other than OCE legend Dice Hart. And Dice, why don't you do me a favor, explain this bracket for us here that we're going to pull up in just a moment, and tell us exactly how we got here after watching Felinozillas dominate the Grand Finals.
It was a very exciting journey, Mort. We saw that Felinozillas lost to Bruto, semi-finals, 2-0, clean sweep by Bruto. Felinozillas then had to fight their way through the end part of the losers bracket. They won in the losers finals, and then coming up into that grand finals, took a 2-1 victory there, forcing a bracket reset. This specific tournament did have a bracket reset in case of the losers final team coming in and getting a win in the grand final, giving a little bit more balance for the team that didn't drop any sets at all. So Felinozillas have forced us into a bracket reset. Very exciting stuff here.
It's been an exciting day for sure overall. I mean, a lot of Smite 2, a lot of exciting action. Felinozillas started the very first set here in the bracket. I mean, all the way back to match 1. They've made it all the way to the grand finals, dominated there, and here we are in the reset game. So these players have been playing a lot of Smite 2, and I'm sure they are feeling a little bit drained, but they need to keep that stamina high. They need to keep that resilient mindset going into this, because this is a one and done shebang-a-bang. I mean, this is the final opportunity for them to walk away with the cash prize, everything else in pocket. Huge opportunity for these players here, as well as Bruto Fire, who have been undefeated going through here. They dominated PiPiPi, dominated Felinozillas in match 6, and they might have lost a game in grand finals, 2 games to be exact, but regardless, here we are. This is the big bang. Let's go into the picks and bans. Let's get this game underway.
See if Felinozillas can force this best of 1 into a winning position. More, this is for all the money here. So these picks and bans are more crucial than they have been all day. This is the most important thing that we're going to see here. And we've seen a lot of priorities to some different gods. Where's your head at? Take a quick guess. First ban, what's it going to be?
I've been seeing a lot of Herc bans, We've seen Herc in 2 games so far today, and neither of them have been huge pop-offs from the Herc, so wouldn't be surprised if they let that one slide through, but one that we do need to see if we want to keep things evenly balanced. 1 word, 4 letters. We've been talking about it all day, but I'll bring it up one more time because it is the final game after all. Low-key. Low-key has been dominating, running rampant around, and what do you know? Bruto Fire is going to take them away because we do not want to deal with that Loki.
Smart choice to ban that away here, and on the other side, Felinozillas are going to get rid of that Fenrir. We've seen both of these junglers having a very, very comfortable time at the moment. You know, Farinha and Riesenhart have both been running down this Loki, but another 4-letter god that you can't ignore, Morty, is that Zeus, and Bruto have locked it in here. Very, very capable of letting people come at the Zeus and then counter-engaging, dropping the ult on top of himself. We've seen that all day today.
It's those 4-letter gods, I'm telling you. Loki, Zeus. Next thing you know, we're going to see Jing Wei, that is. Jing Wei, who has been doing some big things for wherever team she ends up playing for. Jing Wei is going to be a huge factor going into this, whether she ends up being played by Aimbot or Zurigui. It's going to be a huge impact. But another impact that we should talk about is the Baron Samedi and the Amaterasu, who can both dominate the laning phase and walk out just fine, and then impact hard in the team fighting skirmish phase and mid to late game. There are some huge picks being brought out here between the Bologna, the Susano, setting up some good team fight potential with the Lightning Sword from Zeus for Bruto Fire, and then Baron, Amaterasu, and Jing Wei. Felinozillas are looking to walk away with a W here.
I was definitely expecting more this Susano to come out. Not surprised to see this Thanatos either. These are the junglers that both of these players have been sort of falling back on when this Loki, when this Fenrir aren't available. The Athena, again, as well, very, very common that we've seen here today, although we saw it more commonly on Old Sir, on Felinozillas being locked in. But this Susano, Athena, Kernanos, the amount of CC that Bruto have already locked in here to give Zeus every opportunity to drop that ultimate, do as much damage as he can, and also give him a little bit of survivability. That Defender of Olympus to counter out a Thanatos ult, give him a little bit more protections, or even when that Dazzling Offensive comes out, is going to provide a lot. But more that Morrigan, that's been a spice pick today.
That Morrigan, I mean, there's so many things you can do with the Morrigan ult. You can turn into their Susano and set up your team for Typhoon along with the Thanatos ult. It's like having two junglers. I mean, I don't see any problems with that. You could turn into another Baron Samedi and then heal your team for even more, another life of the party. There's so many options when you have a Morrigan on your team, and Bruto Fire are going to be left on their toes. How do we handle going up against a Morrigan? What do we do? And based on the 10 guys you see here, Dice, what are you expecting to see happen?
Look, I am a big fan of Felinozillas. This is really the position that they have forced right now. You know, the reverse sweep, the underdogs coming back into it after losing semi-finals. So I'll be honest, I kind of want them to win this. It's a best of one, and it's a good story for them here. The Morrigan has so many transformation options into the Baron, but more, I think we're ready to send it on over.
Here we are, everyone. For all the marbles, this is Bruto X Fire up against Felinozillas. Deelo and Musi, take us away.
Thank you very much there, Desk.w, Dice, and Mort, everyone. Welcome back. Brazil Founders Series. It's all on the line. Get your 2,500 or go home in second with silver. I'm Deelo, joined here by Music Clan. We got Tess, Almighty I, in the sky. Musi, how we feeling?
The excitement is palpable. The hype is real. The stakes have never been higher. 2,500 US dollars for the team who wins this match. Deelo, it's an all-time high. I mean, the stress for the players right now have got to be monumental. Felinozillas being able to come back in such a huge way after losing their first set against Bruto X Fire, and Bruto X Fire feeling that fear, that moment of we were supposed to have control. We already put you down once. Now they got to do it again, and it's all on this one, Deelo. So I am feeling pretty good, if I were to put it in a few less words.
Best of one for a few words that have a lot of meaning. It's all on the line, and there's no Loki to help decide it. There's no doctors to give their recommendations. There's no prescriptions. There's only pain and damage that's about to be wrought on the field of battle. At this point, what role do we think we have our eyes on? Which gods should we all be looking at with bated breath?
I think that we have been watching Arisen Heart and Farinha this entire set, and I've still got my eyes on them because these junglers can make or break the game when you get down to it. When you think about the fact that Bologna was so far ahead that last game, she had a little help from a friend, and this duel lane's getting pretty rowdy as well.
Oh, old sir gonna have to use that shell, and you know they're not dying. It's a Baron Samedi. I was concerned, then I remembered which god they're playing and which relic they're rocking. It's gonna mean that Felinozillas hang on with a bit of a sliver. Some good damage. They're falling on top of Farinha as well, but they do come away with the buff. That feels good. Asmita comes with a bit of extra poke on a Spexzilla. That feels even better, especially after that Bologna dominance we saw from Spexzilla. Asmita, you gotta imagine, is looking for some revenge.
And now they get to hold the tool that had dealt so much damage to them. That's gotta feel good, because at this point, you're like, all right, I've got the busted sauce. Surely I can make this work. And this lane matchup between Bologna and Ama is able to silence out the Bologna bludgeon. However, Bologna does a pretty solid job boxing into that Amaterasu, especially because Ama doesn't have Death's Toll there. So Scourge becomes a very important tool for those auto attack battles. The key mitigating factor here is that mirror. Thanatos forced to blink away, but Susanoo blinks after them.
Blink twice if you're in trouble, and
Whoa!
Farina certainly is. A shell, though, instantly arrives just when they need it. Felinozillas now looking a bit poked out. Consigned Spirits to give him a bit more health in the coffers. Farina takes the speedy dash right back to the base. No kills brought just yet, 2 minutes in.
And this Baron Samdi that you're gonna be saying that this whole game, little bit of health from Consign the Spirits. Take a sip every time. You're gonna be knocked out before the end of it.
Like a Baron's
Baron
brew.
Samdi, yeah, take a sip of the brew. You are gonna have such a rough night. This Baron Samdi offers so much. It's ridiculous to me. I mean, we've been talking so much like, oh, Loki is ridiculous. He is. And, oh, I can't believe that we're banning Hercules. You should. But Baron Samdi has just been able to slip through the cracks because of it. And this god does so much, Deelo. All the healing, all the space control, the CC, he utilizes cooldown so effectively. And Thanatos looking to cut down Asmita to size, but look who's behind him.
It's Susano, and they've got weapons of their own. Thunder's gonna fall on Asmita's head, and he seems like Susano, the calm before the storm, and now the storm's arrived, gonna take down their sister. It's some nice Sororicide as they look to try to put some more damage on top of Thani. They got the level advantage, but Thani's got that scythe, and it's doing damage. Farina has to back off, but the trade goes 1-1. Felina take that first blood.
Neither solo laner able to get a leg up over the other one quite yet. It's probably going to be mid lane that we're going to see mid game that we're going to see the solo laners really start to shine. Amaterasu's teamfight potential is huge. The double dash onto Jingwei.
That was beautiful, but the Aegis and the shell. Someone please stop the stock market. Put a freeze in it, because it's just ridiculous. Thunderstorm gonna try to put them down in the ground. That detonate, though, not finding the stun. One more basic just puts Ibre at a bit of a lower, uncomfortable position. Consigned Spirits, this time not looking for heals, just looking for damage. Not gonna find the kill, though. Bruto's dual lane stays upright, if just barely.
And look, we saw the Morgan transform into the Zeus there, trying to find even more for their dual lane. Felinozillas is looking for blood. They want to wrap this up as quick as possible. I love the aggression in these last games. Hit them hard, hit them fast, hit them with everything you've got. Gold Fury spawning up pretty soon here. We're approaching that 5-minute mark. I'm going to take this time to really quick highlight again, because these teams do not seem to value it. Purification, nowhere to be seen. We are once again relying on that talisman of purification for the group CC immunity. And Bruto X Fire, they don't have much for CC immune ultimates. You do have Athena. That's about it. And Athena's going to be showing off her skills in this mid lane.
There's that Thunderstorm, a good double stun, unfortunately, knocked up within the eye of the storm. Zuhito Man goes down by Phaeton's hand. That Zeus man, we've seen it across these sets. Just do it damage where it should. Puts Bruto up 2-1.
And over with Felinozillas, they do have the Morgan that can transform into that Zeus. Bruto X Fire, looking at this Gold Fury. No one here to respond to it, getting pretty low.
Early.
But yeah, that's just about 5 minutes. It spawned and it was there, up, down from Bologna in the solo lane.
This could be troublesome. You got a hammer, but what else you got? That Scourge a bit off the mark as well. Now Asmita has to make that walk back to their tower. Athena's on the way. Does Thani go in? And Athena arrives just to watch as their solo laner dies. That Scythe saves Thani as well. A fantastic heal. That Consigned Spirit's going to try to heal him up as well. It does not find the mark on the Ibre. An unfortunate attempt to rotate, but you can't mitigate with that Defender of Olympus when it's an execute.
It is crazy just about everywhere. Bruto X Fire finds that early Gold Fury, but Felinozillas is able to put pressure onto that solo lane. Even when you win, you lose. Even if you lose, you're going to find yourself a little bit of a win. These teams still about tied at this point too, and we're looking at some of the items being built here. Zeus has got their Book of Thoth online. Morgan opting for that Chronos pendant so we can see that transformations up all the time. That Morgan has pseudo global presence with Athena. She can be pushing out a lot of damage if she turns into Zeus. She has a lot of CC. If she turns into Susanoo, she has a lot of options available to her, and you love that as a Morgan player. So keep an eye on the mid laner of Felinozillas. I think that's going to be another playmaker in this game.
Question we asked earlier, what do you want to be when you grow up? Both teams say, I want to be a Founders Series champion. Karasu does not want to be dead, does not want to be inside that Thunderstorm. Both Spexil and Horizon Heart going to be able to back out of that without too big of an issue. Zahito Man as well, looking quite worse for wear. Difference, of course, with the Baron heal is got to be enemies around to grab it. And no one really quite wants to stick around after that scrap. Can't blame them, 7 minutes. 2-2. Raise the scoreboard, even up. And the gold just about as well, despite that Fury being picked up by Bruto. Maybe a nice little Naga will change things as they look to wrap that one up.
This Naga buff, it'll be nice to have. Gold Fury it'll spawn, the buff will disappear by the time that it does, so you won't get a chance to really use it unless you try to force a tower or something along those lines. But being able to confirm yourselves the gold and the experience for your team, little mini objective there. It's going to put Bruto in a better position. Look at Felinozillas in that mid lane. Baron looking to pluck something from the Zeus. This Baron Samity support, I love it so much because when you give the Baron the chance to rotate around the map like he can in support, you can spread those consigned spirits all over the place. And Bruto X Fire, their characters don't have a lot of great ways to deal with the ultimate that Baron has. Athena did rush that Talisman of Purification. We do love that. And it looks like they could have the beginnings of a Curse Dunk there. They don't have the anti-heal quite yet. But with that Baron ult, nobody can really get away. Zeus, not a chance. Susanoo, yeah, but Athena's got the one dash, but Baron can absolutely catch it, and Cernunnos is in a similar position. Baron is crazy in this game, and Thanatos is in the sky.
That's trouble here as they land right back down on top of the King of Thunder. King of Nothing, you're going back to the grave instead. Nice Wind Siphon finds too, but might pull Fanny where you don't want him.
Whoa.
One more swing of the scythe, the minions come in for a bit of extra assistance. Double kill there by Horizon Heart.
Horizon Heart going again. Old Sir dying to Order Tower, getting a little overzealous, a little crazy, wacky, and silly. I don't know what we're cooking there, but Spexzilla trying to find something. Here goes Ibri.
That's a good taunt there to pull him off as Asmita managed to get away. Horizon Heart smells death, but just be a bit too far away. They float towards it like one of those old cartoon characters smelling a pie on the windowsill, and have to recognize that not really within reach. I was about to say, before that fight, these two jungles, which we've called attention to, were 1-0-1, and now just after that one short exchange, 3-0-1, 1-1-1 for Bruto. Does not look quite as good. This Thanatos, what does Bruto got to do to put it in the dirt?
And I like that you brought that up too, because I was thinking the same thing. Susanoo's got to lock down and farm for a bit. Arisen Heart has had the chance to get some picks off. They've had some success in these skirmishes. So what Farina needs to do is control their side of the jungle, maybe hang around Zeus for a bit, get some of those mid waves under your belt as well. Be a little bit pickier about the fights that you're going for before you just go all gung-ho. And speaking of junglers, Arisen Heart opting for this Pharaoh's Curse. A little bit of extra tankiness under their belt. And a good item to have because Bruto X Fire does not have anything in the way of slow immunity. It's going to make the chase down potential for this Thanatos even more significant.
And sometimes you honestly do need to use that beads, that purification, for a slow. But you don't have that. You only have a talisman, and you don't ever want to use a talisman for a slow. It just feels terrible. So that slow's going to land. It's not going to be contested any time. Felinozillas now. Find this purple buff. There's the blink right after. We're looking for buffs now. This is a great Eagles rally. Plants the flag down for Brazil. Double kill by Phaeton. Now the rest of the team just has to try to retreat. Athena's coming on in, but she's already here. Just going to try to use that lazy TP as Old Sir goes down beneath her heel. Jingwei uses that airstrike to the sky, keeps Zutagui safe. In the meantime, Zito Man's already returned back to that mid. Bruto, though, returned to what they're looking at. That's going to be that second gold Fury.
And no one from Felinozillas is there to contest it. That second pip going the way of Bruto X Fire. It's going to make their minions a little bit stronger when they stand next to them, aiding in whatever push that they want to do. Bruto, they weren't able to find too much success with these fights earlier, but what they are doing is controlling these objectives. they're with these Gold Furies keeping their heads above the water, and now at this point treading it a little bit better than Felinozillas. But Felinozillas does have the team fight potential of absolute madness with their Baron Samdi and with their Morgan. And once Amaterasu really starts to get involved, then it's going to start swinging that way. I worry about which team has the better late game comp, because I see characters like Zeus, and I think that scales really well. Ibre looking for a taunt, trying to get them off of the Naga. Zeus in the wings, potentially looking to start something here.
Sorry, drop down to a quarter, and welcome to the party here, Zeus. Come and stay a while. Gonna force that purification Aegis as well to try to stay safe. Thanatos goes up, comes down with the kill. On top of my Fates and double onto Ibre. And now, Old Sir has to take a bow and walk away because they're looking low, but Bruto still on the offensive. Take down Farina right after in the mid lane. Walking away with that Naga, walking away with 3 kills on top. Mid-tier 1's gonna go down right after.
Felinozillas' ability to turn a fight on its head when they don't get jumped on. If they get the chance to jump on you instead, it gets really tough for anybody on the receiving end of that. Look at this. They're pushing all the way into this tier 2 as well. You've got the Naga buff. You might as well. It's already at half health. That's significant. We're not even to the 15-minute mark yet, and Felinozillas is showing that they want to take it all the way. Ibre getting the dash in.
Finds the taunt too. That's great. Don't need 5 members to collapse if they're already knocked down low, low, low. Old Sir gonna fall and not get up there in the mid lane. Just stuck around a bit too long past their welcome. Now watch CERN wrapping around the backside here, waiting in the bushes for a nice little ambush. You think you're getting your speed? You're getting D'd. They're gonna try to take them down. Gonna go up to the skies instead. We'll just switch our attention to Jingwei. Why does everyone have wings here? And Zeus is gonna strike them down with their lightning. Beautiful work, but unfortunately, the storms only come just now. Aimbot goes down thanks to the rotation, and Jito Man takes down for the double before their lives forfeit by trade thanks to the Bologna. Spexzilla uses that shell for a bit longer. They just want to live. They just want to kill. Ibre almost goes down, and wrapping on the backside is Baron and Horizon. They finally finish it. So many corpses here, and there's no objective to even speak for it. Asmita might be the next one to go. Baron wrapping around the backside, but here comes Farina to help them out. Big double silence. Farina goes down. 7 more seconds. Don't give him the deicide. Don't you dare. Asmita falls to their sight. 5 souls reaped. Deicide for Felinozillas.
Holy cats, dude. The healing from Amaterasu is nothing to sneeze at, and Pharaoh's Curse putting in so much work. Amaterasu able to give herself so much space between her speed buff and the dash and the heal. And with the Pharaoh's Curse Golden Blade combo, she can dish out so much damage with those autos. And then the chin size as well. It's all downhill from here, folks. The fact that they weren't able to lock her down is especially unfortunate because they spent so much trying to do so. Felinozillas turns right around and mops the floor with them. Gold Fury spawning fairly shortly here, and with Felinozillas, the ball is in their court. It's very likely that they'll try to prioritize that. This Thanatos build that I'm staring at right now, Deelo, that's a tank Thanatos with the Pharaoh's Curse and now a Genji's Guard? I'm liking this. Solo Laner Music Clan's a big fan of this build.
Dude is getting his protections padded. Hey, fair enough. If they're bringing the damage, I'm going to bring the prots right back. Can we talk about how many times that fight changed hands? I mean, it started with Felinozillas getting the advantage, then Bruto finds some kills, gets that ambush around the speed, but then they stick around a bit too long. Felinozillas smacks him right back. It's just got to be a case of knowing when to hold him, knowing when to fold him, knowing when to ult away. Now, again, ambush set up here. Bruto's so cheeky with their positioning. Jito Man, we see you, buddy. Those bushes are not going to quite save you this time. Amaterasu makes that rotation thanks to that TP. Question is, where will they be when this Gold Fury is up for the mark? Bruto, 5-man strong. Felinozillas the same, but Amaterasu in a bit of a precarious position.
Bruto want to try to contest this Gold Fury if Felinozillas starts it up. And Felinozillas knows that, and they respect it, right? Both of these teams have a lot of respect for each other, and we saw it in the earlier games. We're seeing it now. You're not going to see one of them full tilt into the other one unless they can near guarantee success. So know that. viewers who are watching, when you see one of these teams start to all in, it's because they very firmly believe that they got it in the bag. These teams do not take fights unless they think they can win them. You can see Bruto, the Cernunos looking to start one now.
That's a great win, Siphon, to pull back in. Oldser burst apart. Thanny wrapping on the back. Does find aimbot for some decent damage, but it's not enough. Thunderstorm gonna be dropped there, but no one there to receive. And the Thanatos drops down just as the threshold succeeds, as well as Smita taken out there thanks to the dive from Signal. It's a second Thanatos. This death is going to hover, and they're looking to drop down onto aimbot at this point. It's Zurigui finishing it off. Felinozillas make it 2 5-man wipes. It's another deicide.
They just can't be stopped. This Morgan pick has been the 5D chest that Felinozillas needed to close this out. This Morgan pick is doing numbers. First into the Zeus and now into this double Thanatos. The only thing scarier than one hovering death is a second one. And when you only have the one talisman of purification, you have no other CC immune options. It puts in so much work. Felinozillas now starting up this Fire Giant so that they can have an additional boon for their next fight. Gold Fury available as well should they choose to pick it. And when you have FG, might as well stop, grab yourself a quick bite of Gold Fury, a little bit extra gold in your pockets to polish off these items that we're building. Jingwei finishes up Chin Size on that last back, but important items for Bruto as well that can help turn the tide of fights. We see that Jade Scepter once again for Zeus. Saw a little bit of success before, and I like seeing it now, but I almost wonder if we needed a Cersei's Hexstone or something like that instead. This poor Zeus just gets jumped on by this Thanatos.
Or the Morgan, who's moonlighting as the
also Thanatos.
You only have so many escape cards you can pull. Every objective, Pyro, Fury, Pyro on top of that FG that they already grabbed. They're taking everything. But Felinozillas are just now looking to march down the mid lane, and meanwhile, Bruto trying to look for that tier 2. They don't have time. Get back to base. This bird's in trouble.
Speaking of getting back to base, Felinozillas also gonna back up a bit here. The bird push halted the feint from Bruto, buying them a little bit of extra time, and that's what you need to do if you're Bruto right now. You want to run out this Fire Giant. While Felinozillas has that on their body still, you can't fight them as effectively unless you get rid of it. Both teams are in a position where they can swing the game in their favor. Staff of Mirrodin for Zeus, and here comes Amaterasu.
Thunderstorm plays down defensively once again. Here comes Athena as well. This handicap match not looking great for you there, Phaeton, but they do manage to come away with the life of man. And now we're looking for Ama right afterwards. It's a rainy day for you, and the storm cloud's gonna shut him down. By Phaeton, though, falls soon after by a Risenheart's hand. And gonna be Jingwei going up to the sky with that airstrike, trying to link for Farina, but they're too lost in the bushes, and you're too lost in the fountain. Aimbot takes down their opposition. It's a 1-for-3. Bruto strike back.
Felinozillas maybe not taking the respect that I assume they had there before, getting a little big for their britches, a bit overzealous.
Yup.
You need to group up as 5 if you want to take down Bruto X Fire. This isn't just any game. This is the finals. This is the bracket reset. This is the big tuna. We have to group up to go for these objectives. You can't screw around, Deelo. Otherwise, Bruto X Fire is going to show you why they are also a team that has made it all the way here undefeated. These people are monsters. You have to make sure that you are respecting them.
One move in this game is potentially worth $2,500. One mistake potentially loses you that prize pool. It's got to be on everyone's minds. I'm sure it's ringing through Felinozillas' heads right now. 21 minutes, 12-18, but it doesn't feel like it. Felinozillas have a great advantage in the form of 8,000 gold, but Bruto are playing like they're on top. They are not going to go gentle into that good night, and you see it still. Playing with this precarious ambush mentality. They're fighting like it's a war. They are sneaking in the bushes, trying to tie you to the radiator. It's guerrilla out here.
And you can also appreciate the fact that Bruto's counter engage from Felinozillas is incredibly strong. if Felinozillas decides to jump onto their team with double Thanatos, if Bruto has a chance to use their singular Talisman of Purification, Bruto X Fire, I'm side-eyeing you a bit here, please build it. You can let that Zeus ult rip on top of you. You have Susanoo ult as well, and Wild Hunt. You have a lot of get-off-me tools in a fight. Their chance to sit back and let Felinozillas find an opportunity to go in on them and then flip it on its head, that is a win con for Bruto. But in that same breath, their initiation is very strong as well between Susanoo and between the dash taunt from Athena. It's a lot of flexibility there that Felinozillas needs to honor. Meanwhile, like I said, double Thanatos ult is a great way to start a fight, but don't forget that Baron Samdi, we were raving about him before, he's still very much here. Very much a key factor for Felinozillas. Fire Giant. We're walking around, it's got about 10 seconds to spawn, Deelo.
I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, with that small engage, Old Sir did shed off their beads, which means they got nothing for that taunt. But Ibre's got no follow-up for it either. It means it's going to be even Stevens. Hide in the bush all you want, but it's not going to quite work at this point. It's going to come down to a full frontal 5v5, and this very well could decide right here the entire game, the entire set. Wrapper on the left side, Eagles rallies for me. There's the Jingwei airstrike to respond, try to space it out. Now the fight spilled into the mid lane. Blood is spilled as Farina goes down. Athena drops into the sky. Thanatos drops down, finds two as well. Morgan needs to find their entrance because they're getting taunted in, and Aegis out. Spexzilla taken down there by Aimbot, who's swinging glaives with reckless abandon. The Morgan stun, though, finds itself true by Phaeton goes down. Ibre right afterwards. It's 3 for 1 so far. Felinozillas trying to repeat history, but Arisenheart finds themselves on the wrong end of those glaives. A nice answer back from CERN.
Thanatos getting a little big for his britches there. I see what they wanted to do, but you have to take into account that Cernunnos, with the Bragi's Harp and Shinsai's combination, one auto is all it takes for you to find yourself in a losing situation. Is not going to stop Felinozillas from starting up this FG. Bruto X Fire is in the area to contest it.
Aimbot's got ult at the very least, but Morgan's got that stun. It's not enough. They charge right through. They're gored at the horns of the god of the Wild Hunt, and now we're hunting Zerdegui. Rampage here for CERN. One more basic in the back of Voltzer. I've fallen, you can't get up. Double kill, deicide. Bruto on the offensive.
Aimbot's going crazy on the Cernunnos. They've got the Fatalis and Slow Stance combination as well. The Frostbound that we have at home. Bruto is nowhere even remotely out of this game, Deelo. It doesn't matter how many kills Felinozillas had at the beginning. It doesn't matter the domination that they had between that mid game. Bruto is a winning mindset team, and they are ready to just hold on to their mental to find a victory in this game. Fire Giant, Pyromancer, Gold 3 respawning as well. The gold difference still in the favor of Felinozillas, but at this stage of the game, it's not as relevant. What matters is confirming these objectives, and Bruto has got all that in a bag of chips.
What matters sometimes, too, is just the mentality, and you gotta imagine Bruto are walking on air. Look at Zeus, he's literally riding a cloud right now. 25 minutes in. What a Sigma. Now, Bruto, they have a winning mentality, like you said, as they go for this next Fury. Ancient Fury, might I add. These towers not gonna be nothing. They're gonna be going down like dominoes. And Bruto, I think, are just kind of rocking it like it's semifinals. Nothing's changed. You guys are still the losers, and we're the big bad bullies on top. Now, Felinozillas need to pull another deicide out of Baron Samity's magic hat for a response.
It's time to start sipping that magic brew and come up with some crystal clear ideas. Felinozillas still have it in the bag when it comes to that initiation game. The Morgan offering them a lot of options for the start. I could even see Morgan ulting into an Athena to get their own taunt off. They only have the one Talisman of Purification. It's criminal that Bruto is only doing this with one Talisman of Purification. And this Bragi's Harp 2 for Cernunnos is making his Autumn Stance penetration that much stronger. Standing next to their teammates, it's going to make sure that everybody gets to be a tank shredder. Rudo Expire taking that tier 2 tower, likely stepping off there. Felinozillas have a chance to breathe, if only for now.
That was a good wave push down that mid lane. Forces Brutal Fire to consider the fact that maybe that mid Phoenix is in danger. Forces Athena to go back. That's also very smart use to send back Athena, of course, who can re-enter the fray with that ultimate at a moment's notice. Brutal Fire now fully caught up at this point. This is even Stevens. This is the best you could hope for in your Founders Series finals. What's it gonna come down to? What in these last couple fights has just not had that secret sauce? Because Felinozillas was just dominating before in these 5v5 encounters, and now it's crickets.
We need to start fighting as 5 again. I'm kind of under the impression that Felinozillas was not fighting with their full potential these last few fights because they thought they could get away with more than they actually could. So if we can get some 5v5s here rolling, I do believe Felinozillas can find their way back in, but Bruto Expire is not going to give them that chance. They're going to start walking up to this mid lane Phoenix.
Watch Ama's wrapping around that left side, gonna force you to reflect on your actions. Maybe Athena makes you stare in their eyes instead. Wild Hunt going to use that ultimate there to try to get a bit more damage. A nice Thunderstorm and a nice Talisman. Get Brutal Fire out to safety, but Thanatos says nowhere is safe. The Morrigan Thunderstorm and the Execute's been secured. Horizon Heart claims the soul of Athena. Already a 5v4, now the damage rating true by Phaeton using their Aegis to retain their safety. Asmita taken down, that front line's been wiped away, and now Zeus has to retreat back with the rest of their friends in tow before the same thing happens to them. FG, it's peanuts. Felinozillas, sweep it away.
When you only have the one Talisman of Purification, burning that off gives Arisen Heart the chance to just bust it wide open and go wide with a Thanatos ult. The fact that Felinozillas has 2 means that they can respond to both of the lightning strikes from Zeus. Part of the winning strategy for Felinozillas is getting the Talisman of Purification down and then kit dumping with every piece of CC that you have available, because Bruto Expire realistically does not have a great response for it. Additionally, Bruto Expire, I'm only seeing 1 anti-heal item at this point. We're not putting respect in that Baron's name, and the longer the game goes, the more items this tank Baron gets to have online. More cooldown means more healing. His healing scales off of cooldown. It's absolutely ridiculous that we're letting him get away with that. So, Bruto Expire, even though they were in that winning position, we gotta start locking it down. Gotta start finding some better fights. It's gonna start with a big taunt on to either Jing Wei or potentially a Morrigan, but keeping an eye out for this Thanatos, and you mentioned it in that last fight, Amaterasu wrapping around. A little bit of presence of mind so he can respond properly to these mid-fight gank threats.
Felinozillas is there. Secure that Pyromancer. That's 2 bombs in pocket. They're a flight risk. They're trying to go international, baby. They're trying to take this Founders Series for themselves. FG up on the mark. Naga buff around their belt. Brutal Fire looking to try to make the name come true once again. Watch Ama separated from the team. Their brother looks to meet them in holy combat on that solo lane side. Getting some vision down is going to be incredibly important. And it's just like you said as well, that resource allocation, there was a lot used there on Spexzilla when they tried to catch them out. That Wild Hunt just didn't quite find enough damage on the follow-up because they're a tank. Spexzilla is a warrior, is a kaiju, and they're looking to stomp on Bruto's hopes for this next objective.
And Arisen Heart, also a bit of a tank. You do see that they have the Heartseeker and Titan's Bane, so they have some damage on the top end, but Zeus doesn't have the ability to blow up that Thanatos like he would a normal full damage Thanatos. Pharaoh's Curse and Genji's Guard and the Spirit Robe, so even when you get the stun off, it's gonna do work. The taunt gets CC immuned. Bruto Expire has to walk away from that. Felinozillas, though, losing one of their Talisman of Purifications for this fight. Bruto Expire to start grouping up around this fire giant or potentially setting a trap.
Look at Thanatos. Once again, pushing waves down this mid. They have ult in pocket, but they've got to make sure to exit stage left quick. Susano's on the fritz, trying to knock them down. Ryzen on a quick little jump in that left side, saying, hey, you like those minions? And can't quite say the same for Farina. They have to retreat now back Looking at the Morgan's positioning, wrapping around this left side. Bologna goes in aggressive and now has to retreat with that
And in the
Eagles
air.
rally. Good poke there on a Spexzilla as well. Zanigui's looking quite low. The Thunderstorm's been dropped. And Farina's gonna go down first there. It's a Hitman. Seems that their lightning just strikes a bit better. Spexzilla, though, stricken by those glaives. Aimbot takes them down. Ulcer finds Asmitas. 1 for 2 so far. Felinozillas. The big bad bullies are looking to be a bit bothered here by this side of Chaos. Now, Brutal Fire trying to regroup, but unfortunately Aimbot caught lacking. That heavy glaive strike, though, takes one with them. Aimbot will fall at the end of Jingwei's arrows. Is the damage enough from by Phaeton? Not quite. Double there by Zunigui. Caught in the blue buff. It all comes back to the blue buff as Ibre wandering around, lost, confused, doesn't know where to go. Ulcer is going to try to escort you back to the grave as Felinozillas look to march down mid lane.
Baron doing a great job keeping that Athena away from his teammates. It's going to make sure that Jingwei and the Morgan can push down onto that mid Phoenix. The members of Bruto X Fire are still dead. They're walking towards that Titan, Deelo.
Arena's up. The Thunderstorm's down, but the Titan shots rain true. One body there for the NPC. Farina, a flash of their katana, and one is already knocked down to low. Zunigui has to back off. That rapid resurrection will not save you with these death timers being so long. Typhoon is Aegis. The basics, the wind siphon. Gonna siphon the last of Zunigui's life as well. 3 down on each side, and Bruto Fire hold on.
You gotta respect the fact that Felinozillas was ready to put it all on the line there and just go for it, transforming into Zeus. I love that. They even got some decent damage off onto that Titan there. Lost about a third of its health, and that's with those tier 2 towers up on either side of the map. If those towers weren't there, that could have very well been a different story, but Bruto X Fire are able to hold on so that they can continue fighting. Fire Giant is still on the table.
That's gonna be what they set their sights on. A flag is planted down for Brazil, and the Naga's gonna help them out. FG goes down to Brutal Fire, but an execute follows onto by Phaeton. They're turning to bacon, but they got a blink to follow. Farina is gonna go down to Spexzilla's sword. Talisman used, taunt finds too. What damage follows it up? Not quite enough. Asmita stays strong. There comes even more damage here as they try to find a recent heart. They do. Aimbot takes them out, but look at how low Hitman is. Ulcer for the triple kill onto Aimbot. They don't need hacks. They just got raw damage, and FG empowering them wrapped around their belt. Looking for those brambles you gotta walk through to find your victory. It seems that Spexzilla wants no part of it. A shell has been used, but can you even escape at this point? All these members from Felinozillas are at all tilt trying to flee back to their fountain.
Can you even catch an Amaterasu at this point? Look at the speed! Oh, Amaterasu off the menu, but Jingwei suddenly shows up on the dinner plate. Bruto X Fire ready to turn around, and Amaterasu's still here.
Oh no! Why are you sticking around? Talisman going to be used. Bludgeon as well. The Glorious charge back in. Which carry does their job better? Asmita's got the wiggles. Aimbot's got the basics. Both will fall. Double kill onto Spexzilla. Deicide by Bruto.
Deicide by Bruto, but Felinozillas' members are up in just a few seconds, so Bruto X Fire won't be able to utilize that Deicide too much. A Pyromancer started up by Aimbotsky, and because they've got the Naga, more than likely he'll be able to get that. Holy damage, that is a late game hunter if I ever saw one.
We have 100,000 gold on each side, 35 minutes in. If you were hoping from some high-flying action from Brazil, you've certainly gotten it. Come to Brazil, venha para o Brasil, and come to this Phoenix. Bruto looking for it. Thanatos lurking in the wings. Dangerous tidings here for Farinha as they take to the sky. That mid-bird's gonna go down, evens up those objectives, and Bruto Fire have got to back off.
Oh my goodness, it is just back and forth, Deelo. Let's that was crazy. How about you and me take a quick breath, just like some healing breathing. We go,
please.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. That was crazy. That was nuts. It's not over, by the way. It's not even close to over. We're still in this.
Ancient
Gold
Fury.
Fury picked up by Bruto X Fire. Ancient Fury too.
Nice. That's just going to make that Phoenix Siege all the more easy on that left and right side. Bird just trying to take away the tools while Felinozillas are still a bit behind in terms of the mentals. You got to imagine they're lagging a little bit. One bomb apiece, too. It's really just so evened up. Everyone, drinks up. Chalices up. Tip one out. Pour one out for all the homies that have died along the way. Grab a brew and stick around for the show because it seems that all the action's going to go down here potentially in that duel. And can they catch someone off the backs? We already lost members. This is rough, but they might not realize that themselves. Now Bruno have to re-engage, but the precious seconds they might have given could give Felino enough time. Not CatG, though. They got no time left. Ferdinand takes them down. The Typhoon sweeps up Old Sir. Aimbot takes credit for it, and now all Shito Man can do is retreat back. Fingernails being bitten off, chewed down to the quick as Amaterasu's got to get back home.
Bruto X Fire looking to put pressure onto this left side Phoenix. Heck, even beyond that, the Titan room is right there. Felinozillas needs to get back in time to defend it. They won't be there for the bird, but can they be here for this Titan? Here comes Bruto.
40 seconds left here on the timers for Old Sir and CatG. They're already starting in earnest. That Scythe not finding enough damage. The hovering death, and it's already done. Bruno Fire Bora! Take your Founders Series champs.
Where did that Titan go? I was ready for you to yeah, and here's all this cool stuff happening around this Titan fight. And the Titan was like, no, I'm dead. Sorry, man. It's over.
Dude got executed. I don't know what to tell you. The Thanatos wasn't even on their side, but what haste, action, what beautiful work. Bruto, man, they continued to eat from their silver spoons. The rest of y'all can just watch.
What a ridiculous game. Back and forth the whole way through. A total coin toss. Bruto X Fire holding on to the very end. And Felinozillas, a wonderful effort, but unfortunately time and scaling caught up to them in the end. The Thunderbringer is just too much to deal with at the end of the game.
They knew how to use and wield him, I will tell you that. Let's take a look at these stats. Let the numbers do the talking for us, because I think we've done a hell of a lot of it. Walk me through these numbers. Musi, what you seeing? What you liking?
So, in addition to Zeus being the menace that he was, Aimbotsk on the Cernanos, an absolute menace. This build that he's building is ridiculous. The on-hit effects between Shinsai's and Bragi's Harp, the amount of penetration that he has in Autumn Stance, 27.5 from that ability alone. It scales off of intelligence, so Bragi's Harp becomes intensely useful. This Cernunos was shredding people, and because of Fatalis, you can't get away. Just an absolute terror everywhere that he was. 15-3, Deelo.
Jesus, no Loki necessary. No Hercules necessary either. It seems that when you just take away those tools, Bruto, what you have left at the end of the day, a damn fine team and a championship level team now, taking home that first level prize money. 2,500 smackaroonies go right to him. Felinozillas, credit to them, man. They take silver, and they did it in very flashy fashion. If you had to give just one MVP moment to our loser side here, what do you think that would be? Where should we give our laurels to Chaos?
A Risen Heart is the GOAT for Felinozillas, and I think Felinozillas knows that this jungler gets active at the very start of the game. Even in this losing situation, 13-4 and 11 assists. That is 24 kills that they participated in, and not even in this set, in the previous sets before when Loki got through. A Risen Heart was right there. That 17-0 Loki game has to be acknowledged. This player is insane. These Brazil players are not anyone to joke around with. They are competitive, they are here, and they need your respect. You gotta put it on their name. It's ridiculous.
I mean, if you don't give it to them, they might just kill you for it. I do not want to enter. I don't want to walk into any of these players in a dark alley, but especially a Risen Hearts Thanatos, 'cause I'm going to start seeing a skull pulsing over my chest, or at least my heart's going to start palpitating and make me feel like it. I mean, just look at the player damage. Look at just how many times this fight shifted hands. Bracket reset. Felinozillas, they learn from their mistakes. They nearly make it back to the top. They just can't find it by a smidgen, but you got to imagine they're feeling proud of themselves. And let's go back on the other side here. As far as laurels we got to give, who's your MVP for these finals overall?
I'm going to give it to Aimbotsk. overall, Aimbotsk was incredibly consistent throughout every single game. And I think right up there, that if I have to only give one, Deelo is so tough. Between Aimbotsk and Arisen Heart, those are both my goats. But Aimbotsk, this last game, they especially showed up and they were just consistently good throughout every single other game they were in. They kept their head down, they farmed, they found their moments to succeed. And Arisen Heart was just the playmaker of the century for this entire tournament.
And it's not like there weren't moments to shine for everyone. I think back to that Ares game on Ibre. I think back to Farina's Loki's games. I think back to a Smite on Baron. Everyone has had a chance to show their mettle. All my homies eat here, and now what Bruto's eating is a awfully nice cash prize. But that's going to call it for the cast to us. Let's toss it over to me and Mort for that desk. Thank you to you, Musi.
Thank you.
We're back, baby. Welcome, everyone, after a rousing finals set of Smite. It's me, Deelo, joined here by my pal, Cash, Money, Morty. Mort, I just want your initial reactions here, man. What did you just see? What are you feeling?
Wow, I mean, talk about a turnaround. Talk about an absolute turnaround. And even though we did see Bruto win the set, sweep the set before that with Felinozillas, they came back. Finals didn't go exactly their way, but they were given the opportunity of the reset game, and it went phenomenal for Bruto. I mean, a lot of big dogs over there, especially Aimbot, who had one heck of a game. Let's not put any disrespect on the name of Felinozillas, though. We had a lot of great gameplay from them. Arisen Heart, Old Sir. I mean, these are going to be names that I will not be forgetting anytime soon. But it has been a phenomenal day for Smite 2. A long day for Smite 2, but with all that being said, I don't think I'd want to spend my day any other way. So thank you, everybody, for joining us here. Thank you to the big dogs at Hi-Rez for letting us have this opportunity. And thanks to you, Deelo, for setting this whole thing up.
By all means, buddy. Couldn't have said it better. With that, though, like Mort said, we got to take it on wraps, just like Baron Samity. That is all we have here for you today for Brazil Founders Series. Congratulations to Bruto Fire Bora for that 2,500 grand prize. I've been Deelo. With me is Cash Money Morty from the Sewer crew. We've had Tess as our eye in the sky this entire broadcast. Please thank our casting and production team across the entire day for all their hard work across this evening. Special thanks to OCL for uniting forces with us so early in their morning and still bringing that energy. Make sure to check them out on their respective server. Big thanks to Malum as well for the fantastic graphics we have here. And like Mort said, Hi-Rez for giving us the time. But finally, thank you, loyal, obedient viewers, for your time. We hope you've enjoyed these sets just as much as we have. Stick around for Sinfo next up on the Smite Games stream. With that, everyone, good games and boa noite. Hello everyone, welcome back to Smite in the Sewer. Bien, tal vez una emboscada por parte de los Leon. Mira detrás, eso es una trampa. Abriendo el gate y también cerrado el libro de vida de 3 miembros de Malibu.
Hovering Death comes out, bada bing, bada boom. Sunprod gonna grab another kill for Garth's Goblins.
¿Va a caer o no va a caer? Evidentemente sí, de forma defensiva. Aguanta uteo doble por parte de la pelea. ¡Chusa!
Ellos tienen capacidad de robarlo, Juan. No puede pasar otra vez. El River tal vez puede apagar los fuegos. Sí, va a tomarlo. Sí. Por el lado de Kamikaze, pero Extreme ya está muerto. ¿Pueden sobrevivir? No sé. Ziz casi muerto por parte de Hija de Fuego. Me encanta del objetivo. Doble kill por Elona.
Immediately, they heard me say it. They were like, I'm the weak link. No, man, no. Hold on. Check this out. Yamoja! Crease their Nikes. You just take them out.
Giving Zapman space to let his ults rip, put out a bunch of damage, gathering around this Anubis, popping 5 shell. 5, Deelo, 5
Show the sheet.
shells.
Show the sheet.
It's time.
No,
Do this
Tess,
cheat.
bring it back. Tess, bring it back. We got a sheet.
Production, put me back in the sheet. I don't
Tess,
care
bring it
about
back. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back.
Look at this. Look at this.
Look at that.
Buy,
Look at that.
Buy right
Look
now.
at that. Profit.
Right now. Look within. Yeah, I mean, there it is.
They did it.
You do. They did it. Yeah.
They definitely killed them. They definitely killed them. Look at those, all those Minotaurs. They're kissing. Bro, love minion love. That's sick.
I mean, there's no way you getting out of that one. That is a rough one for sure. You got a very angry Zeus, Athena on the chain. Wait a minute. Did I just curse myself? I did. There was no way. Anubis was dead to rights. That had to be a throw. There was no way.
The emoji trying to step up. You have to pursue the weak, forcing me back, forcing the bead, forcing them into the grave. Haddix is here, and that aggression's well played. Panda Cat goes down. Cats and dogs, me oh my, so much damage. Fine, okay. Gets taken out there for being held in place by wrong use jaws. FG finally put up for the claim. It's oh so scrumptious.